it's 90 questions. That's the max. You probably will get around 80 some questions or 70 some questions. I've heard of people getting like 70, just 70 questions, right? Most of them are multiple choice. And you will also get some performance-based questions. Performance-based questions are like the drag and drop. We are gonna go over some of these, right? They're drag and drop where they have some sort of like a pictures and you're putting things into different locations and stuff along those lines. You get these at the beginning of the exam, all right? Roughly about 3 to 7 of these, right? They don't go up more than 7, right? They give you like 3 or 7. So we will review some of these already in the class before I cut you loose. And then you have the multiple choice. I always tell students, if you manage to pass by the performance-based questions, you've done roughly about 30% of the work, right? If you get the performance-based questions right, you've done roughly 30% of the work, right? You can afford to miss few multiple choice questions and still pass the exam. So basically what all I'm saying, guys, is that once we start going over performance-based questions, I want you to pay close attention to these, right? If you don't pass these ones, you better get all the questions right. Because the performance-based ones, they weight more as well. You will get 90 minutes. Usually this is where people are like, oh my God, well, if I get 90 questions, 90 minutes, it's like a minute per question, right? And then you start stressing out, all that good stuff. Usually this is enough time if you're prepared the right way, which we're hoping to do exactly in this class. They think you should have 2 years of experience. I don't know if you saw from the last slide, usually there are some other certifications. There is the ITF, A+, Net+. If you have these or you have the equivalent experience to these, then you are ready to go with the Security Plus. But again, I've had students who didn't know anything. I probably should say who didn't know anything, but most likely who were like new to the world of IT. Then we got them certified in Security Plus, right? And to these students, I always tell them, hey, look, go back along the foundation the right way. I emphasize that even though you've got this piece of paper that says you got Security Plus, you're going to be securing networks, you're going to be securing clouds, you're going to be securing these things. Learn what these things are first, right? So yes, getting the certification is the right thing to do, and you are doing that. But again, this is a career, right? It's something that you're going to use to feed your family. So you're going to have to sort of like know it. The passing score is 750, which is like a B. Yeah, it's like a B, on the scale of 900. CompTIA really doesn't tell us a lot about the scoring, but usually what they said is if you register for the exam, you automatically get 100 points. If you pay for the exam and you register all that stuff, you automatically get 100 points. Now it's up to you to fight for that 650, right? Which means you get the performance-based questions, right? Multiple choice. Yeah, you will get there. You'll get there. Like I said, last year we have 100 passing rate, so that says something. So the way we're going to study, all right, the way we will study, you have me. I don't know if you noticed, but by now you can tell I talk too much. So you have me, I'm going to be speaking here. And you are more than welcome to ask me any questions before, after class, during the class. Stop me and ask those questions. That's what I, sort of get paid to do. Then from there, we also have the CompTIA website. This is the Cert Master. You will use this as well. Every week, the way this class is designed, we're trying this sort of new. So it's like 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow. Right? It just meets like Saturday and Sunday. Within those 6 hours, we're going to do 3 chapters, maybe 4 if the chapters are not too confusing. There are some chapters that are easy, right? But today we're going to do 3 chapters, and tomorrow we're going to try to do 3 chapters. I'm going to take it easy on these first 2 days on you. So 3 chapters today, 3 chapters tomorrow. Then what happens is that's a total of 6 chapters that we've done in 2 days. I want you in Cert Master in CompTIA to do the equivalent readings, the equivalent practicing questions, the equivalent PBQs. These are the performance-based questions, the equivalent hands-on, right? Sort of you getting the same thing from a different, personnel. I highly recommend that. CompTIA have these, gentlemen who have videos recorded in there. They have the readings, they have all that stuff. I highly believe in learning same thing from two different people. You get two different perspectives. So I highly recommend you do that. And I'm going to be reminding you every time before the class is over, right? You will get the study guides, the videos, everything is within the CompTIA. These lessons will be recorded. So if you ever want to review any of the lessons, just let me or Dennis know, and we'll get that to you as well. Within CompTIA, they have flashcards, they have and final assessments. We also have our own practicing questions, our own final assessments. And we're going to put more emphasis on those. We will do the ones within the CompTIA website for practicing purposes, but we will want you to put more emphasis on what we have, the resources that we actually have, which means me and some of the things that we're going to do within part of the class, and these practicing questions that we're going to be sending your way as well. Okay. All right. So like I said, we will do 3 chapters today. So the first one is going to be this one, where we're going to kind of set the stage. What is this whole cybersecurity really is all about, right? Why should you care? We'll talk about different, we'll talk about the overall industry of cybersecurity. I'll tell you my thing as I'm approaching this whole cybersecurity. Roles and controls, these are the things we can put in place to help protect organizations. We'll talk about all of that. Then we will take a look at the enemy. Who is the bad guy that's out there? All right, we'll talk about the threat actors and where can we find intelligence about these bad guys, these threat actors. So take a look at the different intelligence feeds from online, from open source projects, from the people we work with, all of it. It's going to be in chapter 2. Then we'll finish today's with lesson 3. This is performing security assessments. This right here, I don't know what we're going to do, but this one is the most hands-on lesson of them all, right? We're going to be talking about a lot of tools, Nmap, Wireshark, TCP dump, all of them, Kali Linux. And what I usually do, instead of just keep talking, I will perform these things so you can see them, happening in action, especially the ones that we use when we're working. I like to show you those tools like Wireshark and, all these other things. That's lesson 3. It's going to be later today, so hopefully you won't be tired by then, right? Then tomorrow, we will dive into the social engineering. This is a tricking the human brain. This is like deceiving someone into doing something, right? Believe it or not, roughly about 90% of all the attacks start with the social engineering. That's where you receive a phishing email, like, hey, it's time for you to click on this link and get this thing. Right? That's social engineering. We will talk about that, how hackers play with the people's psychology in order to gain access to computer systems. Then we'll dive into the malicious software, the malware, the things that they use, actually to get access to these things. So that's tomorrow, lesson 4. Lesson 5, it's going to be, one of those favorite topic of mine that a lot of people really don't enjoy. But that's cryptography, right? I've had students that says, oh, this is actually the security. I'm like, yeah, sort of. But this is where we're going to talk about the things that tend to confuse majority of the students. Asymmetrical encryption. We'll talk about symmetrical encryption. PKI, public key infrastructure. So chapter 5 and 6, they're sort of the same. Chapter 5 give you the basics, the foundation of cryptography, and chapter 6 talks about the entire infrastructure of what we normally call a PKI, right, or cryptography. When you buy something online, you go to www.amazon.com, you purchase something. There is HTTPS in the browser, right? The protocol HTTPS. How is that possible? How is that the bad guy doesn't get your credit card information? All those things are going to be answered in these 2 chapters. We're going to go at the technical level, what takes place, here as well. From there, we'll dive into 7. This is authentication. This is where we're going to go over things such as AAA. That's the authentication, authorization, and accounting. Right? Radius servers, TACAC servers. Obviously, when we're talking about security, it starts with the authentication. If we're going to be securing anything from someone, we need to know who that is first. Right? It's like, okay, well, I want to secure this environment, and Michael wants to access this environment. Well, I need to know who Michael is, so I can be able to apply some controls. We're like, okay, Michael is not allowed to be doing this. He's also not allowed to be doing that thing. I need to know who he is first before we can do exactly just that. So this chapter is all about that. And this one adds on top of 7. So this is identity and access management. We'll talk about how you can apply this specifically in the cloud. A lot of companies are going into the cloud. They're shifting into the cloud. And it's going to be one of those things that I'm going to emphasize as well, that if you are looking at going long-term in cyber, you should probably focus on the cloud. You definitely probably focus on the cloud. So I'm going to be kind of sharing those nuggets as we go as well. AWS, I don't know if you've heard about AWS, but this is the Amazon Web Services. We'll talk about it. And Microsoft Azure. All these things have identity and access management, which can literally be just your job. Identity and access management, provisioning accounts, removing users as they leave, making sure things, all of it's going to be in chapter 8. Lesson 8. All right, 2 more things. Then we have a lesson 9. I'll be repeating this, guys, as well for the next week. So I'm going to give you like just an overview of what we're going to be talking about here. 9 is going to be secure network designs. Look, when we're working in cybersecurity, usually we inherit networks that have already been designed. That's usually what happens. Nobody gets a job in security and they tell them, hey, look, you are going to start from the beginning. You're going to be designing these things from scratch. That doesn't happen. You get hired. They already have a network in place. And they're going to ask you to start securing that network. And here's a mistake that a lot of us makes. We think the network was designed in a secure way, man. Like we think they were thinking about security when they were designing these networks, but that's just not true. So this lesson 9, we're going to take a step back, right? and take a look at, okay, if you're going to be securing anything, you need to include security as a part of the entire process. But to be quite honest with you, a lot of these networks that they designed, security was an afterthought. And just like I'll tell you, this industry, it's interesting because it's so necessary. Everybody needs what we offer as cybersecurity professionals. But again, the security doesn't really make companies money. I want to be real with you. See, security doesn't make a company money. Then when you're talking with the CEOs, security, it's like a burden to them. It's something that takes money away. They don't see the return on their investments. They don't understand security. So it gets really hard for them to invest in security because they don't see I don't want to say they don't see the value. Now they do. But years ago, they really wasn't seeing the value in that. So I will teach you how you can go in and tell them, hey, look, we probably should look at the diagram of the network and then segment that network, apply a firewall here, make sure we're monitoring the network from this location, and then, everything in between. Because network engineers, the people who design these networks, they don't know security, then we cannot blame them from not, from not including security. From there, we'll dive into the appliances. This is chapter 10. This is where we're going to talk about a lot of the tools we use in security. Intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems, right? Firewalls, proxy servers, you name it, all of it's going to be in 10. 11, protocols, security protocols, I should say, right? These things have to talk to each other somehow. And protocols are like languages. So we will get back to the OSI model. If you've heard about the OSI model, and one step forward, we will talk about the TCP/IP model. All of it, it's going to be right here. From there, we'll talk about host security. this is becoming very important because now people are working from home. So their computer, the computer that they're sitting on at home, got to be protected because we don't have a firewalls and all the other stuff in place to help protect that thing. So there has to be some security within the host itself. A host is just another way of saying a computer, by the way. So we'll talk about that. There's a different products that they've brought up in the market. One of it being the EDR. This is the endpoint detection and response. Literally, I enjoy this one. Endpoint is just another way of saying a host. So this is just a newer technology that they've been implementing in computers as well as people are working from different locations. Okay. That's 12. 13, mobile. Usually people are doing BYOD. Have you guys heard about BYOD? Some of you who can tell me what that is?
Bring your own device.
Yep. Or what my mentor would say, bring your own disaster. And which I found funny. It's like, okay, well, you're allowing people to bring their cell phones, their laptops, okay, how are you going to secure all that? These things have different versions. These things are from different manufactured. It's just a mess. But we're going to talk about this. We'll talk about MDM. This is mobile device management. MDM, a product, a tool that we can use controlling BYOD. And we'll dive into applications. This is another chapter that's a little bit for some people. We'll talk about sort of like application vulnerabilities. If you've heard about things such as cross-site scripting or SQL injections, things along those lines, that's going to be on chapter 14. Cloud. We have a whole section on the cloud. Yeah, this is where I'm going to be doing my recommendation of, okay, maybe you should focus on the cloud, which is not a bad idea at all. Maybe become like a DevSecOps, right? Where you're going to be automating some things within the cloud. That's a great career choice, especially now, right? From there, we'll talk about 16, data privacy. Have you guys heard about GDPR? Something we're going to talk about today, GDPR. No, the General Data Protection from Europe, EU. No problem. I will be teaching you this today. Actually, we will start with some of the boring stuff. We'll get all that stuff out of the way today as well. So this is one of them. So this is a law within Europe that says if you're going to be collecting people's data, you got to protect the data, right? I mean, look at the companies like Facebook and Google. What do they sell? Your data, my data, right? They're in business of collecting your data than selling the data. So I actually love GDPR because GDPR now is holding these companies accountable, right? They're telling Google, literally, hey, Google, if you lose the data of EU citizens, we're coming for up to 5% of your profit. That's going to be the fine. The fine is up to 5%, which means if Google made like $100 billion profit, they're taking 5% of that. Google doesn't like that. Google doesn't enjoy that at all. But we have a law in California. I will teach you that as well. We also have a law in California that talks about privacy. But this is just in California. My question is, why can't they just implement this in the whole US, right? But slowly, you got states that have their own little, privacy, California being one. We'll talk about the one in California. But I obviously will come back to GDPR and talk about why privacy is very important. Why? Maybe if you don't want to go too technical in cybersecurity, you should maybe focus on privacy. It's not technical. It's more just like GRC, governance, GRC. GRC, it's governance, risk, and compliance, where you're just going out around and telling these folks, hey, look, you got to secure stuff, basically doing auditing. It's not technical. I'll be sharing this with you. It's not crazy technical. It's more like you understand this stuff. Now you're asking these people to prove it that they're doing what they're doing. GRC. So I'll be mentioning all that in 16. So towards the last week, week 3, we will finish up with all these. And 17 is going to be all about incident response. It's not the question of if something bad is going to happen. It's the question is of, are you prepared? Are you ready if this thing is going to happen? Because it will happen. In chapter 2, I believe, we're going to talk about a group known as APT. APT, for those who've taken the exam, this is the advanced persistence threat, right? Usually, guys, when these people are after you, there's nothing you can do. They will get in. They're advanced, they're persistent. They're advanced meaning they can come up with the 0 days. They can program their own malware on the fly that nobody have ever seen. Right? It's usually like a country. And you know, when a country is coming after you, you are in big trouble, right? They are advanced. So they have the knowledge. They have the smartest people working for them, and they're persistent. Meaning they don't care if it's going to take them 5 years. They're patient, right? So we're going to talk about that as a part of the incident response, where bad things will happen. It's inevitable. But if you're prepared, you can usually respond to it, fairly good. So we'll talk about that in 17. 18, we'll dive into forensic. And I don't know if you've seen it, the theme, but guys, look, we're everywhere. We're not talking about a specific topic here. We're going from cloud, applications, incident response, forensics. Each one of these can be your career. Like literally, each one of these, you can just specialize in this, which I'm going to emphasize in this class, guys. Especially, don't be like me when I was getting started, right? Where I just try to be like everything. And it was okay for learning it, but I had my sort of what they say, imposter syndrome, where you don't feel like you know stuff. I had those moments just because I was learning all these things and I wasn't specializing anything, and it got me thinking, oh God, would I ever be exceptional in cybersecurity? Right? You can save yourself some trouble by just specializing in something. So digital forensics, we'll talk about this. Like I mentioned, you want to work with the FBI, you want to bring the bad guys to the court of law. Digital forensics it's your track here, right? We care a lot about evidence. We care a lot about, some crime just happened. Let's figure out the truth of what just happened. Because if you're going to be taking freedom from someone, specifically using computers, we need to be sure 100%. Because the thing about computers, it's not like, the regular forensic that, they use to. Computers, people can lie. We can spoof IP addresses. We can do all kinds of stuff. So if you're going to be taking me to the court, you better be 100% sure that I did committed that crime. Digital forensic. From there, we'll talk about risk management. Eventually, you will learn that, guys, everything we do in cybersecurity, it's all about reducing the risk. It's literally everything we do in cybersecurity. Like I said earlier, if they want to get in, they will get in. But once they get in, we don't want them to have access to everything we have, right? To our critical assets. We don't want that. So we'll figure out a way of reducing the risk and managing the risk of our critical data, right? In chapter 19. We finished up with the resiliency, right? Cybersecurity resiliency. This is all about backups. Have you guys heard about the ransomware, like an attack known as a ransomware attacks, right? Yeah. So those who don't know, ransomware, they get into your computers, they encrypt your hard drive, and then they ask you for some money. That was classic. If you've heard about Colonial Pipeline attack, the one that recently happened, it was a ransom. If you heard about CompTIA attack, it was all ransom. So these things are very lucrative. Like they make a lot of money from ransomware. But if you have a backups, you can just tell them, screw you, I'm going to restore everything from backups, right? Part of the issues that these guys pay the ransom is because they don't have the up-to-date backups. So we'll talk about that in 20. Then we'll finish with the physical security. Stuff really that I don't enjoy talking about because you really don't do this, right? You have somebody who maintains the physical of the building. But again, we'll teach you about it, even though somebody else will be doing this. Right? So we'll talk about things such as fences, CCTV cameras, physical stuff, physical security doors, man trap, all that good stuff is going to be all part of the physical security. Now, So far with what we've talked about, any questions for me? There we go. All right, I will share my screen and we'll get started. You all can see my screen okay, correct? Sweet. Okay, let's start with lesson number 1. So lesson 1, it's comparing security roles and security controls. There are some interesting things we're going to talk about here, but like I said, this is going to be the overview of the entire cybersecurity industry. I'm going to summarize a lot of the things for you. And then we'll talk about the controls, the things that we can put in place to help protect organizations. And then we're going to finish up this lesson by talking about the laws, the rules, the standards, the recommendations that if you don't know where to begin as a company, where can you start from? Which document you need to obey? Right? We'll talk about those as well. So topic 1, it's going to be comparing and contrasting information security roles. So let's get started. But before we do that, I have a pop quiz. Here is an interesting thing about pop quizzes. You don't have to get them right. I will talk about them. So don't feel bad if you don't know any of this, because a part of the whole class is talking about this. So what we're going to do, one of you is going to read the pop quiz. We're going to try to answer it. Then I'm going to talk about it for like a few seconds. Then we're going to keep going. All right. Who want to volunteer reading?
I'll read.
Okay.
Look, I've learned that from my student. Just step up. All right. Which of the following best describe the method a security analyst would use to confirm a file that is downloaded from a trusted security website, is not altered in transit or corrupted using a verified checksum? So it's downloaded from a trusted security website and is not altered in transit or corrupted from a verified checksum.
Thank you. All right, what do you guys think?
Integrity.
Get integrity, C. Anybody with a different answer, or you all agree with Michael?
I agree with Michael.
Okay, fair. All right, integrity, you better be right. There you go. All right, so let's say integrity. Good. All right. And that would be wrong. Have you guys heard about hashing or hashes before? Look, when you're hashing something, you're accomplishing integrity. I'll come back to all that in a minute. But one of the things you got to understand about these CompTIA questions, whenever you see where they says the best, or whenever they said most, and usually they put those in all caps, just like that. Which is the formula best describes this. It's not like when you're doing integrity, you're not doing this. You know, you're sort of doing, that, but they're looking for which one best describes this. And right here, they said methods that the analyst will use to confirm. If you want to confirm a file that you download from some trusted, website, you will use what we normally call a checksum. What a checksum is going to do, it's like, it's going to print some we call that a one-way string. It's going to give you like a hash. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. It's going to give you a hash. Then that hash, it's going to be what you will use to verify these things have not been corrupted, have not been altered with, the thing that you just downloaded. Let me give you a quickly example here before we dive in, because we will talk about all this quickly. So if I go here, imagine I want to download a Kali Linux. How many people have heard about Kali Linux? Sweet. So Kali Linux, I go to their website and I click on downloads. And then let's say that I want to just download this VM, virtual machine. Well, as I click on that, it takes me to this, pre-built, obviously, VMware, VirtualBox and stuff. Well, the question you need to ask yourself is, how do I know this is original? How do I know that nobody have tampered with this? It's by me generating a hash, right? So what I can do, I can download this, but I don't trust this because anybody could have tampered with this. Anybody could have just grabbed this and put it here after offensive security have put it here. So I can download this and then I can check this sum. This is the checksum that they were talking about. So the checksum in their case is just this string of a number that after downloading this and then run SHA-256 sum against the file I just downloaded, if it produces the same thing, then that means I can trust this thing. That means there's the integrity. That's why Michael picked integrity, because integrity is all about verifying something, making sure something's original, have not been tampered with. But we don't use the integrity. It's the idea, right? But generating a hash is the actual method of doing it. That's why right there they were like, oh, which one of the found is the best way of doing this? It's definitely by using some sort of a tool such as a SHA-256 to generate a checksum that's going to help you verify the integrity of the thing that they just downloaded. Fair enough? Cool. And guys, we will come back to this. This is a part of that CIA, let me just pause there. All right, so we also talk about salting. Salting, it might come in chapter 3 or one of these chapters, but whenever you store passwords in your computer, you want to make sure they're stored as a hash. Actually, your passwords are stored as hashes. So salting is a little string of numbers that gets added to the password to make it unique. We will talk about that. Then the integrity, obviously, this is a way of making sure something has not been tampered with, have not been corrupted. And digital signatures, it's another thing that we're going to talk about. I think today actually, digital signatures. Look, imagine if you want to verify someone and be like, okay, well, I need to know you are who you say you are. Well, we can maybe have them digitally sign something. Right? Remember, when somebody digitally signs something, they cannot come back and be like, oh, that's not me. Well, your signature is all over this thing. It's definitely you. So we usually call this non-repudiation. I will talk about that. When somebody digitally signs something, they cannot repudiate that. It's like when you sign a check in the real world. When you go deposit a check, you put your signature on the back, you can't go back to the bank and be like, that wasn't my signature, You're going to be like, okay, well, this is your signature. So that's, a digital signature, we'll talk about that. One of those interesting things that we're going to talk, we're going to clean all of these up, except maybe salting, but we're going to talk about all these up in this lesson as well. So let's get busy. All right, so information security. When you hear this term, when you hear this term information security or cyber security, what comes in your mind? What are you thinking about? Or what is the difference between Infosec and cybersecurity? Anyone talk to me? Feel free to unmute yourself and say stuff, guys. I like this to be interactive.
I would think InfoSec is securing the data itself, and cybersecurity is probably securing the entire system.
The data, then the entire system. I like that. On the track. Michael, Nate, Karen?
So for the, honestly, I go back to when this all started. When I think of cybersecurity, I think of the war games type. When you have the movie where hackers plus the games were, they're actually causing havoc throughout the country and the world. But for information technology, InfoSec, I think of, where you're trying to guard the information that is stored in the data centers, in the servers, in the system overall. That's what I think of when I think of InfoSec.
Okay. Okay. I like that. Actually, that's aligns with my description. Talk more about that in a minute. Yeah. Hey, I can't remember the name, but did you say it's Nate? Mate?
Yeah, it's Nate instead of Keith. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, can you do me a favor and change your name on Zoom? You can right click on your icon and change the name as well.
Yeah, I got you.
All right. But Karen, what do you think? Ever heard about the difference between the two? You are on mute. Oh, you are on mute. You want to go to Zoom and click on the it's at the bottom, the microphone looking thing, and you can unmute yourself. There we go.
I guess I never really thought about the difference between information security as it exists and cybersecurity. To me, cybersecurity is protecting the networks that you're communicating with. Information security, I feel like, is just kind of more broad to my knowledge.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you are literally on the right track.
Yeah, so I guess I never really thought about defining the two or comparing or contrasting. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Nate, do you have any take on this?
Mine was kind of the same as Sheila, just InfoSec's more of the data and cybersecurity is more focused on business processes and whatnot.
Love it. Love it. All right. Well, let me also chime in. Well, I'll tell you this. This is a tricky question. I was asked this years ago, and I struggled with it. And then I asked the guy, well, why did you ask me that? So it came to, we came to a conclusion that whenever you ask this InfoSec and CyberSec, different people have different definitions, or they have different way of explaining what these two things are. And that's okay. That's okay. But I'll give you my explanation. You guys, I agree with everything that you guys have said, right? Totally agree. My thing is, when you say information security, just like how some of you said it is more broad. Yes, it includes the physical stuff, right? When we're talking about physical security, all that stuff, that's all part of the information security. And then cybersecurity, if you ask me, it's more of the binary, the ones and zeros, right? Securing the things that's within the cyberspace, right? So when somebody's sitting in Russia and they're causing chaos here, they're not here physically, right? We got all that stuff, okay, but they're doing all that through cyber means. So to me, that's sort of like what really cybersecurity is all about. Look, that's not important. I usually just ask that just to mess with you. What's important, however, is what we're going to talk about right now. This CIA triad, which has nothing to do with the Central Intelligence Agency, right? Besides, now some people are calling this the AIC, so they're calling this the other way, the backward, so that they can differentiate this from the CIA, the actual agency. But a lot of us still calling this the CIA. So this consists of the confidentiality, integrity, availability. I'm going to ask you these because some of your experiences with this already. Then from there, we're going to just move on. Confidentiality. When you hear this term confidentiality, what do you think this thing is?
Secrecy.
Secrecy. I like that. Anybody else?
Personally, I don't have information. That's where I was going to go, but yeah.
You say personally protected.
Personal identifiable information.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. PII.
PII. Okay. I like that. You guys are just throwing out all kinds of stuff around. Try to confuse everybody here. Yeah, definitely PII, right? Good stuff. Right. What about integrity? And I'll come back to each one of these quickly, guys, but I just want to make sure I see where you stand on these. So, I mean, you guys have mentioned about integrity already, right? Keeping things original, right? Let me just skip that one. What about availability? Because this is a triad, meaning if we're missing one of these, we don't have security. I'll come back to all of it, but it's a triad. It's a three-legged, thing. If you move the leg and everything else fails, so we got to have these three for to even consider this thing is secure. We got to have these three. So what about availability?
The need to know.
The need to know. I like that. You're definitely speaking as somebody who works in the US government. I like that. Good stuff. Yeah, so is it available when we need it, right? That's really what availability is all about. So come back to it in more depth. But so let me start from the beginning. Confidentiality. Confidentiality, it's really just making sure only the people that are supposed to know something are the ones that know this thing. Right? We're keeping things confidential, right? So we're making sure the unauthorized, right? The people who don't have the right credentials, the people who don't have the right access, don't have access to this thing. That's really what confidentiality means. Only the ones who are authorized to know these things are the ones that are accessing this thing. So one way of us accomplishing confidentiality through cyber is encryption. How many people have heard about encryption? Right? A lot of you did. Yeah, right. When you encrypt something, we'll talk about this, but when you encrypt something, you are usually given a key. Chapter 5 and 6, it's all about encryption, cryptography. You are usually given a key. That's the same key you will use to access that encrypted thing. Basically, you will use that key to be able to open that thing. And so when we encrypt something, we're in reality accomplishing confidentiality. Another thing we do usually is the authentication. When you're authenticating someone, you're literally accomplishing confidentiality because you don't want them to have access to anything unless they are authenticated. The authentication, it's really like, who are you? Like, that's like, hey, who are you? My name is Shayla. Okay, what's your password? How do I know you're Shayla? Well, this is my password. Okay, well, after that, it's more like, okay, what are you authorized to do here, right? The authorization portion of this. So we'll talk more about that, but all of these things are designed to accomplish confidentiality. Remember that. Another one is integrity. And integrity, like I mentioned earlier, it's making sure something have not been tampered with, have not been changed, right? Yes, we got to keep a secret. That's what confidentiality is all about, keeping secret. The integrity is making sure that nobody is, there are no unauthorized changes to the thing that we're trying to protect, right? So keeping things original, that's really what integrity is all about. And this could be keeping them original at rest when we store them in a hard drive, in transit when it's going from point A to point B, right? In memory when you are using them in your CPU or your RAM. It's keeping things original, making sure there are no modification, no altering of the data from unauthorized personnel. So one way of us accomplishing integrity is through hashing stuff. When you hash something, you generate a one-way string. It's a one-way string because it's not reversible. See, the thing, a lot of people confuse encryption and hashing, because when we're talking about both of these are part of that cryptography topic, because they both, within the same family, but they're completely different. When you encrypt something, you can decrypt that thing. As long as you have a key, you can bring it back to life. With hashing, however, you cannot. It's just one-way string, meaning you can only use that for integrity purposes, for checking to make sure this thing is original, Right? There is, you cannot reverse a hash. Like, oh, let me see what was a, no, it doesn't work like that. Right? And let me give you a few examples, and we'll dive deeper into these, in more depth. Besides, the entire cybersecurity industry is built over that. So, for example, let me say that I want to hash something using MD5. MD5 is message digest 5. I will talk about this in more depth. One of the algorithm we use, just like SHA. MD5. Just find one of his sites. All right. So imagine I want to send you an email, and I want to make sure you want to make sure that the email you receive is original. I can create the email and then generate a hash for that email. For example, let me just want to say hello world into the email I want to send it to you. Well, this is the hash. Specifically, I'm using MD. MD is the algorithm. Right? We have a couple of them. MD is one of them. MD is weak. I will talk more about MD5 in more depth. But for this case, just stay with me. Imagine I want to send you this, hello world. And you want to verify, or I want you to verify that this email I'm sending to you is original. Nobody ever tampered with this. What happens is, as soon as you receive my email, you are going to generate a hash, because that email is going to have this within it as well. You're going to generate a hash using MD5. They got all kind of a product, software that has this thing included within them. But MD5 sum, it's one of them. So literally, you just do MD5 in the terminal, MD5, then you point to the thing that I send it to you, and then voila, it's going to generate something like this. Here is the kicker. If what you get is different than what I've sent it to you, then you shouldn't trust the message. That means the message have lost its integrity. You should not be trusting that message. And let me bring Kali Linux here. It's still updating. Let me see if I can use it as this thing is doing that. No, I cannot. All right, cool. Well, look at that thing up there. I was just going to generate some MD5 hashes so you would be able to see it. But the thing about this, though, is this. The thing I want you to understand, the point I want to drive home about integrity is that if anybody change anything, this is going to change completely. So imagine in the way my email coming to you, and then somebody capture the email and they add a dot. Look at that. Whatever you do, the entire hash will change. That's the beauty of hashes. So whenever, so you receive my email, this looks completely different, then you shouldn't be trusting that. So that's what we use integrity for. Make sure something's original. So the hash that I was showing you, my point of coming here was that you cannot reverse this and then get this. It doesn't work like that. This is a one-way string. Once you generate this, you're done. You can only use this to be able to see if somebody have tampered with your original work. All right, so that's integrity. Availability is all about being accessible to those that are authorized to access or view or modify that thing. The availability, is it available? It's really in the name. It's really in the name. Is it available when we need it? When something is not available, well, the security, it's not there. Actually, to be fair, availability is the enemy of security. And the reason is, part of the reason why we're having a lot of these issues in security is because we want to make stuff available. That's the reason. We want people to use these things. And for that reason, we open them up so they can access them. And that's why we're having these security issues. Because imagine if something is not available, that means it's secure because nobody can access it. Correct? So that's exactly what we're talking about here. But this is availability. It's all about making sure that it's accessible. And a part of us doing this is through things such as load balancers. There's a couple of different things. Load balancer is a device that can distribute the load. Meaning, imagine you have a couple of servers, and the load balancer is going to be right here, sort of like distributing the load between all these servers. Right? That's what a load balancer does. In a case, it's making these things available. Because imagine if all the requests were going to one server, maybe that server will shut down because it's too much of a request. If the server shuts down, then we don't have availability. So that's why I have like a load balancer. I will talk more about load balancer in more depth in later chapters. But it's one of those devices we use to accomplish availability. If you've heard about things such as RAID, let me take something that's a little bit easier to understand. RAID systems within your computers where you're using multiple hard drives. That's availability, right? Every time there is a redundancy meaning you're using more than one thing. Using more than one thing to accomplish a given task, that's availability. Because whenever something dies, the other thing is still okay to do what it does. So that's availability. I want you to tattoo this in the backbone of your brain, because everything we will talk about is going to come back to these three. Everything. One last one. This is like a cousin of these three. It's known as a non-repudiation. This is where the digital signatures it. So this is making sure somebody's not denying doing something. Non-repudiation. You cannot deny creating or modifying or taking some sort of action. You cannot repudiate doing something. And part of us making sure we're achieving non-repudiation is through digital signatures. If you have your digitally signed something, you cannot repudiate doing that thing. Any questions with this?
So for the confidentiality, we use something at work called digital handshakes between departments. Would that fall under integrity or under confidentiality?
So what is that digital handshake actually designed to do? It's designed to prevent you from accessing a certain thing before until you authenticate, or?
It's between different recipients in emails when we're sending confidential emails with information that we don't want the adversary to see, that might get intercepted by the adversary. And it's just between the sender and the recipient of either a different company or within the organization.
Within it, yeah. So that's definitely confidentiality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, but a lot of these are used at the same time. A lot of them are used at the same time, guys. I don't want you to get carried out. For example, whenever you go to Amazon.com, let me show you this. Let me go to Google. It's a lot easier. And let me go to magnifier. Again, this is all the chapter 5 is all about, and 6. So if I click on this little lock here, I mean, if I show you this, you can see Google is secure, right? HTTPS. If I click on this lock, then go to the certificate here, valid certificates. And let me get here, this right here. So we'll talk about certifications, like I said, in 5 and 6. But if I go to details, here is the thing I want you to understand based on what you're asking me, Michael, is that we can use all of them at the same time. Whenever websites are communicating with each other, whenever I'm going to google.com or my browser goes to google.com, all those things, confidentiality, integrity, digital signature, all of them are used at the same time. What happens is that, okay, I go to Google, there is the certificates, and the certificates is telling me, hey, look, we are using SHA-256. This is designed to accomplish the integrity. And another thing, if I look at the public key here, the public key algorithm, which is, I will teach you all this, but This one is right here. It's telling me, hey, look, Google is using the elliptic curve public key. This is for confidentiality. This is what is doing the encryption of my conversation, the encryption of my browser going to google.com servers. So there is the integrity with the SHA-256. There is the encryption with, ECC, elliptic curve cryptography. And then there is also the non-repudiation that gets involved as well. I can go on and on and on here, but I will be coming back to all this as we get to chapter 5 and chapter 6. I just want to show you that they're used interchangeably for the most part, and it's not like we use one over the other. Many times we use both of them. Remember, if we're missing one of them, we don't have security. Cool. Now let me summarize the entire cybersecurity and kind of a sort of department or cybersecurity industry for you. You probably not me. This is from NIST. How many people here have heard about NIST? All right. Yeah, if you work in the government, you probably have heard about NIST. So I love these guys. So they basically move our industry forward. They come up with the documentations that a lot of companies use when they're implementing the security, products or security programs. So one of the framework that they come up with was this thing known as a CSF. This is the cybersecurity framework, and basically this thing has couple different steps or things that you can do in order to secure your environment. I'll come back to this in a minute, but I want to show you the cybersecurity framework and share this with you just in case you want to be reading that. So go to the NIST framework here. I'm putting this in the chat as well as in the Discord, resources in Discord here. There we go. So this right here is the NIST framework. Besides, they're coming up with the version 2, which I'm excited about, and they're including a governance in version 2. Governance. Remember when I say GRC? Governance. So this thing is becoming critical now. They're trying to hold CEO and CTO accountable now. Right? Security is not just the job of security folks. It's the job of everybody. Anyway, this framework goes in and talks about, okay, if you're going to be securing anything, right, you need to do these things right now. Right? One, you got to identify what you have in your environment. Then you're going to try to protect it. Obviously, you're not going to protect everything. Anything that managed to pass by, you want to be able to detect it, then respond, then recover from anything that they've managed to damage. I just wish everybody was doing this, because if they were doing this, then they win. Then they literally win. Let me ask you guys this. How many days do you think hackers, bad guys, stays in networks before getting detected? Yes. How many days do they stay in the network before getting detected?
You're looking for like an average?
Mm-hmm.
A year?
A year. I like that. So 12 months. Anybody else?
I would say about 6 months.
6. Okay. All right. Well, Michael, you have a lot of hope. And Nate, you are with me, right? No. So the research, and I'll be sharing this research with you guys. This is from Verizon. This is from the FireEye, Mandiant. These are the most respected research in cybersecurity. But they said 23 months. 23 months. Some bad guys, it's in your environment. They're doing all kind of damages before you know that they're there. This is why we need you in cybersecurity. This right here. This is not good. Right? It's not that they're going to hack us. Yeah, obviously they will. It's that we need to to detect them as soon as we can, and then kick them out or slow them down or do something. And that's what really the NIST framework is designed to help our organization sort of accomplish. So let's talk about this quickly. The first thing you need to do if you are getting to cybersecurity, and I want you to take this with you once you go back to work, that is, you are now going to secure the things you don't know that they exist in your environment. That's the first rule of cybersecurity. Know your hardware, know your software. So identify is the first thing we do in security. Identify those critical hardware, those critical software that your company depend on. That's the first thing we do. And then after you've identified those things, then you would try to protect it. A lot of us cybersecurity professionals, we tended to stay right here. But I want to be very honest with you guys. Unless you know what you're going to be securing, you're not going to do anything within, the protection. You're just going to be wasting money. Buying all the shiny firewalls and the shiny tools with really no result. And this is not from me. I'm going to share these two things that you can take a look at later on. One of it is for Rob Joyce. Who's you have heard about Rob Joyce? The NSA guy, no? All right. So he's the director now of the NSA, but he was, when he gave out this talk, he was just like the leader. But now he's basically in charge of our hacking division within the NSA. This guy, Rob Joyce, which is a really good talk.
I want you to think about if there's something you really, really want to protect, what do you have to do? So you'll
on YouTube, he gave out this talk that I usually recommend to everybody. And these are hackers. It's the TAO. The TAO is our elite cybersecurity group within the US. So like they're the best of the best. One of the things that he said, they do penetration testing. Penetration testing is ethical hacking for government agencies. He said, whenever they're going to hack these environments, the first thing they do, they learn that environment first. Which tells you that even hackers, they're not going to hack the thing that they don't know. They're going to try to learn the things that they're hacking first. So that should be your first thing you will do at work. You're trying to protect these things. You need to know what they are first. So that's from Rob here. But the SANS Institute also have controls. They call those top 18 now, but they used to be top 20. I'm sharing these because every sort of like a job interview you're gonna go to, it's gonna ask you about these controls. I would not hire anybody who doesn't know these in cybersecurity, to be quite honest. I would just not hire you. These are so critical that they call them critical controls for a reason. Basically, it used to be top 20. Now they break them down to top 18, which is like, yeah, oh, okay, well, top 20 sounded nice. But now top 18. But it goes in, talks about the things that if you do them in your environment, you are going to win. And the first thing they did, right? Look at the control number 1 and control number 2. Inventory of your what? Your hardware, and inventory of your software. Again, I'm emphasizing what the NIST framework said, that you cannot secure what you don't know. It exists. So the first thing you need to do is to identify what you have on your environment. All right? So let me go back to this. There we go. So that's identification. Identify what we have. The next thing we need to do is to protect it. Protect it, this is where we buy all the shiny tools. This is where we buy the firewalls. We put them in place. We configure them. Like I said, a lot of us are going to be found right here. Protect, protect, protect. In fact, that's like the mindset we have. We want to protect these things from danger. That's how we think, cybersecurity people. And this is great, but here is, I got some bad news for you. You're not going to protect everything, right? The bad people, if they want to get in, they will get in. what we want is, if they manage to get in, is to be able to detect them. Be able to detect them as soon as we can. The statistics of them staying in the environment for 23 months, that's just insane. Can you imagine what somebody can do like in 2 years in your network, not being detected? They can do so much, right? So yes, they're gonna protect, we want to protect everything, but eventually it's not gonna happen. Bad things will get in. When those bad things get in, we want to be able to detect them as soon as we can. This right here is where we use things such as CIEM. This is the Security Information and Event Management, the Splunk, the ELK. If you don't know what those are, I'll teach you those. This is where we have intrusion detection systems, IDS, IPS. Bad stuff managed to get in. Let's detect them as soon as we can. And then once we detect those things, then we need to respond. Right? Again, this is where you find a lot of cybersecurity people here. Right? The other thing I should have mentioned, guys, is this. I don't know if you guys have seen the statistics that we are like 4.8, shortage in cyber right now. And they need, and these are millions, right? Globally. In the US is over 1 million people that are needed in the US, right? Part of the reason is because of this right here. It's because, yes, we don't have enough people, but even the people that are doing the security, some of them are not doing it the right way. And let me explain. Everything that is happening within your environment, there are some devices that are detecting that stuff. They're telling you, hey, look, I just saw this thing happening. I just saw these things happening. They're giving you logs. But guess what? And I'm guilty of this as well, because this is not fun. A lot of us really don't go back and check those logs. Right? We don't go back and check those logs. So company get breached, but it's been a whole year, and these devices have been telling us, hey, look, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. So we want to make sure we're logging the right stuff, and then we are reviewing those logs. It's another thing you need to do once you work in cybersecurity. If you're working already, you got to start emphasizing what we're talking about right now. And once we detect something, we got to respond to it. This is where we stop the bleed. We unplug the computer. We stop the hacking IP address. And if they manage to make any damage, we are going to recover from that. This is where we're gonna, restore from backups and reconfigure the firewalls and sort of, reassess our security. Sit down and talk about, okay, why do they got in? How they got in? Could we have prevented them from coming in the first place? This is where we sort of recover the business, recover from that attack, and then talk about what could we have done better as well. So as you can see, the framework literally talks about everything you should be doing. It's just us doing it. That's what that is. All right, any questions with this? The rest of the other stuff, I'm gonna go a little bit quicker, but I would just wanna sort of set the stage for the rest of everything. Any questions on this? All right, I'll take that as a no. Let's go. So there are some competencies that you got to have. Security is one of those things that you need to know a couple of things. It's not just one thing. You got to know a few things. So cybersecurity people, you got to know risk assessment. Like I mentioned earlier, we literally work in an industry where all we do is just reducing risk. Once you identify what's critical to your environment, that's the first phase. Remember, identification, identify what you have. So you will identify what's critical to your organization. You identify that server. If that server is not there, the company will have to shut down. It will have to, stop working. Once you identify what that thing is, then you will do the risk assessment against that thing. Like, okay, well, then we need to protect this thing, right? So that's one of those critical. This is really critical, really skill to have, a competency to have. Specifying source, installing configurations. Again, this is where you will find a lot of us right here. Yes, you're going to be working with firewalls. Yes, you're going to be making changes to configurations and all that good stuff. That's pretty good. Another thing you got to know is access control, right? Ideally, you want to make sure that only the people that are given access to a thing are supposed to be given access to that. I can't tell you how many companies I've worked for where somebody quit, or they fire somebody, and then that person's account is still active. I'm like, like why? Right? Why? So we got to sort of remove access to people that got fired, and giving people only the permission they need to do their job and nothing less and nothing more. Right? That's really what access control is all about. It's controlling access to certain things. I usually tell people that if I am in charge of printing the check, signing the check, writing the check, and giving out the check, what's going to stop me from giving myself a bigger check? Nothing. I can easily do everything by myself. So access control, it's all about dividing, be like, okay, well, you're going to do this and you're going to do this and you're going to do that. We will talk more about this as well. Auditing, you got to go check those logs, right? This is another competency to have. Incident response, bad things will happen. How you responded to it, it's the difference. So that's another thing sort of like to be familiar with. Business continuity. You will quickly understand that cybersecurity doesn't make a company money. So whenever there's something bad happening, business really don't care about security, right? CEOs, they don't understand security. So they care about how soon can you get me up and running, right? That's going to be the question. It's like, oh, okay, Michael. Yeah. You said somebody's hacking us, but can we be back up online within about 1 hour? Because we're losing money, right? We're losing money. So that's business continuity. Business have to go on. Remember, the business doesn't become a business by becoming secure, right? So business are in business of making money. They're not business of being secure. You have the security mindset. That's great. You got to keep everything secure. That's great. But you're going to have to use business. You're going to have to use security as the enabler. Right? Enabler, allowing the company to do what the company does best, which is making money. Do not get in the way of the business. That's all I'm saying, right? The other thing I should mention is that when security is causing a business not to do what a business does, then the security is wrong. The security is done wrong. Because if you do a security the right way, then it should be the enabler. It should allow the business to do what a business does. Right? Too much security, there we go. That's the word I was looking for. Too much security is not security. You have to find a balance between security and functionality. Right? Allowing the business to do what it does by also being secure. Okay. Last but not least, you are not going to secure everything by yourself. Right? This is another mistake a lot of companies make. Like, oh, okay, well, Nate is the security guy. He's the one. If everything goes wrong, we're going to blame him. But like I said earlier, 80% of all the attacks starts with the social engineering. You and I, my friend, we are familiar with some of the social engineering techniques and tricks and all that stuff. We don't really feel a victim of these sort of things. The other people do. So security is a job of everybody that works at the company. So your job is to do security awareness training. Let them know when you receive this email, hover over it, look at the link. If you think it's malicious, send it to the security team. Don't click on this. So security training. Eventually, it's one of those things that you will have to emphasize on because we use security awareness training to change behavior of people, and educate them, change the behavior of them. And that help them help us secure the organization. So these are sort of the competencies. As you can imagine, it's sort of like the entire umbrella of security. The beauty of this security plus, we'll talk about all of these. Talk about all of them. All right, roles and responsibilities. Again, you have somebody who have the overall responsibility. This is the CISO, Chief Information Security Officer. For some of you, you should keep an eye on this one. Maybe this is, I mean, once you become a CSO or a CISO, that means you're at the top of the chain. Right? You are managing or you are leading cybersecurity departments, right? This is where the people that are making over $200,000 a year, $300,000, $400,000 a year, depending on the company you work for. Right? They make a lot of money with these guys. But you can do security as a manager. A lot of us are going to be in technical as well. But there are also some non-technical cybersecurity things that gets involved. You got like GRC, like I mentioned. I'll talk more about this. Hopefully, one or two of you will get into GRC because we need people who can hold all these other guys accountable. And obviously, when it comes to security, there's some due diligence and due care and as well. In other words, there's some things that we are obligated to do, like you have to do them as well. If you don't do them, it's gonna, you'll get yourself in trouble. For example, imagine if your company need to comply with HIPAA, something that THT, the company I was working for, we had to do. Well, you have some due care and due diligence. If they found that if we get breached and we didn't do what we had to do, I could be held reliable with HIPAA. That's another thing that I was like, no, I'm good. I don't need that kind of job. But there's that due care as well. So again, a lot of this what we're talking about really has nothing to do with the actual exam. This is like a knowledge, like setting the stage of what you need to be aware of. The things about the exam, I will tell you, remember this for your exam. I will specifically mention that. And for that, maybe you want to write it down. For these other stuff, it's more of me really kind of talking to you. All right, so information security business units. So when you work in information security, you have a SOC. A SOC is like a department. It could be like a job role. For example, we have a SOC analyst. If some of you have heard about those things, a SOC analyst and security analyst and stuff like that. But this is the security operations center. A department just like this, you have a people with different skills working here. And their job is to secure the organization. You have people that does DevSecOps, something that you probably can specialize in and not regret. Hey, this is really becoming really hot right now. So DevSecOps, these are the people who understand development, they understand security, and they understand the operation. Keep this in mind, guys. Development, this is coding people. These are the people who write code. And the people who write code, they don't know security. This is why we have all these issues within software. People are writing code and they don't know security, right? So they need people who can understand the programming side of things, but they also understand security. Then us cybersecurity people, we know security, but we don't know development. So we don't know how to write code. So there is that too. Sometimes you might want to automate stuff. You want to do automation. Then you don't know how to script anything. You don't know how to write scripts or code or anything like that. So that's where these people will come in. Obviously, they understand the operations. They understand the day-to-day stuff. They understand how to kind of connect all these other stuff together. So DevSecOps, really good career track, or DevOps. So this is a SecOps, meaning they focus specifically on the security. Within the SOC, we're going to also have incident responder. These are teams. I will talk about this, I think, in chapter 17. Once we start talking about incident response. So you got CERT, CCERT, and CERT. These are people, this is like a team that is within the SOC. Whenever something bad happens, we call these guys. So within the SOC, for example, SOC, they have different tiers within the SOC. So you have tier 1, you have tier 2, and 3. These are the senior, people who knows a lot of stuff. Tier 1 is like help desk. You're basically not doing anything. You're sitting right here looking at the bad stuff. Whenever you see something bad, you escalate that. You send it to somebody else. You're like, hey, I think this is bad. Here, tier 2, deal with it. Then once tier 2 finds out it's a really bad thing, they can kick in these guys. Cyber incident response team, it's a team of people that consists of people from different departments. It doesn't have to be tech people. You got people from the HR. Imagine if this guy who you work with committed a crime, insider threat. Well, you need HR people to fire that guy. So this group consists of all the people from different legal, different departments. Again, their job is to be the first responder as well. Any questions for me? All right, let's keep going. Then I'll get back to the lab environment once we finish with topic B. And this really goes back to the syllabi meaning the exam objective from CompTIA. So if you want to kind of follow along, if you got that thing printed out, here it is. We're talking about 5.1, 5.2. Okay. Here we go. So to this point, you understand security is a job of everybody, but you are going to carry it out the heavy load. Here is the things you need to remember for your exam, but also for your job. This right here. Right? Security controls categories. These are categories. These are the big pictures. So if you're going to be securing the environment, well, there are some things you can put in place to secure the environment. And those things could be technical, they could be operational, or they could be managerial. Technical controls are controls that are implemented with the technology, some sort of like a software, some sort of like a hardware. If you put a firewall in place, if you put an access control list in place, these are technical controls. Okay, a firewall, it's a mini device that is specifically designed to stop people from doing a certain thing. Right? I'm like, okay, well, I'm trying to get there. Like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. That's a firewall. It's a technical control. It's a control that is implemented with the technology. Technical control. So remember, these are categories. These are the big pictures. Then you have your operational controls. Operational controls, these ones are what we do day to day. So these are the controls that depends on the person for implementation. Imagine your supervisor at work. And keep walking around and be like, hey, make sure you didn't, write down your password. Hey, make sure you, lock your screen before you walk out. Right? That's operational controls implemented by the human. Right? Specifically, the supervisors. Then you have your managerial controls. These are the papers, right? These are the piece of papers. Every time you get hired, there's some papers you have to sign, like some sort of like, oh, this laptop belongs to us. If you quit, you need to give us the laptop back. Or this is how you should be using this laptop, by the way. You shouldn't be accessing things you shouldn't be accessing. That's managerial. It gives us the overall picture of what should be done. Here is the thing, though. We need to implement all these at the same time. Using one over the other, it will become useless. Imagine if there's a piece of paper that says that you should change your password every 90 days. Usually when you get hired, part of the HR process is signing that thing that says every 90 days you're going to be changing your password. Got it. But how many people that actually go back and change the password after 90 days? Nobody does that. You can make all the noise you want right here at the operation. You can make all the noise you want. Hey, everybody, change your password. They're not going to do that. But guess what? If they come to work the next day, and then the computer is not going to let them sign in until they change their password. Then they change their password. Right? So have you guys heard about Active Directory and group policy? Active Directory, GPO, group policy, right? It's one of the technology from Microsoft that really does a lot of what we're talking about here, specifically the technical side of things. Change your password every 90 days. We're going to have a piece of paper that says that. We're going to have a supervisor that's going to remind you about it. But we're going to also have a technical control that's going to force you to change the password. Okay, so we want to use all of them at the same time. So these are the categories. There are some function, right? Some function. And this function can be found into more than one categories. Remember these for your exam as well. Like I haven't seen an exam where they don't talk about these guys. Even the CISSP that I recently took, this was all over that exam. Actually, taking security plus, it's really great for the CISSP. I found a lot of things to be sort of similar. It's like 20% of the CISSP. But so these are the function. So we have preventive, right? As you can imagine, this is designed to prevent something from happening. So this is going to operate before an attack, right? We are either physically or logically preventing something from happening, from preventing unauthorized personnel from accessing a certain thing. Okay, what could be a preventive physical control? Give me an example of a preventive physical control, guys.
Like a badge to get it into the building.
Like a badge, or actually the door you have to swipe the badge to, right? Love it.
A man trap.
Go ahead.
A man trap.
Man trap. For those who doesn't know what that is, you want to tell us what that is?
It's where you have to sign in and sign out, and you can't get out until you badge out.
Right. You find a lot of these at the airport.
Mhm.
It's one person goes in and the door locks. It basically has two doors. You get in, the other door locks, and you got to sign in before you get out.
Mhm.
Good one. What about logical? That's good physical stuff. What are some logical controls we can put in place to prevent an attack before it happens?
A firewall, no?
A firewall, like the firewall software, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so within a firewall, we can create the rules, we call those firewall rules. That's a good one. What else?
Digital signature, maybe?
Two signatures, yeah, I'll take that. It's your signatures. Good stuff. So logical, this is what we would do logical, like inside of these systems. And there's a lot of stuff. Access control list. I want you to start remembering that because it's going to be on that exam. ACL. We can do this at the router. We can do this at the firewall, right? On this switch, if you've heard about the switch, we can do 802.1x. This is also known as a port security. We can logically create, we can logically authenticate people. Before you connect it to the network, we can be like, hey, who are you? Right? That's what 802.1x accomplishes, right? Port security. You connect it to the port, it asks you who you are. We can do VLANs. Who you have heard about virtual LANs? Right. So virtual LANs, one of the best security you can do is segmentation, right? Segmenting your network so that if they attack this portion of the network, they don't attack everything. VLANs will save your life for that. So again, all these are logical controls we can put in place. So there are preventative. They're technical, by the way. Once you remember that. These are technical controls that can help us prevent things from happening. Detective. So this one is designed to detect something as is happening, right? Operate during an attack. Give me some of the example of a detective controls. Physical or logical, doesn't matter.
Turnstiles for physical.
You said turn tiles, you said?
Turnstiles when you're badging in and out at a portal on a VOD.
Oh, well, I didn't know what that is.
It'll let you in if you have the proper credentials. If you don't, you're not getting in. So you have to do that both in and out. They're kind of physical deterrents.
Oh, okay. All right. So they can deter you from, okay.
Right.
Good stuff. What else?
So would a firewall work for this one too, or is that more before an attack, not during?
Yeah, that's more of a before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever they're talking about detective, guys, I want you to start thinking about monitoring something. What
So
about
Wireshark?
obviously Wireshark? Yeah, if you can configure that and turn that on all the time, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. But what about CCTV? Let's talk about things that's coming.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say.
Okay. Yeah, CCTV, right? What about there we go. I got some over here. Intrusion detection systems. Guys, maybe some of you might not have heard about this, but we'll talk about them. And CIEM, SIEM. This is the security information and event management. The things that you see keep coming up over and over again. I put this here on purpose. That's because they're going to be on that exam. So just stay with me. So CIEM, all these can help us detect the bad things that are happening within our environment when those things is happening. IDS, this is literally, it's in the name. It's the intrusion detection system. It's going to detect the bad stuff as it happens and then send you an alert. Good stuff. What about corrective? This operated after the attack. What are the things we could do to correct or respond to intrusions?
I would say business continuity,
BCP.
and then DRPs, the disaster recovery plans.
Okay.
Yeah, the plan is important.
Mhm,
If you got a good plan, then it makes it easy.
mhm.
Love it. Love it. Definitely. Well, what do they say? If you fail to plan, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's funny. So, but corrective, right? After the attack, we got to fix things. Business has to keep going. So these are literally designed to respond to stuff. Obviously, BCPs are just plans. Remember that, guys. And a plan is just a piece of paper. We got to put this thing into action. Otherwise, it's useless. And well, once we get there, I will talk about this in more depth. But these are like specifically designed to fix the thing. So corrective could be going in for you, Nate, going back, reconfiguring the firewall. Because
Yeah. So for there was one project I did that had a vulnerability test and a lot of the CVE codes,
Mhm.
right? And all of those basically just said to update your system, just as long as your system's up to date, then you don't have to worry about a lot of all this, which is kind of corrective, kind of preventative. Doesn't have to be corrective, but yeah.
definitely, so that's why I said these can be found in a different, those big categories that we talked about earlier. Right? They can work interchangeably. You can find something that's here, but it's also here. That's also in other places. I want you to keep that in mind. But also to your point, Nate, look, there is this kind of it's not like a movement, but it's sort of like a belief that home computers are more secure than business computers now. Right? And when I heard this, the first one was like, no way, right? But come to find out that's sort of true. Because the thing is, if you keep your system up to date, it's gonna fix a bunch of the issues for you. Right? We're gonna talk about patches, patching your system. A patch. And a bunch of the attack that have happened, I'm gonna share this. The NotPetya, the WannaCry, all these attacks that have happened, Microsoft, a lot of it, it involves Microsoft. Microsoft had already had a patch for these things, but people didn't apply those patches. But if you have a home computer though, and then you've turned on automatic, patches, your system was up to date. So we'll talk more about that. But look, corrective is the things that we do. Going back, scanning the systems, find those vulnerabilities and fix them. Find those weaknesses and fix them. Reconfiguring the devices that we have. Because if this thing managed to be a success, that means the firewall failed us. That means the IDS, IDS failed us. So now we gotta go tune these things, right? Reconfigure that. All right, a few more things. Then we have a physical function. Right? Give me some example of a physical function. Physical controls. No, you guys don't want to say the ones that I have here? Like, no, you.
Oh, badging in and out of doors, like on our floors, you have to have a special badge to even get into your location. So, and you can't have tailgating. So, you know, if I go in, somebody cannot come in where they're not supposed to come in behind me. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I love it. Love it. Yeah, definitely. Like security guards, right? People tailgating. Security guards, man trap, CCTV, turn tiles, literally, believe it, turn tiles. Alarm clocks, yeah, alarms like the sensors alarms, right? You see an intruder, the lights comes on, or the noise, and gateways and locks and doors. All these things are basically anything you can touch and smell. That's part of physical control. Deterrent. What is deterrent?
The signs on the door.
The sign. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some people actually don't know that having a sign on your yard that says "Do not trespass," it's actually a control. Now, here's the thing, though: it might not physiologically prevent anything from happening. That's the thing about deterrent. It's designed to discourage you psychologically. When you see it, you'll be like, okay, I probably shouldn't be doing that. So signage is going to be on that exam. Literally, that's why I enjoy that, like a sign. Yeah, signage is going to be on that exam, and it's going to be a deterrent control. When you see a sign that says no trespass, it's not like if you do that, it's going to move and stop you. It just sort of psychologically discourage you from doing exactly just that. Compensating. How many people here have heard about compensating controls? Yeah, this is one of those that, some people are like, I don't know if I heard about that one before. But compensating is literally just like a substitute or an alternative, right? Alternative controls. So something that we will put in place as we wait for the actual primary control to be operational, for example. Let me ask you guys this. Imagine we want to have a CCTV camera. Imagine you want to have a CCTV camera. What could be a compensating controls? What could be a substitute to a CCTV camera that we can put in place as we wait for the CCTV to be implemented? No?
You could actually have just a monitor up there, but it's not doing anything. So
Okay.
An actual security guard?
Thank you. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Yes. Yes. Like a security guard. So we can say, oh, okay, security guards are expensive because they're humans and all that good stuff. But security guards can act as a CCTV. They can keep an eye on everything that is happening. And the thing about security guards, they serve more than just what a CCTV would. But security guards will deter. Even the cameras will deter people, right? If there's a red sign that says that we are recording, yeah, you're gonna think twice before doing anything. But security guards can actually stop the intruder. They can get up and be like, hey, don't go through this door, right? You're not authorized to be going through this door. So that was a good example. So compensating controls, it's something we put in place as sort of like we wait for the primary control to be usable, or maybe the primary control is not ready, it's too difficult to implement. So it's a substitute, right? A substitution of a primary control. And for Shayla, for the monitor, actually I've seen places where they just have some dumb CCTVs. It's not working, but it's just there. Right. So that would be more like there to deter you, sort of. Each one of these things from these 3 slides will be on that exam. Right, from technical to these, they're going to be on that exam. If you have any questions, please ask now. Nope. All right, let me finish this and I'll give you a little break. Let me see. No, actually, let's take a break right now. I'm going to talk about the standards. Let me see what time is it. Ooh, yeah. All right, guys, let's take a quickly break. About 10 minutes. And you guys need to remind me. Usually I'm passionate about this stuff. I just keep going. So when we get to the top of the hour, we'll be like, hold on a second. Let me go. Yeah. So remind me that we're going to take a break. So let's take about 10 minutes. Then once we get back, we'll finish this and go over some practicing questions and jump into lesson 2. I'll see you guys in 10. Okay, so let's get this boring stuff out of the way. I usually call them boring, but I actually enjoy some of this. All right, so NIST Cybersecurity Framework. We talked about this one. This is the CSF, right? Cybersecurity Framework. And what this is goes in, like we said before, it goes in to give you the idea of, okay, how would you set up your security from identify what you have until you responded to it. So it needs to have what they normally call special publications. These are SPs. For example, NIST SP 800, I think 53, one of those. It's literally designed for cybersecurity specifically. So special publications are like versions of the paper, right, of the NIST, because they have some for risk management, some for disaster. They have frameworks and special publications for different things. But that's not the point. The point is, what is important about these frameworks? The thing about these frameworks is, if you don't know where to begin in cyber, you should start with them. Grab one, compare what you're doing with what they have. Because what they have is like best practice. They've went over there, they did the research, they think it works. So start from there as well. Another thing I should have mentioned is that security is different from a company to a company. And I'll teach you that. I'll teach you that because I want you to understand that. You want to be able to secure a business from risk perspective where you understand what's critical to your organization, right? Who has access to that thing that's critical to your organization? Who should have access to that thing, right? And then everything in between. So that's how you want to approach security for your company, but it doesn't really hurt to start with some sort of a framework as well. So that's not going to be on the exam. What's going to be on the exam is this right here, or what you see right now, the ISO. ISO, which stands for International Organization for Standard or Standardization. The keyword here, it's international. These are frameworks that are international. A lot of companies uses these. If you're a company, they don't care if you're the US company. If you want to go international, if you're going to be conducting business internationally, you might want to use this. This is how they're going to assess your security as an organization. So ISO have different kind of standards. One of it being the ISO 27001. I want you to write that down because this is going to be on that exam. This one is for information security management. This one is for the big picture, right? These are the management stuff. ISO 27001 tells you should have a 12-character password. That's what 27001 is going to do. It's the big picture, right? What you should be doing. In fact, they recently updated this one. Let me actually go there. So 27001, like I said, it's for your management, ISO 27001. They literally just updated this one in 2022, I believe, at the end of 2022. So I'm gonna put this in the chat. You don't have to read over this. Like I said, this is the boring stuff, but that's necessary, really. So 27001, it's for, like I say, information security management. And there is also 27002. We're going to talk about that. There's 277, and there's the 3000 as well. But just remember, 27001 is the big picture. This is for how you manage your information security management program, basically. It tells you you should be doing this. Then here's the kicker. 27002 is the specifics of 27001, right? When I said the specifics I'm talking about is the sort of like the steps by steps of how you're going to accomplish 27001. So if I go back here quickly, you can see that the 27001 is the techniques, the controls that we're going to put in place sort of to accomplish 27001. Okay, I want you to remember that. Whenever they're talking about this on the exam, usually on the exam, they're going to ask this as a company want to go international, which standard they should use? It's the ISO. And they're not going to go deep and, okay, which one is not? If you see international in there, more likely it's going to be ISO. Another thing I should mention, now that we're here, is that 27001 also have a certification. Now, this is not a certification for you as an individual. This is a certification for the organization. So yes, you are using 27001 to kind of manage your entire cybersecurity department. But how do we know you are doing that? It's by certifying you as a company. So we can have ISO come in and audit you, or bring their third-party auditor, audit you, and then give you the certification. What this means is that the company is committed to keep themselves secure. So if you're a company and you're working international, or you're expanding your offices international, they might ask you for this certification before they do business with you. And 27001 certification. Not an individual certification. This is the company certification. Right. But then years ago, specifically 2018, the GDPR was introduced. GDPR. I'll be talking about GDPR in a minute. GDPR was introduced, and it focused on privacy. Literally, it was all privacy, privacy, privacy. So ISO said, you know what, we're the king about these standards. Why can't we come up with our own? So they came up with the ISO 27701. There's the 7 in there, 27701. This is for privacy. This is like literally a competition of EU. EU, this is GDPR, is just for European citizens, but this one is international. So it's sort of like a subset. It's sort of like an extension to 27001 and 27002, but that focuses on privacy. Right? So having this and these, that shows, okay, you're taking security serious, but also you do care about people's data that you're collecting. You're protecting their privacy. Now, another one is 3001. Right, 31K. This is for risk management. Now, remember that if you see that 31K, these will be on that exam. Right, this definitely be on that exam. But 31 or 3001, it's for risk management. This goes in, helps companies manage their risks, give them sort of the guidelines on how they should managing their risks. And this was an answer to the NIST framework, to the risk management NIST framework from ISO as well. Cloud is everywhere, is the king. So there's this Cloud Security Alliance. It's a nonprofit organization that went out and put all the cloud provider together, basically, and then tell them, hey, look, how can we secure you? So it's made up of people from AWS, Azure, Google, GCP, Oracle, IBM, all these clouds providers. They got together, they kind of formed this nonprofit alliance, and this thing have what they normally call a cloud security matrix, which basically goes in and tells company, if you're going to be going into the cloud, this is the secure way of securing your cloud. They even have certifications, right? The cloud security matrix, not the metrics, but the alliance, they have certification which you can take as well, which I like. It's like CompTIA, it's like a neutral vendor certification. I don't think this is going to be on the exam, the cloud, but the ISO will be on that exam. Okay. Here's some other frameworks that might not pop up on that exam. This one is the SOC. Here's things gets a little bit interesting. This has nothing to do with the early SOC we talked about, the department, the actual department, or the SOC analyst. This is the service organization control. This is a framework that company can attest to. So this is for attestation. In other words, imagine I want to do business with Michael's company. How do I know Michael's company is taking security serious? I can ask for a SOC statement, right? I can ask, hey, Michael, well, how do I know you secure? Since we're going to be doing this together, how do I know you're secure? You give me your SOC 2 assessment, and then I know, okay, well, you're taking security serious. So this sort of can mean to solve those problems. ISO does that for internationally. And SOC, it's most common in the US, but it's also international, but most common in the US. Okay. So when you do SOC, there is two type of a report or assessments usually you would do. There's a type 1, SOC 2, type 1. The reason why they call this a SOC 2, it's because there's a SOC 1. There's a SOC 1 that has nothing to do with cybersecurity people. SOC 1 usually evaluates the finances of an organization. And we don't really mess around with SOC 1. So we just focus on SOC 2 because SOC 2 specifically focus on cybersecurity. So what happens is SOC 2 type 1 report, usually it's like a point in time assessment. It's like I can show up right now, assess your organization right now, and then they give you a report. This is how you're doing security-wise, right? This is how your environment is designed from security-wise. That's the kind of report I'm going to give you. So this one is all right, but it's like some company. Okay, well, the thing about security is not a continuous thing. If I do an assess right now, well, that doesn't mean tomorrow you won't be attacked. That does not mean tomorrow you will be secure, right? So type 1 reports are not that common because it's just a point in time. A point in time meaning I'm assessing you right now. So, okay, 5 months ago, I did the assessment, I wasn't secure. Got it. What we usually want from an organization, it's a SOC 2 type 2 report. This is the one that assess the ongoing effectiveness of the company. This is where the auditor, the assessor, holds the company accountable for at least 6 months or more, usually a year. Right? It's like, okay, we're going to keep checking your environment, making sure you're practicing while you're teaching. Make sure you're really, really secure. Then we're going to give you this report, type 2 report. All right, so the issue about this report, though, type 1 and type 2 report, it has a lot of internal stuff. For example, it's going to have your IP addresses, where things are connecting from, or like, it has all that stuff within it, which means you cannot share these publicly. It has your proprietary stuff. So what you might want to share is SOC 3. This is where SOC 3 comes in. So SOC 3, it's basically a type 2 report from SOC 2, but where we have removed everything. This is just a general report. We have removed all the proprietary stuff. We're just basically telling everybody, hey, look, just in case you care, we are secure, and here's the reports to prove it. All right, so that's the report we'll make it publicly available to everybody, SOC 3 report. It contains significantly less details in the report. Yes, we removed everything we don't need the public to see. So this might not pop up on the exam. If it does pop up, I want you to think about this as a way of evaluating a company to see if they're taking security serious. And then what we're going to need them to do is a SOC 2 type 2 report. That's the thorough, that's the effective, that's the ongoing. That tells us, hey, okay, well, for the past year, they've been doing everything they can to, secure themselves. When I was working for Trenton Health Team, we tried to get a company. That company was Zix. I still remember with the I. Zix was then the name of the company. So we were trying to get them to monitor our email, basically doing a DLP. I'm going to talk about DLP in more depth, data loss prevention. We want them to do data loss prevention for our email because we were complying with HIPAA. We didn't want people to email themselves medical details, right? If somebody got diabetes and you want to send it to somebody via email, we want to make sure you encrypt that information before you can send it. So we go with the Zix, but one of the things that we asked them first was this report. I think HIPAA require you to do this now. You're like, okay, well, before you can work with the company security related stuff, ask them if they're taking security serious. That's what this report is trying to answer. All right, cool. And then you have some benchmarks and security configurations. These are pretty good. I did show you this already, the Essential for Internet Security. This is the SANS from the SANS. This is the top 18 right here. I showed you this at the beginning, top 18, the top 20. So this is a CIS controls. You gotta know this. If I were you, I would look at them. I will be sharing this with you again. You don't have to comply with this. You don't have to do anything with it. These are just the benchmarks. These are like what the industry agrees upon. Like these are like the best practices. Like if you do this, you're really taking security serious. Another thing we could look at are the guides from the vendors, right? From the operating system, network platforms. These are vendor guides. If you're going to be securing any product, hey, start from these guys' documentation because they created the product, so they know the product better than anybody else. So while you setting up Splunk, go to Splunk, look at the guides. I'm going to help you. The Department of Defense, they also have what they call Defense Cybersecurity Exchange, where they have some configuration guides and benchmarks that you can take advantage of as well. A lot of us just stuck with this because this is an industry efforts here, the CIS. Right? I don't think, CIS might pop up on that exam, right? The CIS top 18, but if they pop up, just know that you use this to help you secure your environment, basically. You don't have, it's not a law, you don't have to do it, but it's a good thing if you do. What if you want to secure your applications? What can you do? Well, we have Owasp, right? Owasp have what they normally call Owasp top 10. These are like applications related vulnerabilities from a client side or server side, it doesn't matter. These are things that if you're a developer, you're developing an application, you got to do these things. If you're not, you're going to be developing an unsecure software. So let me share this with you. You guys we're almost done with chapter 1. Owasp top 10. I think they had a 1 in 2020. That's 2020, 2021. There we go. And this is what I'm talking about here. So I will come around here, just kind of a glance at this. We usually don't do this unless you deal with application. If you specialize in application security, then you will deal with this, right? The reason why they teach this in Security Plus is for you to be able to hold a conversation with the programmers. I'd be like, hey, look, yeah, you got to make sure there's no, SQL injection in your application, right? So here is the top 10. These are the top 10. If you on the exam you see a question that's related to securing a web application, look out for some of these right here. Because these are the top 10 vulnerabilities, and these are the things that if you do them, it's going to prevent these vulnerabilities from happening. You got broken access, folks accessing things they don't have access to. You got cryptographic failure. You got companies that are developing their own cryptography, which is like a bad idea. Zoom did this. I don't know if you remember at the beginning of the pandemic, they had these Zoom bombing. I don't know if you guys remember that, hearing about that. That's because they've developed their own proprietary cryptography, which is not a good idea ever. Injection, SQL injection, cross-site scripting injections, and everything in between. And then insecure design. As you can see, a lot of these are like human errors, like insecure design, misconfigurations, vulnerable out-of-date components, and software-related, stuff like that. So it's more like, okay, Mr. Programmer, go in there, do it the right way. So top 10 from Owasp. And I should put this right here. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Where is the slide thing? There we go. Okay, all right. And so here is some of the things that will pop up on the exam, but yeah, might pop up some of these on the exam. But so these right here are regulations. These are laws, guys. You don't comply with this, you're in big trouble. So there's the SOX. The SOX helps protect investors from fraudulent financial reporting. Keyword here is reporting. So we want to hold these financial company sort of like accountable. As they're reporting their finances, we don't want them to lie about anything. So if you're an investor who have invested in these things, they are required to report the right information. This one is not that crazy. This one, however, the Computer Security Act of 1987, this was revised in 2001 after the 9/11. And they called this thing the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act. And I'm telling you, this thing have taken the freedom from everybody, basically. Right? This thing right here. It's so, oh God. I don't know if you guys have heard about Edward Snowden. You guys have heard about Edward Snowden? Some of you have, yeah. So this thing literally give the government too much power, and it took sort of like the privacy away from the citizens, because what it says is if you touch somebody's computer without like a written permission, you can potentially go to jail. It's a lot of the things that I'm going to teach you in this class, like Wireshark, Nmap, all these things, you should never, ever use them on a network you don't control. Or if you don't have a written permission. Because of a Patriot Act, right? Literally, he says you shouldn't be doing those things. And then you have a FISMA. If you're a federal, so this one requires the federal agencies to implement a mandatory set of processes and controls that ensures the confidentiality, integrity, availability. In another way, if you're going to be working with the federal government, you have to be taking security serious. Government agencies or contractors that work with the government agencies, they have to comply with the FISMA. Otherwise, it's not going to be good for them. And here you have some laws. You have GLBA, just like the SOX. This is literally designed ways of a finance institution to deal with the private information of individuals, like your bank and, you know, if you do some investments, your statements, all that stuff, how they deal with it. GLBA tells them how they deal with your information. HIPAA, it's healthcare, right? Doctor's office, how they deal with the patient's information. I'll be sharing more about this as we go, guys. Here, this is just more of like an overview. CPPA, it's the California Consumer Privacy Act, which is sort of makes sense because, you know, Google, Facebook, all these companies are in California, right? Their headquarters. So California came up with their own privacy law, which is known as a CCPA, right? This literally requires them to provide more information to the consumers, to the people that they're collecting the information from. Basically, you can go to Google and tell them, I want you to delete everything you know about me as a person. And then Google have nothing but to comply, right? Designed to protect your privacy, but just the companies that are in California. So I doubt if much of this will be on the exam. You might see maybe, you know, SOX or maybe the Patriot Act, but I doubt if this will be on that exam. What's gonna be on the exam, however, is what you're looking at right now. This right here. And like I said, if you see something that keeps on coming up over and over again, it's a good chance that's gonna be on the exam. First one is GDPR. I've mentioned about this several times already. This is the General Data Protection Regulation. Again, this is a law. This is a regulation. So it's specifically designed to protect European Union citizens. So if you are a business and you collect EU citizens' data, you have to comply with the GDPR, which means you have to do things that will protect these people's data. If you get attacked and they breach you and they find it's your fault, then they could fine you, right? And the fine, it's a lot of money. Like I said, they can come up to 5% of your profit, which is a lot of money for bigger companies. In fact, let me show you this. And guys, we're pretty much done. So if I go here and just search Google fine on GDPR. Watch this. Google got fined $57 million. What about Uber? Uber got fined for $1 million. And what about, so all these companies have become a victim of GDPR. And I like GDPR because the thing is, now these companies are taking security serious. Because if I'm going to pay 57 million, I'd rather hire cybersecurity people to keep me protected. Make sure I don't pay that. It only makes business sense. So it's a big deal. It's a law. It was introduced in May of 2018, and the companies have, you know, they just have to comply with this thing. So there is certain things you could do. There's usually what we normally call data processors. These are the personnel that process personal data on the behalf of a data controller. Data controllers are usually like the departments, right? So they determine the purpose of the actual data. We are collecting all the data. Let's say that this is the sales department. We're collecting all the data about sales. Well, data controllers is going to be that sales department. The data processors, these are like the cybersecurity people or the IT people, and just put it that way. IT people that will kind of implement the systems, right? That's going to help protect that data, right? But the data controllers are the ones that have the ultimate say. They're the ones that tells us this is the sales data and this is how it should be used. I point these out specifically because these are keywords that are specifically in GDPR. In GDPR. You might have people that work, if a company really want to take the GDPR serious, they might have somebody who is their title is a data processor. And that's all they do. Data controller, and that's all they manage for the company as well. Another one that's going to be on that exam, it's a PCI DSS. Who here have heard about PCI? Sort of? No? All right, I'm specializing in this one myself as we speak because I like it. So PCI is the payment card industry data security standards. This is not a law, right? It's not a law. It's not like GDPR. There's no government enforcing this, but the payment brands are enforcing this. When I say the payment brands, I'm talking about the Visa, the MasterCards, the Amex, right? These are enforcing this. So back in the 90s, like late 90s, early 2000s, they all have a different kind of a standards, different things you have to comply with. If you accept American Express cards, here is what you need to comply with. So in 2016, but 2006, they got together. They're like, hey, look, you know, let's we do the same thing. We serve the same people. Let's get together and come up with something. So they formed the PCI DSS. There's a nonprofit. There's a council behind the PCI, and the whole mission is to protect credit card data. Right? Protect credit card information. It's literally in the name, payment cards. If whatever company that is, they don't care if it's a global company. If they accept a credit card, they have to be doing what PCI asks them to do. And the PCI have 12 sort of controls that they need to put in place. Your question might be, okay, what happens if they're not putting those things in place? Or what if the credit cards gets stolen? Well, PCI, it's gonna have a fine for these people. I mean, for that organization. And this is what happened in 2014. 2014, the company you love on the name of a Target got breached. Target. And this is when the cybersecurity started hitting, going big. Target got breached, and millions of credit card information got stolen. Target breach in 2014. There we go. Target breach. Why there? Well, there you go. On 162 million, I think they paid this in fines, but attacker, there we go. 70 million customer, credit cards information were stolen. And let me actually get you into a story quickly, and then we're finished. What happened, guys, was Target has the HVAC. This is the AC system. The AC system was communicating with the register. Literally with the register that they use to accept credit cards. It's like, okay, who designed that kind of a network, right? We haven't talked about segmentation, but what does a business and an HVAC system have to do with it communicating with the registers? Nothing. So what they found out, the bad guys, the hacker broke into the HVAC vendor, and they were able to steal the credit card information through the HVAC. The AC system that they were using into their stores. And from that day, this was a big news, as you can see. PCI came to them, was like, yeah, you guys got to pay for this. or we're gonna take the ability for you guys accepting credit cards, debit cards. You know, no company can survive without accepting these credit cards, right? So they have to pay the fine. So on that exam, remember PCI DSS, it's all about credit card. They don't care where the company is located. If you're gonna be accepting credit card, you gotta comply with it. All right, any questions for me? Let me check your understanding. Then we're gonna go to lunch. Then once we come back, we're gonna hit the ground running, going a little bit faster. So again, read over the question. You don't have to read the answer, but I want one of you to read over the question. Then we'll read over the answer individually. Take about 30 seconds to answer, then we're gonna get going. And you guys can rotate, like one person reads, another one reads, and another one reads.
An organization recently acquired an ISO 27001 certification. Which of the following would most likely be considered a benefit of the certification? A benefit of ISO 27001.
Mhm. Karen, I think you're saying something. You're on mute, by the way, if you are.
It provides insurance in case of a data breach.
So data breach, okay.
I would say it assures customers that the organization meets security standards.
Here we got D, we got this one, and we got that guy.
The foreign entities too, no?
It is international if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Well, if it's the big picture, it provides complimentary training and certification resources to the IT staff as well.
Okay. Complimentary training. Nate, did you pick one or not yet?
Yeah, the foreign entities. So international.
All right, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 different answers. So I probably failed with explaining what this is. But let's look at the answer, then I'm gonna kind of sort of chime in. And the answer is D, right? Ensures the customers that the organization meets the security standard. Remember, they didn't say about, remember when it comes to 27001, there is two of these. There's the big picture, but there's also the certification. Right here, they're talking about the certification, right? Whenever we're requiring you to get certified with the ISO 27001, it's because we want to know if you're taking security serious. That's why we want you to get certified. Now, insurance, definitely not. All right, it is a completely different conversation, Karen. We can dig deeper. Companies don't want to get insurance for security, because people end up not doing anything about security because they got insurance. Right. So all of this, right? Complimentary training, yeah. But all this is done to just ensure that customers are protected. And obviously, it's an international standard. All right, next question.
Which of the following best describes the method a security analyst would use to confirm a file that is downloaded from a trusted security website is not altered in transit or corrupted using a verified checksum?
Hashing.
We had this one earlier, right? Good job. Good job. Next question.
I'll go next. A recent audit uncovered a key finding regarding the use of the specific encryption standard in a web application that is used to communicate with business customers. Due to the technical limitations of its customers, the company is unable to upgrade the encryption standard. Which of the following types of control should be used to reduce the risk created by this scenario?
Companies unable to upgrade to the encryption standard. What do you guys think?
I think due to the technical limitations of the customers, I'm gonna say compensating.
E. Technical limitations. Good catch.
I won't say physical.
Got a physical.
I'm just gonna say detective.
Detective.
I'm going to agree with compensating.
Got another compensating. All right, well, I'm gonna need you guys now to start telling me why you pick what you pick. I want to know what you're thinking about. But yeah, those who pick compensating, definitely compensating. So Nate and Karen, you guys want to go first? Why did you go with compensating?
It said that the technical limitations of the customers, so it's got to make up for what the customers can do.
Like Karen?
I was thinking more along the lines of like updates, software updates, not having the availability for software updates, not performing the updates.
So unable to upgrade the encryption, therefore they got to put something in place. Gotcha. Michael, Shayla? Why physical?
I chose physical because I was thinking of it from an IT standpoint. The hardware, piece of it. What was in the network was something missing that they couldn't update.
So part of that technical limitations.
Mhm.
Okay.
I was kind of along the same lines in detective for the technical limitations, what you could detect and what you couldn't.
Gotcha. Yeah, so right here, right, when they say things such as which of the following types of controls should be used to reduce risk. When I'm talking about reducing risk, when you're detecting stuff, you're not reducing any risk. All right, you're sort of just detecting stuff. You could prevent stuff, but that's not what they're looking for here. And yeah, I don't see where physical will fit. But yeah, compensating controls, if you remember, we put something in place if the original thing is not there yet. So there's some sort of a limitation here. Let's compensate that thing. Next question.
A company recently set up an e-commerce portal to sell its product online. The company wants to start accepting credit cards for payments, which requires compliance with a security standard. Which of the following standards must the company comply with before accepting credit cards on its e-commerce platform? That's PCI DSS.
PCI. Got A.
Make
Yeah.
it 2 checks.
Make it 3.
All right, then. Good one. All right. Good job. So you see the credit card in there, it's always PCI. Don't second guess yourself. They can say international, try to confuse you with the ISO, it's still PCI if it's credit card. Next question.
A chief information security officer needs to create a policy set that meets international standards for data privacy and sharing. Which of the following should the CISO read and understand before writing the policies?
GDPR.
GDPR.
Yeah, I'll say GDPR too.
PR. Jill, are you in the same boat or you got something different for me? You are on mute.
GDPR, yeah.
Okay. Yep. And GDPR is. All right, so let's dive into lesson 2. This is all about explaining threat actors and threat intelligence. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you look at the screen? You see the screen? Okay. So topic A is all about explaining threat actors, the different types of them, and the vectors. Like, how do they actually get in? What do they use to get in? And who are these people in the first place? If you're following the exam objective, is 1.5. And that is an objective. 1.5 is what we're talking about. Pop quiz before we dive in.
An organization just experienced a major cyber attack incident. The attack, well coordinated, sophisticated, and highly skilled. Which of the following targeted the organization?
APT.
APT.
It is.
APT as well.
Okay. Great. Good job. So this is probably going to be an easy peasy chapter. Right? This is the advanced persistence threat, well coordinated, right? Sophisticated, highly skilled. Yeah, they're talking about this, right? Shadow IT, it's when regular people try to do IT works, right? So for example, you have Shayla who works in sales department. Then she want to use this tool. She don't consult IT. She just install the tool and start using the tool. It's called they're shadowing IT. They're shadowing the IT department. Well, the issue with that is she might not know if this tool is secure or not. Right? That's why it sounds good, but it's actually not a good thing. Right? They shouldn't be shadowing IT. Insider threat is when somebody who's already inside the organization decided to go rogue. They decided to start doing the malicious stuff, right? Then hacktivists, these are the people who do hacking on their beliefs, right? If you've seen the hacktivist group, not the hacktivist, the anonymous group, that's hacktivist group. They believe, our president should be in the White House. Let's hack everything about this and expose that stuff on the internet. Hacktivist, right? Based on their belief. So we'll talk more about these, but I'd like to just mention them so you know. All right, so before we dive deeper, let's kind of define these things, right? Because when it comes to cybersecurity, really, this is what we're doing. This right here, like I mentioned, the risk, we're trying to reduce risk at all costs. That's really what cybersecurity is all about, reducing risk to the organization. But there's a few things here. There is a threat, vulnerability, and a risk. What is a vulnerability? I know, Nate, you were mentioning vulnerability, but what is a vulnerability?
Just the point of entry into the system, or like I said, just lack of updates.
Lack of updates, point of entry. I love both of those. Here's what I want you to remember about this, right? This vulnerability. Just think about this as a weakness. It's really what we call these. These are just weaknesses into a computer system. In a native world, lack of updates. That becomes the weakness. And then there's a threat. What is a threat? Anyone want to take on this?
Like an exposure almost.
Like an exposure. Okay.
It could be internal or external.
It could be inside the organization or outside. I like that. Exposure will be more like an exploit, like something that a threat actor will use to exploit the vulnerability.
I said intent to harm.
Oh, someone with an intent to harm. I like that. It's a good one. So a threat really, I like that last definition, the intent to harm. So a threat, I want you to think about, this is a someone or something, or someone or something that can do us a harm using a vulnerability. So we must have a weakness that they can use. But these so-called threats, they must be able to do it. They must be able to have the funding, to have the money, the knowledge, and everything else needed to be able to pull it off. Right? If we're going to be scared of you, if you're going to treat you as a threat, well, you got to have demonstrated these things that you are a threat. So there is this kind of a calculation, and you will see this everywhere. If you Google risk, for example, you will get this. And it looks like this. Risk equals a threat. I want you to write this down. Equals a threat times a vulnerability. Right? Risk equals a threat times a vulnerability. And what this means is that usually for us to classify something as risk, there has to be a threat that can exploit a vulnerability. So both of these have to exist for us to classify something as a vulnerability, or excuse me, as a risk. This is the formula. Some people online, if you do a quick Google search, you're gonna have them, they're gonna have some impact and likelihood. Really, they're talking about the same thing. They're talking about the same thing. If a threat becomes successful, there's an impact, right? They could shut things down, business could go out of business, all that good stuff. But also the likelihood is, how likely will this thing happen? How likely will this threat exploit this vulnerability? Right? So again, I'm gonna add more to this as we go on here. There's what we normally call a risk register. Risk register, it's where we go in and we take a look at, okay, what is our weaknesses? All right, what is our vulnerability? Who is the threat that's out there? What is the likelihood of this thing happening? And what could be the impact to the organization if this thing managed to happen? All these things are part of this right here. So just remember, for the sake of the exam, vulnerability to weakness, a threat is someone or something who can potentially do us a harm, who can potentially hack us. And the risk, it's both of these combined, right? Both of them have to exist before something can be classified as a risk. And let me actually say it in a different way. If we have a vulnerability, if we have a weakness, but there is no threat to exploit the weakness, do we have a risk? The answer is no. Because we are weak, but nobody with the motivation, with the intent, with the knowledge that can take advantage of the weaknesses. So we don't have a threat to exploit the vulnerabilities. Therefore, there is no risk. If there are all kinds of threats out there, Russia, China, and all these other nation states, if they're out there, but we don't have any vulnerability that they can take advantage of to hack us, then we don't have a risk. Basically, all I'm saying, guys, both of these have to exist before we classify something as a risk. That's why we have this formula. Right? All right, so now that we got that, when it comes to threats, somebody have mentioned it could be internal or external, absolutely. But let me be honest. The cybersecurity industry for years, we have just been focusing on an external. threats. I'm a business. I care about the people that's outside of the business to attack me, the external threats. And I'm here to tell you that mindset no longer works. Because here's the thing. For someone from the outside to attack you, somebody from the inside have to open the door. Like literally. So if we have firewalls, if you configure a firewall, you put that thing in place, it's literally going to do what it's designed to do. You're just going to like, hey, look, you're not allowed, you're not coming in. You're not allowed, you're not coming in. But if somebody from the inside goes in and open the door, then the outside people will come in. Have you guys heard about this whole movement that is taking place right now? It's known as a zero trust. Some of you have heard about that one, right? No. So zero trust is this idea of trust but verify. In another word, is the idea that is coming on to take on this right here, these internal threats, right? So although you're already inside of the organization, doesn't mean we should trust you into doing whatever you wanted to do. But we want to make sure we keep authenticate you. I'm going to talk more about zero trust in later chapters. But this is one of those things that is attacking these internal threats, because for years, all the tools that they've designed, the firewall, the routers, the IDS, IPS, all these things are designed to protect people from the outside. Now they're shifting the mind from into the inside as well. All right. The biggest thing to remember is what these words stands for. That's all. Now let's dive into the attribute of these threat actors. Second. All right, so we have what we normally call a known threat. Known threats. Known threats, these are a group of people that we know that they're bad. Everybody knows that they're bad based on how they behave, right? Adversary behavior. We have two companies that go around kind of classifying these guys, kind of telling us, hey, look, yeah. Whenever you see somebody like this, yeah, they're really bad. Actually, let me share those with you. One of it, it's FireEye. FireEye is Mandiant. Google recently bought Mandiant. So let's go to Mandiant APT. APT is the Advanced Persistence Threat. We go here. Like I said, literally Google recently bought Mandiant. Mandiant is like one of the best cybersecurity, like consulting or whatever you want to call it, company in the world. Whenever something really serious happens, they call Mandiant. When a Colonial Pipeline happened, Mandiant, right? When like these are they're the best of the best. So anyway, so what they usually do, they have this list known as APT. They literally call these APTs, and then they have a number behind it. So they'd be like, okay, APT 39, that's Iran. You know, like if you see anybody targeting, then they'll have like what they target, all that good stuff. They're gonna have that here. They're going to have the kind of a malware, malicious software that they use as they're doing, you know, what they do. So APT 39, there's APT 35, which one is that? That's from Middle Eastern. There is APT 34, Iran again. That's Iran 33. There's China 41, APT 41. And there is, China again, APT 40, China again. They have Russia. They have all kinds of stuff. It's a list that goes on and on and on and on. This is one of the lists that we have in the industry, guys, that help us identify who are these big guys, who are them, and who do they target. Who do they target? So FireEye try to make everybody's life a lot easier by just using APT. There you go. By just using APT. And so there is another company known as CrowdStrike APT. So CrowdStrike, and I'm showing you this because people who are taking security serious, this is literally like they know about what I'm teaching you right now. So CrowdStrike, instead of naming these group of adversaries by APT, they name them after animal names, right? Like a cozy bear. If you guys have heard about those things, cozy bear, or carbon spider and stuff like that. And this is the same thing like we've seen within with the Mandiant example. Cozy bear, when I click on that, it's telling me, hey, cozy bear, it's for Russia. It's Russia origin. Then it goes in and talks about the nation that this thing targets. Then it goes in and talks about the industry that they target, and then what they use. So you can download like additional information regarding this threat. So for example, if you're like in a hospital, let's say that you are in academic, well, you could worry about cozy bear because looks like they also target academic companies. All right, so I'll put this in the chat as well. Play around with it. I like a cozy bear, not cozy bear. I like CrowdStrike. It's neat. It's nice. People are preferring these more than just APT. So even in the news when they're reporting this, now they have started using CrowdStrike naming. So that's the APT. These are known threats. They're known, but these are APT. They're not coming for you small companies. These are going after governments. They're going after big industries, which is where you want to work at anyway. All right, let's talk more about this. So there's internal, external, like we mentioned. What I just mentioned, these are external. They're outside of the company. Internal, they're inside. Again, another thing that we need to take into consideration about a threat is their intent, their motivation. Because if somebody's going to be hacking you, they got to be motivated. They got to have like a reason why they're attacking you. So there is a threat that's gonna attack you maliciously, right? Or it could be opportunistic. Opportunistic meaning they just need some money. They smash and grab and run. And maliciously could be, like I said, they want to steal some intellectual property from you as a company, all that good stuff. China have done this for years to US companies. Literally, that's between me and you. Where they hack companies, they get the designs, and then they just go right there and they make those things for cheap, right? It could be unintentional or accidental. Well, within the company, some people can make a mistake. Yep. Now, level of sophistication. That's another thing we got to consider. These are some other attributes we need to keep in mind. Do they have funding? Do they have resources? Right? What is their capability? I'm telling you, if the APT is after you, if the advanced persistence threat is after you, there's nothing you can do, especially if they're nation state. Nation state meaning they're backed up by their own country. Right? That means they have the funding, they have the brightest, the brain, they have the brightest working for them, and they're not after your money. They're not opportunistic. They can print their own money. They're after espionage. They're after your information. Okay. All right, a few more things. So let's talk about these one by one. We have hackers. This is a lone hacker. We usually call these white hat hackers. All right, well, probably more like black hat hackers. But I will come back to this. But these are the people who knows how to hack stuff. The people who knows how to attack things. I want you to understand the white hat, black hat versus gray hat. You will see this on the exam, right? And I want you to think about these from authorization perspective. White hat hacker is, this is someone who is like authorized to hack, right? Like they are given, let me talk about this from this perspective. White hat hackers, this is where you know everything about the environment. You're white hat. You know everything about the environment, right? And You can think of these white hat hacker as ethical hackers. Basically, you are authorized. You're authorized to hack that environment. And you know everything about it. Ethical hackers. Black hat, you're not authorized. There's no authorization. And then more likely, you don't know anything about that environment either. So black hat hackers, that means you're not authorized. These are actually the bad folks right here. You don't have any written permission that tells you should be hacking in this environment. The gray hat hackers, these are the people who knows a little bit, or who's sort of like authorized, semi-authorized to do the hacking as well. What you want to do if you want to like become a hacker, usually we call these people attackers. Hacker, it's like, yeah, attackers, is become a white hat. This means you're going to be working for a company. You're going to be part of that red team. If you remember earlier when I was talking about red teaming and blue teaming. Be part of that red teaming. And then you will be like, you're doing hacking but ethically. You will be authorized to do those hacking activities. So that's one. Another one, it's script kiddies. Script kiddies, these are wannabe hackers, all right? They are young for the most part. Yeah, but it's like they don't have the knowledge. They don't know what they're doing because they usually get caught. There's this kid, literally from Florida, who hacked Twitter. This was in 2020, I believe. He hacked Twitter, and they say he was the mastermind. I doubt if he was, but they say he was the mastermind behind the whole attack. And then what he did, he went after the big name folks. So he went after Elon Musk, Donald Trump, President Biden, Barack Obama, all the big name folks. Then he starts saying, "Hey, I'm feeling I want to give it back to the community. If you pay this much money using Bitcoin, I'm gonna double it, and I'm only doing this in about 30 minutes." Right? Guess what? Within 1 minute, people had already contributed over $100,000 within 1 minute, because he literally took over the account of Jeff Bezos and all these other, Bill Gates, all their accounts, were, taken. But guess what? They trace back, because, if you're going after Joe Biden, yeah, all the agencies are coming after you, right? So they trace back, and they found out it was a kid in Florida, and then he got charged. My gosh, this kid is going to die in prison. You remember that Patriot Act that we talked about? Yeah, they found about 18 things and they charged him with all the 18 of them. Yeah. But the thing is this, if you are a really good hacker, you should never be caught. Oh gosh, there's so many ways you can hide it where you're located. You can hide your IP addresses. Like, you are gonna do it the right way. The only time they're able to trace back to you is if you're a script kiddie. You're a wannabe hacker, you just pick up a tool, you start using these tools without knowing how to properly protect yourself or hide yourself as you're doing your hacking activities. All right, then you have the teams, all right, hacker teams. These are some of the teams that have been making noise. Let me bring up some of them. So there's this team is called Revol. They're the ones who hacked Colonial. Oh, Colonial hack explained. Revol. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's their name. And they've been hacking a lot of US companies. And they said there are based in Russia. Well, so that's a team. It's like a ransomware gang where they sell ransomware as a service. Literally, can you imagine? You can go to them and be like, "Hey, I want you to be hacking this company on my behalf. I'll give you the information to do it. then we're gonna split the profit, right? Revel will do that for you. So they hacked Colonial Pipeline. They hacked the JBS meat company. JBS, yeah, JBS attack. They're behind a lot of the attacks. JBS paid 11 million to Revel. This is when 2021. This is like not too long ago, right? So these are hacking groups, and let me go back here. There we go. So these are hacking groups, and they're sort of like part of that, sort of like a lone hacker, but it's like a Revel. It's an empire now because they're making too much money. They are able to recruit other hackers as well. Even the FBI, literally, FBI came out and said, if you get a ransom, you should not pay the ransom. Like, don't pay it. Because the more you pay the ransom, it's more like funding this hacking group. The more resources they have to hack more people, right? Which is, it's like there's a huge debate about that, but I'm gonna just leave it there. Activists I've mentioned, they are hacking based on political reasons for the most part, revenge. It could be ideology. That's the word I'm looking for. Activists, it's based on what they believe. And you will see this on the exam as well, specifically activists and script kiddies. It's going to be on that exam. All right, then you have your state actors. State actors are the hackers that are hacking on the behalf of the government. It could be like a military, it could be a political party. They're backed up by their own government. It's very sophisticated. A lot of these end up becoming APTs. Right? APTs, the advanced persistence threat, for those who didn't know, there are like the elite of the hackers. So it's well coordinated, highly skilled. They have the advanced knowledge. Again, it could be a country or it could be a group such as Revel. Revel could be like an APT because they really know their stuff. Right? APT is just another way of saying these are the people who, if they're after you, there's little you can do. State-backed or APT, sometimes they hack for espionage, not really to steal some money, just information. They always deny what they did, always. It's like, oh, you did this. No, it's not me. And even the list of FireEye, the Mandiant list, it's guessing. They don't know for sure if these people are like from Russia or they're like around the world. It's guessing because they're always hiding stuff. Always hiding stuff. You got criminal syndicates and competitors. So criminal syndicates, these are a group that like these are like criminal, right? They do the hacking. You find them in the dark web. If you don't know what a dark web is, I'm gonna teach you what that is, right? They really hack for profit. They can steal information and sell them in a dark market. They're motivated by profit and all that good stuff. You have a competition where I am Google. Let me hack Apple so I can steal their IP, their intellectual properties, right? Usually this is done with the help from insider threat. All right, Shayla, you raise your hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, what do you think is the percentage of new groups starting up? I mean, like you're teaching us this information and you can pretty much go to YouTube and get anything. So what would, just from a wild guess of new groups coming online to be part of these new APTs?
Yeah, so I will give you my opinion because there's no data to back me up. I think it's high. The only reason why we don't see these popping out, every corner is because cybersecurity is hard. It's not something you can just learn in 1 year and then no, it's not like that. There's so many other things you got to understand before you can literally hack something are good. There's YouTube and all the other resources online, they're good, but I think there are a lot of folks that are doing it, but also I think we're heading in the right direction as an industry because there's a lot of laws that have been introduced for this. Yes, like for example, even from the political arena right now, Biden recently signed into a lot of these things that says, okay, look, we understand you can hack us, but stay away from our critical infrastructure. Right, so you can, yes, we can hack you too, but we're not going to touch your critical infrastructure. Because what happened with the Colonial Pipeline, that's just not good. Gas prices, I live in Atlanta, Georgia, gas prices went through the roof because they shut down the pipeline. Yeah, so it's a serious issues. There are a lot of laws, a lot of governments now are taking it serious. So they're gonna kind of solve it with the laws, by putting laws in place. But some countries, all these other countries that are not that connected, and I'm saying this as somebody who's from Africa, I can see folks learning these things to go attack other countries. That's what North Korea does. Right? They literally get profit off of hacking, developed countries. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Inside threat, they can't just come in. Someone has to open the door for them. I want you to remember that 80% of all the attacks starts with the social engineering, meaning they send you an email, you click on that link. That means you are inside the organization already. And the thing I need to understand is cybersecurity people, we love our tools. We say, oh, we have a firewall. Firewall is doing this. Look, if somebody from the inside can just click on that phishing email, you're done. All the tools, all the latest, all that stuff is nonsense. It's not gonna help, right? Because somebody from the inside did open the door for them. So insider threat is becoming huge. So because we're basically trying to protect something from the people who are authorized. You know how hard that is? You're supposed to be using the system. Now I'm protecting the system from you, although you were supposed to be using the system. So we rely on training. So if these are like partners and contractors, if these are partners, we can require them to do the SOC to the assessment that we talked about, right? And they go, okay, look, we want to make sure you're taking security serious. We want to make sure you are training your people and all that stuff. If it's the contractors, we can put things in place like NDP, non-disclosure agreement, right? There's some things we could do to kind of lower the chance of somebody becoming an insider. Remember, guys, if somebody decides to go rogue, there is little you can do. There are some things we can put in place, obviously. We're going to talk about, we will talk about it's a deceptive technology. It's a deceptive technology where you deceive someone to try to catch them from the inside out, right? I can't remember the name, but it's one of the chapters that's coming up. Right?
There was one attack on Best Buy. Well, it wasn't even an attack actually. Someone just like he paid for something, and at the top in the URL it had like hashtag ticket number 1234. He was like, I'm just gonna try changing one of these numbers, so he made it 1235, and he found someone else's order. And then with all their card stuff and all that, I'm pretty sure, and he told Best Buy about it. Like he didn't even use it, he just told Best Buy, and he ended up getting a lawsuit for it. He didn't get a thank you, he got a lawsuit. So insider attack can be accidental, and yeah, still get punished for it.
Yeah, definitely. But that mindset of, oh, you report this to us, then we're gonna sue you, it's long gone. Right? They don't do that anymore, because right now they also have bug bounty programs. If you've heard about bug bounties, right? Bug bounties, it's where they're literally Best Buy will go out there and be like, hey, look, this is us. Attack us, report what you find to us, then we will pay you some money. And companies are doing more of this, where they put themselves out, you attack them, and then you report that back to them. But this unintentional stuff, it's where like someone who could be a threat, such as a shadow IT, like you see how shadow IT have shown up like twice already, it's going to be on that exam, where like somebody's installing a tool without knowing what they're installing, right? That's unintentional. They didn't mean to install that virus. They thought they were installing Adobe, PDF reader or something, right? Lack of training, obviously. Security awareness is huge to try to prevent this from happening. Weak policies and weak procedures, it's also one of those things that the management have to address to combat insider threat. Attack surface and attack vectors is how they get in. So attack surface is the point where an attacker can discover exploit or vulnerabilities in the network or the application, and then they get in. So that's the surface. It's like how they get in, at a point where they usually get in. And the vector is what they use as they get in. So imagine if you're looking at the house, right? If you're looking at the house, attack vector will be like the door, the window, right? Like which thing that can open for you to get in, or that could be potentially be open to get in. And this is how you actually get in. So vectors, including direct access, that can direct accessing something similar to what Nate said about that Best Buy, where they just change one character and they're into some other things. It could be removable media. This is actually very common, where hackers will put a USB in a parking lot. USB, you pick that up, you put that in a work computer, and then boom, you're done. Actually, there is this guy, his name is Kevin Mitnick. He called himself the most famous hacker. I believe that. He'd been in jail a couple of times back in the 90s, before the law, I don't think he will have come out now. This guy, Kevin Mitnick, he talks about, so now he does penetration testing for companies. So he does ethical hacking. But he talks about how he always gets into every company he tried to hack. And one of the things that he shared that fascinates me was, what he usually do, he will take a USB, he will customize the USB. So he will buy the company logo, he will print that logo and put that on a USB. And he will put a little note on the USB that says, financial information of the people you work with. And then he will put that in the parking lot somewhere. You pick that up, you see, it says financial information for Shayla, who I happen to work with. Well, I will need to check that out. I want to know what's going on. Is she making more than me? It's like, stuff like that. So he always gets into the building. And that's one of the techniques he said that he used. He have written a few books. I recommend this one, The Art of Invisibility. I picked up a copy. I read it. It's not crazy technical. It's all right. It will help you be anonymous online. So you will know how to stay hidden when Big Brother is watching. Right? So pick up a copy. I recommend pick up a copy from one of the best out there, Kevin Mitnick. All right, and usually email, it's like, the most common ways of these people getting in. You got removable or remote wireless. Wireless is huge. People can park in the parking lot, set up some rogue access point. I'm going to talk about that, and then get in. It could be a supply chain where they hack somebody else to get to you. This is what happened in 2020 with SolarWind. So there's a company called SolarWind. I don't know if you guys have heard about that. It was on the news. It was everywhere because they were targeting the US government as well. SolarWind attack. So 2020, United States federal government. So SolarWinds is the company that does, they usually, their software are used to update other software. I want you to think about that for a minute. So every time you receive a software update, it could get to you, or it could be sent to you through SolarWinds software. So that's how big this thing was. So they had thousands. Last time I checked, they said like 18,000 companies got breached or got infected because of a SolarWinds. Right? And a lot of them were US government agencies. So they said this was a Russian thing. And they literally accomplished what they wanted to do. Guess what? The only reason that we find out that the attack was happening is because they tried to steal stuff from FireEye. FireEye is the company, the Mendiant, the company I shared with you, the cybersecurity company. They literally went to hack a hacking company. So that's how they got found. Otherwise, we would have never known this. So it started in 2019. We discovered that in 2020. So it was going on for a while, as you can see, right? And nobody knew. So that's a supply chain. This is when they attack somebody else to get to you. They really didn't want to hack a SolarWinds. They wanted to get to these US agencies, government agencies, right? Supply chain attack. Cloud is huge. If you're in the cloud, they can use that against you. It could be an attack vector. Web and social media, watch out for the things you share online. They can use those things against you. Any questions for me? Straightforward still? All right. All right, explain the threat intelligence. Now we're just finished talking about these groups, how they can get in, all that good stuff. Now let's talk about intelligence. Where can we find intelligence sources of these folks, these groups as well? 1.5 from that exam objective is what I'm talking about still. So threat intelligence or threat search sources. So there's what they normally call a counterintelligence. Counterintelligence is what we normally call I'm losing this word. At times it's really still three. This word is flying out of me. But all right. Well, if I remember, I'll tell you. So counterintelligence. So we're trying to catch the criminals as they take their first step. Usually we are doing these things so that we can know who they are or catch them before they attack us, right? And by the way, guys, look, like this is one of those best thing you can do in security. A lot of companies think that they're secure, but one of the best way to secure anything is to presume compromise. Presume a compromise is acting as if the bad guys are already in your environment and then start hunting for them. That's why this term threat hunting is becoming very popular, because you are hunting for the bad guys, although you're not so sure that they're there, but you're going around, you're getting the intelligence about these bad guys, and you're going back, you're hunting for them, right? You got their tactics, techniques, and procedures, the TTPs. Now you're checking your environment. You presume compromise. You check your environment to see if the IP address they use, the domain names they use, anything that identify the bad guys, you check to see if that is within your environment. Right? So a lot of companies are shifting the mindset into that, and that's what I recommend. Actually, a lot of the SANS instructors basically preach that, right? That you should presume compromise, do your counterintelligence, search about these bad guys, and then go in your environment, search as much as you can about these guys. See if they're present in your environment already. TTPs, you're like, okay, so where do we get these TTPs? Where do we get this intelligence? One source, it's called MITRE. The MITRE attack. Anybody ever heard about MITRE? This is going to be on that exam. MITRE attack. And whenever they're talking about MITRE, keep an eye on the TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedure. Right? That's what they're going to be more likely referring to. So this is one of those sources. Again, this is funded by the US government. God bless them. And we love this thing. Oh my God. Before this it was so hard for us to know what the bad guys are up to. But with this, we know their technique. We know their procedures. We know how they're going to attack us. We know the steps. For example, let's say that the attacker is gathering information about us. We can, let's just say gather victim host information. We can just click on this, one of the technique. Once we go here, this thing is going to tell us who the bad guys are. Let me find out if I can find those guys. Well, that wasn't a good example. Well, let me find another one that has pretty good stuff. Let's say credential access. They usually like to do this. All right, let me try this one. Credential access, right? The passwords. Whenever bad guys get you into environment, they want to escalate their privileges. So they want more permissions. So usually they want to steal your passwords and stuff. So this is a very common one. So here, it's going to tell us, okay, what exactly that takes place. And you scroll down a little bit, it's going to give you the procedures, right? Some of the examples. And then here's the thing. It's going to tell you about the bad guys, the APTs, right? Okay, like this is the APT who might use this. APT 29, APT 33, APT this, APT that. And once you click on this, it even give you more information about this APT. You know what they actually do. You know where they're located. You know them by their other names. I showed you APT from FireEye, but there's Cozy Bear from Mendiant. Not Mendiant, from CrowdStrike. And then it give you the little kind of a groups associated with it, all that good stuff. But if I go, actually, let me stay here for a minute. It give you the technique that they use. This is the TTPs, the tactics, techniques, and procedures. It's telling you the techniques that they use. And on and on and on. But if I go back a little bit to this credential thing, we got the procedure, we know who the enemy is, but this thing also gives you the mitigation. How would you stop this from happening? But it also tell you how would you detect this thing from happening, right? So MITRE ATT&CK, it's one of those very best place to find threat intelligence, to learn about who is the enemy, who are we up to, what are their techniques, what do they use to attack us. So we get this knowledge, then we go into our environment, then we start stopping them from there. All right, so that's not the only place, but actually that's manual. So that's like a sort of like a lot of work. There's a lot of companies that are integrating MITRE into their product, which is great. But MITRE is a sort of like a few years old. It's not that old. So we're still seeing a lot of development here as well. There are other places where we can get sources, intelligence sources, academics. I don't know how much you can get from there, but there are papers that talks about what's up to date. Customer systems, this is very common. A lot of the organization have what they normally call a threat mapping. Let me go back here, let me show you this. Threat mapping from, let's say Cisco, for example. This is the threat map. Actually, you know what? Let me get the one from Kaspersky, because they have one of the fascinating one, and he showed you.
That's the one I follow.
Okay. All right, so this is based on their customer right here. Let me minimize that guy. There we go. So in real time, they're telling you who's hacking who. See, we are hacking, they're hacking us. It's taking place everywhere. But this is based on their customer. Look at Africa. It's not connected. So there's really not much taking place over there. But these developed countries, they're in big trouble. All right, so when you work in the SOC as a security analyst personnel, you will have this on the screen, literally looking at it in real time, see what is happening in real time. So this is an intelligence. This is intelligence based on what they see on their customer in real time as it happens. Another thing, it's honeypots, honeynets. Who's you have heard about these two? They're going to be on that exam. Yeah. All right. Well, that word I was looking for early on, it was deception. It's called cyber deception, and where we're trying to deceive the bad guys. So this right here, it's literally what that means. You know, honeypots and honeynets. It's a decoy. We're trying to deceive these bad guys. A honeypot is one computer that is acting as a decoy. Honeynet is a bunch of these computers acting as decoys, right? Bunch of them. So we can get some intelligence from these two if we set them up. But you got to be careful with these though, because if a hacker notices that you've been lying, that they're in a honeypot and you are learning about what they're doing, yeah, they tend to get aggressive. Yeah, so now they tend to see, okay, who's gonna win? All right, yeah. Other things we could do, we can look at the dark net and dark web. Who is here have heard about these two? Sort of, some of you have. Let me see if I have one of the website. Actually, what about Tor? Who's here have heard about Tor, the browser for dark web's websites? Yeah, this is it. It looks like Google Chrome, but it's definitely not Google Chrome. And guess what? The US government came up with this thing. Just so you know, it's a community project now, but I think the NSA came up with this thing. But so this is the web browser. How, like, the same way we use the same way we use Google Chrome to access Google and them, you can use Tor. We call this the Onion router. The Onion browser, because the websites ending in .onion. See how our website ends with .com? Dark web websites ends with the .onion. And the beauty of Tor, you could use it just to hide for anonymity purposes. If you don't want people to know what you're up to, you can use Tor. You see how it's taking a little bit longer to bring up google.com? Well, that's because if I click on this thing, I don't know if you can see it, but if I click on this right here, it went from my browser, it went to Germany, got back into the US, went to the Netherlands, then it get back to Google. So if I were to commit a crime right now, I am communicating as if I'm in the Netherlands right now. That's where this is sitting right now. Right? And yeah, it would be really hard for them to trace back to get to me. Right? That's why when we see these little kids getting found online, it's like, okay, well, first of all, let's start with the Tor. Right? You could just use Tor to hide a lot of the stuff already, right? But so you could use this to access dark web sites, and usually this is a best place to go to collect intelligence about anything. And the websites, they don't look normal. It's just a bunch of numbers and letters with a .onion at the end. Similar to that right there. I don't know if you can see it. There was one that I'm not gonna put it up. This thing's being recorded. I don't want to get myself in trouble. But there was one that I could have shown you. All right, let's finalize this. Threat intelligence providers. Few more places to get intelligence. So we could get some intelligence from what we normally call CTI. This is cyber threat intelligence platforms, where we will get feeds, like threat intelligence feeds. Keep telling us, hey, look, this is what I see. This is what I see. Or we can get feeds from proprietary software such as Cups. Okay, the company I just put up a minute ago, Kaspersky. There you go. or it could be a vendor website, public-private information sharing. These are known as ISAC. ISAC, actually, let me share this because it might pop up on that exam. You know, because we got to share intelligence. ISAC are groups of companies that get together to share intelligence. So for example, aviations, they have their own ISAC. Aviation, ISAC. We go, if I cannot spell aviation, there we go, that right there. So part of the reason why they did this, or they do this, guys, is because if an aviation company get attacked, they don't want to just go online and be like, oh, we get attacked, because if they do that, they're letting the bad guy know they get attacked. So ISAC is a way of sharing that intelligence. These are known as what does ISAC stands for? Information Sharing and Analysis Center. And that's what that stands for. It might pop up on that exam. So aviation have their own, healthcare have their own, like a lot of the big industry have their own. So if your company is part of the aviation, you could join this group. And if one of them get breached, they're going to share that with everybody else, so you all don't get breached. They're sharing intelligence. Another place, it could be OSINT. OSINT is open source intelligence. This is a publicly available information. I want you to remember that for that exam. So OSINT is anything that is available on Google. So publicly available information. This is the first thing actually the hacker do. It's part of what we normally call the reconnaissance or recon. First thing that they do if they're looking at attacking you, it's by learning about you. What is the better place to learn about you than the internet, right? OSINT, open source intelligence, publicly available information. We could use VirusTotal to get intelligence as well. Let me go to VirusTotal quickly. One of those tools that I want you to save. So VirusTotal, it's like Google for viruses, for intelligence. So we use this in the real world quite a lot to kind of verify if something's bad or not. It could be a file, it could be a URL, or we could simply use a hash. Remember how we talked about hashes and IP addresses and stuff? You can bring a hash, drop the hash right here, and this thing is going to tell you if this thing is bad or not. For example, with the Google, I can just say, well, let's say with the Google, I can just search google.com, try to see if there's anything bad with the google.com. And this thing's going to run against tons of different vendor security products to try to see if they can find google.com. And looks Google, Google, in this case, Google is clean. But imagine if I want to do this one. There's this site, it's not a hack, this site, I think it's .org. Yeah, it's .org. So you can hack this website for free, by the way. If you want to learn how to hack, that hack this site was put up by a community so you can hack the life out of this and not get in trouble. You're fine. All right, so let me try that one. Let me see if there's anything bad with it. And sure enough, there's one thing that's bad. So this thing, I find something, I can go into details and start digging a little bit deeper into what is happening, the IP address, and a little bit more information about it, all that good stuff. So this is VirusTotal. It's like a search engine for viruses and malware. We use it for intelligent purposes. All right, we talked about these academic conferences, request for comments. These are RIFCs and social media. All these are places you can get some intelligence from. I did talk about TTPs and MITRE already. So TTPs are the tactics, the techniques, the behavior, the procedures of the bad guys. We usually, ultimately, as good people, we want to stop the TTPs of the bad guys, their techniques, their procedures, their tactics. The reason why we would do this is because if you can stop their technique, that means they have to go back and they come up with a new technique. which is a good thing. You're making them work, harder. And the best place to go by getting this is through MITRE, like I said. Another thing I should mention is we could also stop them based on their IOCs. Remember IOCs on that exam, remember TTPs for that exam. IOCs are indicator of a compromise. Indicator of a compromise are just IP addresses, domain names, right? Anything that give us an idea that the bad guys are here, like their IP address, their domain names, their computer location, their MAC addresses, all that stuff is an indicator of a compromise. If we see these things in our environment, that's an indicator that we have been compromised. So one of the mistakes a lot of companies will make is to block their IP address. Well, they can easily get another one and just come back and attack you again. It's not hard. If you block their domain, they simply register another one and come back and write it. This is good for us to know that they're here, but usually we want to stop their TTPs, their techniques. How do they get in? What do they actually use to get in? Let's get rid of that tool that they used to get in. It's going to require them to develop a new tool. Right? We can also get these IOCs by using some sort of artificial intelligence, machine learning to help us identify these quickly as well. Right? And again, if we are sharing, there are some companies that we usually will share indicator of compromise, like these threat intelligence companies, like the Cisco, Kaspersky, I can't say their company name right. But they usually share threat intelligence. I mean, they usually share, IOC as a part of their threat intelligence. If they ever share those things, they have to anonymize any PII or PHI. You guys have heard about PHI? Protected health information, right? Yeah, PII is the personal
identification.
Identification information. There we go. I'm losing it. All right. Yeah. So this is medical data. This is personal. This is the privacy stuff we talked about. So if the company, the threat intelligence company, is sharing any PII or PHI, they have to anonymize those. Right? It's like I'm sharing about all my customers. I'm stopping here because this is how they're gonna ask this question on the exam. They're gonna ask you, oh, a company A is trying to share intelligence with Karen, and Karen it's one of our customers. What should we do before we share the intelligence with Karen? Remove anything that identify an individual, that identify a company, any PII, any PHI, anything. Remove that and then share those indicator of a compromise. That's fine. Feeds, where can we get this from? So we've talked about the ISAC already. These organizations that get together to share, threat data. So, but for them to be able to share that threat data, how do they actually do that? Well, they can use TAXI and STIX. Right. So STIX is the structure. Right, structured threat information exchange. This is the structure of how they're going to be sharing that information. They work together, by the way. And then TAXI is the automated of exchanging of that information, of that structured information. So whenever you see these organizations that want to share information privately together, or they could be using, TAXI and STIX together, right? And they want to do that automatically. So automated indicator of sharing, it's part of what they're doing. Threat maps, I showed you, Kaspersky already. Fire codes and repository and vulnerability databases. We will look at a lot of these later on. But these are all locations we can get feeds. We can get information about the bad guys, the bad guys. Last but not least, artificial intelligence and predictive analysis. There's nothing here that's going to be on that exam, but let me just chime in a little bit. AI is taking over the world. Have you guys heard about ChatGPT? Some of you have.
Yeah, that's been crazy. The amount of visitors it's gotten and how fast. Like it's not even comparable to anything that's been released.
Yeah, I heard that they got like millions of views within a week. Like, yeah, crazy. But that's AI. Guys, AI, it's also integrated into our cybersecurity sort of a product to kind of make your and my life a lot easier. All the other manual stuff we will usually do is done by AI with the help from machine learning. This is new stuff, is not going to be on that exam. But you have something known as expert systems. These are systems that have utilized machine learning to learn a lot of stuff and then using AI to kind of help you do the analysis quicker, faster, and everything in between. One thing I will share about this is that when it comes to AI, it's garbage in, garbage out. Depends on the information we feed this thing. You know, the quality of this thing is going to be dependent upon the information we feed this thing. So the input and the output, all it's going to determine based on the information that we've been giving this thing. Another thing I want to mention is imagine AI in the wrong hands. We are yet to see that. But it could be not a good thing. Any questions? All right, let me check your understanding. I know you've been here for a minute, so you can take another break. Check your understanding, then we're taking a break. And take turns, guys. Take turns to read.
I'll go. A major political party experienced a server breach. The hacker then publicly posted stolen internal communications concerning the campaign strategies to give the opposition party an advantage. Which of the following is the best? Which of the following best describes these threat actors?
Also, state.
The nation state?
Hmm?
State actors, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same thing.
Two state actors.
Okay.
For an answer
I'm going to
for
go with the same one.
same one.
I'm gonna go semi-authorized.
Oh, semi-authorized.
See, I thought this one would be hacktivist. I thought they were the politically motivated ones.
That's a good one. I'll make that clear. But you guys are right with the state actors. Yeah, no. So state actors, they do the hacking on the behalf of like a military, on the behalf of a campaign, on the behalf of a party and stuff like that. Remember in 2016 when they said Russian intervened into the election? Yeah, that's state actors. Right? They were working on the behalf of Russia to influence the voting and stuff. So Nate, the hacktivist, they can, but usually when it comes to voting and stuff like that, that's too big for them. Usually they go for, it got to be something that they really, really don't believe in, right? For
Yeah,
example,
that makes sense with the voting, yeah.
yeah. For example, with the war in Ukraine, the group Anonymous declare war against Russia, cyber war, right? So, but that's what they believe in. All right, next question.
A company's chief information security officer, CISO, recently warned the security manager that the company's chief executive officer, CEO, is planning to publish a controversial opinion article in a national newspaper, which may result in new cyber attacks. Which of the following would be best for the security manager to use in a threat model?
Activists.
Yeah, hacktivist.
I'm gonna say insider threat.
I'm going with Nate, insider three.
Karen, different.
Sorry about that. I'm going with insider threats due to the E CEO.
Ah, okay. And that.
Sorry, the CISO, my bad.
Yes, okay. Yeah, but no, but this will be the hacktivist. Michael, you want to tell us hacktivist why? Then I chime in.
Because it was campaigning towards their views.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what do they say here? They said it was controversial, right? They said published, yeah, there is a controversial opinion article.
Right.
So yeah, right. Now insider threats, it could be, but where was that? Right here, guys. Look, right here. So don't these CompTIA questions, don't just read them and be like, oh, I think that's what it is. No. Take a minute.
Well, that's why I said insider threat, because it would be the best one, because he is internally within the organization.
Yeah, the news. I said it because I thought the newspaper article could mess up their business processes if the rest of the people don't agree with it.
Okay. Keep coming. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So here, so it's really like nothing that's coming from inside the company. So the CISO, the security guy, he warned the manager, right, the security manager, that the CEO is publishing an article that's controversial. So some folks might not like it, and they might have issue with that article. So it could result in cyber attacks. So which of the following will be the best for the security manager to use in a threat? So I understand you guys would be like, maybe some people within the organization, they didn't like the article too, right? Maybe they could be giving out information, additional information and stuff along those lines. But based on the question here, guys, the best thing that the security manager should prepare for, it's probably the hacktivist. Right, probably the hacktivist, and part of the reason is because these people, they have like a strong opinion about something. So if you go against that, they don't even care about going to jail. That's the other thing about hacktivists. Right, they will do everything they can to defend what they believe in, no matter the cost. Okay. And one other thing I should mention about insider threats, guys, look, a lot of people tended to be good, hopefully. So for someone or something to be considered as an insider threat, there has to be something. So there was this guy in Australia who decided to become an insider threat. And he did that because he got fired. He got fired. He created what we call a logic bomb, something we're going to talk about in later chapters. So they fire him. 3 months later, that thing exploded. They have to hire him back because he was the only one who knew, what he did. And then, a while back, they found out it was him. They ended up putting the guy in jail because long story short, he was working for the sewer company. So when the logic bomb went off, it basically opened that stuff up, which was just, yeah. Anyway, so that could be insider threat, but that's because they fired him and he didn't want to lose his job. Right? All right, next question.
A commercial cyber threat intelligence organization observes IOCs across a variety of unrelated customers. Prior to releasing specific threat intelligence to the other paid subscribers, the organization is most likely obligated by contracts to
I'm gonna highlight most just in case some of you don't look at it.
let me see, after number 2, anonymizing the PII.
I think I've seen this one before. Add metadata.
Add metadata.
I think I've seen that one before.
Yeah. What is metadata, Michael?
It's written code underneath, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sort of. Metadata is information that describes other information. So you take a picture, the metadata is the location where you were standing, the time they took the picture, and everything that's inside the picture.
Something you would see in like Facebook that gives the location as to where you're at.
Yep. You
Also assist companies with impact assessments.
companies with impact assessments based on the observed data.
Yeah.
Okay. So somebody tell me what is happening in the question.
The company is observing the IOCs across a variety of unrelated customers.
Mhm.
Leasing,
What was that?
I said they're releasing and then they're obligated.
Right. So they collected IOCs. These are indicative of a compromise. So IP addresses of the bad guys, domain names of the bad guys. You know, and that obviously they're collecting these from variety unrelated customers. So they collected from Nate, Karen, and Nate, you know, everybody else. Now they're looking at releasing these things, right, to other paid subscribers. What are they obligated? Like, what's the most likely? All right, let's see the answer. Come on, there we go. Yep, B it is. I think this was like in the thing over there in the slide somewhere. So you're collecting all these things and different customers are involved and you got to anonymize this, right? You got to remove anything that identify your other customers. And then just give out the IOCs, the indicator of a compromise, the domains and IP addresses of the bad guys. Nate, why did you pick assist companies?
Because it talked about like the IOCs, and then I figured after they do, like after they look at the observed data, then they can give it to the prior, like it talks about prior to releasing it. After they observe the data, then they release it. If that makes sense. I kind of worded that wrong. Basically, I just like picked that because they observed the data and then release. Kind of figured it'd be stronger.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know. If they had to do that manually, that's just gonna kill it. All right, next question. Who haven't read yet?
I'll go for it. An organization just experienced a major cyber attack incident. The attack was well coordinated, sophisticated, and highly skilled. Which of the following targeted the organization?
APT.
Last one, yeah.
Good. And that's it. All right. Welcome back. I'm hoping you're excited because I am. We have a lot of things to talk about. I'm going to finish up 3, 4, 5, and hopefully squeeze in 6. So try to do 4. So back it up. It's going to be a lot of information coming your way. But even if we do 3, that would be fine as well, right? These chapters for today, these lessons for today, some of them are the most technical ones. As we're getting towards the end of the study, it's going to get a lot easier. Once we start talking about the incident response and forensics, that's just high level stuff, right? It doesn't go technical, deep, or anything. Lesson 3, however, it's technical. Lesson 4 is technical. Lesson 5, and then so on and so forth. So bear with me and ask as many questions as you can. So lesson 3, it's all about performing security assessments. I can't tell you how important this is. We are going to talk about different tools of the trade, tools that we usually use when we are working. So topic A, we will talk about tools you will use to do reconnaissance, recon or reconnaissance. How many people here have heard about this term recon or reconnaissance? Okay. So reconnaissance, for those who didn't know, it's a way of searching stuff. It's like doing a research. So we have tools that does this. Last night, we talked about OSINT, something we're going to talk about today as well. Open source intelligence, OSINT. This is when you're searching for publicly available information. Again, you're doing recon when you're doing OSINT. There are a bunch of tools that comes within the CompTIA, not the CompTIA, that comes within the Linux, the Kali Linux. We will be looking at those tools. I have to warn you, some of these tools, CompTIA really doesn't focus on these because a lot of them are open source, they're free. I'm just going to introduce them to you. And then there's probably like 2 or maybe 3 tools that they might ask you questions on them, like, Nmap and Wireshark. And those, I will specifically call out those. And I'm going to demonstrate those as well. All right, so that being said, 4.1 is from the exam objective. That's what we're talking about. I have a pop quiz before we get into it.
Zero day.
Got a 0 day?
I agree, 0 day.
Yeah, 0 day.
Karen, you agree too? Different one?
Yes, I'm going to agree with that one.
Okay. All right, so what is a patch? Anybody?
Kind of a fix it.
Definitely a fix, right? Good job. Looks like it's going to be a fun chapter, and you guys are all right. That's good. Yeah, so definitely this is a 0 day. They mentioned the best. Keep an eye on these little words that they try to put it here. Integer overflow, we will talk about this once we get into the application chapter. This is a part of the buffer overflow attacks, where we are giving some sort of application more information than it needed. So it started overflowing. So integer is number. We're giving it more number than what it's supposed to be getting. The difference 0 day, it's a vulnerability that nobody knows that exists. I hate to say that nobody knows that it exists because that's what the books says, but it's not true. You know, hackers know that thing exists, right? And the other thing is, even if the vendor of the product are aware of the vulnerability, if they don't have a patch for it, if they don't have a fix for it, it's still a 0 day. Right? Because just remember, 0 day, we don't have a fix for it. Right? End of life. This is when a software is no longer supported by the manufacturer. Race condition, we will talk about this once we get to the application section as well. But this is when two processors are racing at the same time. So it's not a good thing. The application have to be able to tell, okay, which one, managed to get there first. You're like, okay, what are you guys all talking about? What I'm talking about, imagine if you are booking an airplane ticket and I'm booking an airplane ticket at the same time. Well, if you pick the same seat and I pick the same seat at the same time, once we get to the checkout, the application have to be able to tell, okay, well, Michael checked out first. So let me go ahead and deny Francois. That's what race condition is all about. Those two things were taking place at the same time, but the application have to be intelligent enough to tell, okay, well, he did it first, right? We don't deal with this in cyber. Programmers, people who write code, they deal with this. All right, that being said, we got quite a few tools to talk about. Let me bring up my Kali Linux here so I can demonstrate some of these for you. All right. Oh boy. Well, that's good right there. Okay, so we have some tools. What you're looking at on the screen here works with whatever operating system you might have. It could be Windows, Mac, Linux, it doesn't matter. It works in all of them. And I'm going to specifically point out the ones that works in a different operating system, so you know. So the first one we have is ping. When you're pinging something, why did I say ping? Oh, yeah, okay, it's right here. The first one is IP config, right? You could use IP config to be able to see the IP configuration information of your system. So for example, I can go to the command line here. This is on Linux machine. So I can say if config. Well, keep in mind I use if config, not IP config, right? if config because this is on Linux. I do that. It tells me this is the Ethernet, right? And that's the IP address. On Windows, I will do IP config. On Linux, you will do if config. If config is old. It's being replaced by IP, just the IP here. So this came out a few years ago, and it's replacing if config. So I can do IPA, and it's going to give me the same information. In fact, it's going to clean it up and make it colorful and all that good stuff. Right? I could use IP or if config. IP or if config to change my IP address, to change my default gateway, to change my computer's numbers. So that's one. Another one, before I skip over it, it's footprinting. Footprinting, you guys, it's like what you would do to ask like the versions of your operating system, right? This is just like, it's like reconnaissance, but at the high level. When you're footprinting, you're literally asking the operating system, hey, I need you to tell me who you are, and I want you to tell me the version that you're running. Right? We use Nmap, something I'm going to demonstrate here in a minute. Nmap, it's a tool that comes within your Kali Linux. We use Nmap to do footprinting, to be able to ask operating system, I need you to tell me who you are, and they give me the versions. Not just operating system, but also services, right? What kind of service are you, and what version are you? That's all part of the footprinting. So we want to detect kind of a rogue system detection. Right? You want to be able to detect anything that's not authorized part of our environment. Ping is a way of checking to see if something is up. So you're testing a connectivity. If you want to know if you are on the internet or if your computer can connect it to the internet, you can just ping google.com. And then it's going to come back and tell you, yeah, google.com, it's all right. And the way you see that, it's by looking at this. I don't know if you can see this, but it's asking Google, hey, Google, are you available? Are you online? When you're pinging, I want you to understand this. This might pop up on the exam. Ping is the tool, but ICMP is the protocol that you're using. Right? Put that down. So ping is the tool, ICMP is the protocol that is sending those packets that you're sending as you're pinging. Basically, I'm asking, hey, Google, are you up? And it looks like I sent out 3. If you look at the bottom, it's going to tell you I sent out 3 packets, and then it said 3 were received, 0 were lost, right? Packet loss. And this is how long it took for everything to come back. So whenever you see 0 loss, that means your ping is working successfully. So hackers can do what they normally call a ping sweep. Ping sweep, it's a way of verifying those live computers, those live hosts. So they get into your environment, they do a ping sweep to be able to see which computers that's online right now. Okay, so they can know which one to hack. And ping will work on Windows and Linux and the Mac and everywhere. ARP, this is the address resolution protocol, right? When you're using ARP, you are able to see the mapping of your IP address and your MAC address. Now, let me ask you guys this. You guys don't understand when I say IP, MAC addresses, you're familiar with this stuff, right? Confuse anybody? Good, okay, cool. So when ARP is the protocol, you will find this on layer 2 of the OSI model. Layer 2, if you understand what that is, that's okay. If not, I have a chapter coming up where I'm gonna kind of give you a little crash course on networking. But you can do ARP to be able to see which IP address and which MAC address does that IP address corresponding with. So if I go back here and bring up my CMD, my command prompt on my actual physical machine, and search for my CMD, I can literally just do ARP, ARP-A or ARP-A, this right here. And this thing's gonna give me the ARP table. This is the ARP table right here. And it's telling me, hey, look, this is the IP address, and this is the MAC address that corresponded to this IP address. Right? MAC addresses are also known as a physical address. That's just another way of saying the same thing. And then it's telling me, how did you learn this? I dynamically learned this or statically, meaning somebody maybe had put this in there. So this is the ARP table. Why would the attacker want this? Well, this is so important because whenever the computer receives the packets, it receives the packets on its IP address and have to forward that to its corresponding, MAC address, right? I'm hoping you're with me. So all this information is within the switch. Remember what a switch is? And this is how the switch knows who to send the packets information to, right? By the MAC address. So what the attacker could do, that's why they say, okay, we could detect a spoofing. What the attacker could do here, they can poison the ARP table, the ARP cache table. This is the cache right here. They can poison this where they'll say, okay, well, look, whatever packets that goes to this IP address, I want you to send it to this MAC address instead. That MAC address is going to be their computer, like their attacking machine. Right? So basically they poison the ARP table, and you will see that. We'll talk about ARP poisoning later on in the upcoming chapters. Cool. Any questions with that? Questions? No questions? All right. Feel free to stop me. Don't feel like you're intercepting anything. Just stop me and ask questions as I go. All right, a few other things. You have a route. Well, this is a command that you will use to know more about the router. Let me ask you this. What is a router and what does a router do on your network?
I say router directs traffic.
There's traffic from where to where?
From host to destination.
Love it. Absolutely. But I just want to add a little bit more to that. The router is a device that gets you outside of your network. Without a router, you cannot go to google.com. Right? Whenever you search for google.com in your home network, nobody's known as google.com here. So the computer, the host that Sheila is talking about, the host will reach out to the router and be like, hey, Mr. Router, do you mind to go on the internet, find google.com and then bring him back to me? Okay, the router is the one that's going to go out there, look for google.com and bring google.com back here. So the router have an IP address. And that IP address is known as the default gateway. Right? Default gateway. Default gateway is the router's IP address. So if I can bring up back my CMD here, and I'm showing you both. I'm showing you Kali and I'm showing you my physical machine here, so you understand. So I could do router dash. Can I do dash A? No. All right. Oh, I can do router print. Here we go. And here we are. So the router also have what they normally call a routing table, like a routing table. And with a routing table, it's just like a little database with all the other routers that your router knows. Because whenever your computer goes to your local router and be like, hey, router, can you get me to google.com? Your router don't know google.com too. Just going to ask other routers that is connected to it. Like, hey, does anybody happen to know google.com? And it goes into the Google data center, grab Google, brings Google back. I mean, that's how the internet works. You know, when I was learning this stuff, I used to think it was magic because it happens so fast that you're like, okay, so Google is in California. When you go to google.com, it takes milliseconds. Like, okay, did he just went to California and come back? Right? We're going to talk about all the tools like proxies and all the other tools that they've put in place to help the speed. Back to this. So the route command, this route, it's one of the commands that we could use to be able to interact with the router. So we can show the local routing table, similar to what you're looking at right here, routing table. This guy right here. We can identify the default route, right? So for example, on my network, this is the default route right here, right here. And if you're like, okay, well, how would I know? Well, let me go to here. Let me clear this. I'll come back to it. So let me go to IP config. Remember, this is on Windows. Actually, yeah, that works too. So I can look at my Wi-Fi here. And then it's telling me, hey, look, this is your IPv4 IP address. And this is my subnet mask. I will talk about this, but this is your default gateway. Default gateway is my router's IP address. Okay. So whenever I'm using this computer, this is the computer I'm sitting on right now. Whenever this computer doesn't know where it goes to that guy. Cool. All right, so looking at the table, we can see suspicious entries. That's basically why we would do this. And before you be like, okay, does that ever happen? Yes, it happens a lot. One thing that I want you to understand is if somebody can take over your router, you're done. Remember, everything that comes in your network comes through the router, and everything that goes out goes through the router. Funny story. There was this government contractor that wanted to buy this other little company. Right? They were both government contractors company, but this big one wanted to buy the smaller one. But guess what? They wanted to pay cheaper. They wanted to buy them for less price than what they were worth. Guess what they did? They hacked their router, and then they start causing them missing contractors. so that their value will go down. Literally. So everything that comes from, you know, the government and stuff like that, they would just send it somewhere else. Right? It didn't reach them. So they did that for a few months. The value of the company went way down. And then they started, you know, beating on the company trying to buy them. So the small company hired a penetration tester, you know, firm, right? And then, you know, they couldn't figure out, okay, what's going on, because the entire environment was fine. Nobody hacked anything. But checking the router, come to find out, the router was the one that was under attack. So very important a device on your network as well. All right. So this is the routing table. You can see they have the IP address, the network mask, the gateway, the interface which we're going through, and metrics. Router have what they normally call TTL. TTL is time to leave. This is one of my favorite feature of router, which is part of this metrics here. If a packet doesn't know where it's supposed to go within the router just kills that thing. Within, like every packet that gets assigned time to leave. The router have no feelings. It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna kill you, then I'm gonna ask whoever that sends you to send another one. Because I don't know where it's supposed to be sending you. So remember TTL for your exam. Time to leave. All right, and other ones, Trace RT. Trace RT is on Windows and Trace Route is on Linux. This is when you're testing the path from one machine to another. So for example, we can say Trace RT. Let me clear the screen. Trace RT Google.com. Basically, I am there we go. Basically, I'm tracing the path. I'm tracing the path from my computer, from my router. Remember, this is my default gateway right here. Right? I'm using Amplify. I don't know if you guys can see, but my router is just right there, sitting next to me. But it's gone from my router and it's trying to get to Google.com. Right? So now it's asking, okay, how many other routers do I have to jump to get to Google.com? Those are known as hops. Right? So how many hops do I have to jump to get to Google.com? So that's Trace RT and the Trace Route on Linux. You could ask, why do I need to know this? Hey, look, when somebody hack into your environment, they could trace route. They want to know like how many things they had to jump to get to the device they want to attack. Right? So, and that's one of the other things that they usually do. All right. So another one is path ping or MTR on Linux. Path ping, it's like ping and the trace route combined, literally. So we're pinging, but we're also tracing the route as we ping. And the beauty of path ping, it's going to give you the latency. It's going to tell you, okay, this is how long it took me to figure this thing out. Okay. Now we're about this. What I worry about popping up on that exam will be definitely ping, ARP, and just remember IP config on Windows, IF config on Linux. And remember, this one is replacing IF config. Literally, CompTIA might ask you questions like that. Okay. Which one is the newest version of doing this? IP. Okay. All right, so the beauty of this, and this is why I love this, is that these tools are built into your operating system already. Right? But they're not the best tools. Like they're not the best at doing certain work. So sometimes we might need other tools. So one of the classic, best of the best, if there is just one tool that you can know, is this one. So it's Nmap. Nmap is used by the good guys. I'm talking about the red teamers. Ooh, excuse me. So Nmap can be used by the good guys. I'm talking about the blue teamers, excuse me, not the red, the red teamers. The good guys, the blue team, in another word, the defender. And it can also be used by the bad guys. So the red teamers, the ethical hackers, right? Or regular attackers, like a regular bad guys. So one of the reasons why we all love this tool is because it's the first tool that you will want to use before you do basically anything. Why would you want to do that? Well, it's used for host discovery. So instead of using ping and figuring this out, why can't you just use this tool, which is gonna go in there, give you more, right? It's gonna discover the host. It's gonna tell you whether the host is up and running or not, right? But not only that, it's gonna also come back and tell you, hey, look, I've also found these port to be open and is running this kind of a service. Oh, that's juicy. That's really good information. Because from here, if you're the good guy, now you know what's open in your environment. You can go in there and start closing ports. Like, hey, okay, let's shut this one down. It's not secure. Let's shut that one down. If you're a bad person, you could use that to your advantage. So Nmap, the issue with the Nmap is not installed in most operating systems. So you have to manually install this, right? And some environment, Nmap might not be there. So if I bring up my colleague, usually let me bring up my Metasploit, my meta. This is a little attack machine that I put together. MSF admin. All right, let me find out the IP address of this bad guy. We go, it's gonna be 192.168.144.144. Oh, that's good. So let me say that I'm using this attack machine, Kali Linux. I'm using Kali Linux to scan meta to try to find out, okay, which is meta up? Is it what is open on meta? Well, there's a few things that I could do. One, I could actually use Nmap. Let's just skip Nmap. Let's keep using Nmap. Here we are. So I can simply just type in Nmap, literally Nmap, and then I can just put in that IP address 192.168.114, I think 114. That was the IP address, right? And then I can just scan that. There we go. It was quite, fairly quickly. It went out there. It literally Nmap just went out. By default, Nmap it's gonna scan for 1,000 ports and protocols. I want you to write that down. CompTIA might ask you that. Oh, how many ports does Nmap scan by default? Whenever you do a regular scan, it's gonna scan for just the well-known ports of 1,000 of these. So it went out there, it scanned for these things, and then he came back and said, okay, 977 are closed. Here are the ones that are open. You got 21, which is running FTP. You got 22, which happen to be SSH. Telnet is open, and so on and so forth. For me, looking at Telnet being open, looking at 25, the simple mail transfer protocol being open, this is juicy because this one is not secure. FTP is not secure. Telnet is not secure. 80 is not secure. Like there's so many unsecure ports that are actually running on my little machine here, Meta. So as attacker, I could then just start playing around with this. And we will talk about the tools that you could use to do exactly just that. But what if you want more than just this, right? We talked about fingerprinting. What if you want versions, right? Nmap is that tool that can do that as well. So let me clear the screen. Nmap have what they normally call options. It's not just Nmap, it's actually Linux. They have what they call options. Options are designed to give you additional capability of the tool. So I could just say Nmap, for example, -A, for example. Actually, you know what? Let me teach you this because this is what might pop up on that exam. Let me start from here. Imagine I want to do something with Nmap, but I don't know what exactly the command to write. Every command on Linux comes with what they normally call a manual page, man page. So I could simply do man. I want you to literally write that down. This is how, even if you don't have the internet connection, this is going to save your life, right? You can do man space Nmap. You hit enter. Then it's going to bring you this sort of like a reference guide that talks about that particular tool. It's going to tell you the description of what the tool does. You scroll down a little bit, it's going to give you an example how you should use the tool, right? Then you keep scrolling down, you start seeing some ways of using this. So these are the options that I was mentioning a minute ago. So we can use Nmap for host discovery, which is what we're talking about. These are some of the tools, some of the options, or flags or options that you can use as a part of your scan. So if you just want to discover the host, you could use some of these. Another one, what about scanning? Well, some of the scan techniques, what if you just want to scan TCP/IP SYN scan? If you don't know what that is, that's okay, I'll teach you that. You can include dash, lowercase s, capital S, and be able to see all that stuff. What I wanted to teach you, however, because this is what might pop up on that exam, is this right here. This, right? Pay attention to this one. This is one of the only tools that CompTIA is going to ask you specific stuff on the exam. This one, which is where I'm taking my time on this. So they may ask you, okay, well, which one of the following commands that's going to allow you to see the versions, right? To see the versions of your operating system or your services. This is it right here. Dash, lowercase s, capital V. When you do Nmap with this option, it's going to give you the versions of the services that are running on your on the thing that you're scanning, basically. Right? Keep that, hold that thought. We will use that in a minute. You could also include scripts. You could run scripts. You could use Nmap for vulnerability scanning. Most people don't, but you can do that using scripts. This is a part of what they normally call Nmap scripting engine. There we go. NSE. I will not write this down. This is just me giving you more information. Nmap scripting engine. You basically use this right here to call out some kind of a script that is specifically designed to do a specific thing, like scanning for vulnerabilities, for example. Right? You could also use a capital O to detect operating system. If you remember when we were talking about fingerprinting again, capital O for operating system. You go, there's the timing. This is important. Timing, it's more of, okay, how stealth do you want the Nmap to be? Stealth meaning, do you want your intrusion detection systems to be able to identify the scan, or you do not want that? So we could use a -T with a 0 to 5. 5 being the fastest, 1 being the slowest, right? Meaning if you put -T with the 0 on it or with the 1, that means it's not going to be fast. It's going to just scan slowly. It's going to try to evade detection, right? If you're still with me, that's great. If not, that's absolutely fine. So another last thing I want to show you here is miscellaneous. So there is way of doing a lot of what I just talked about without actually going in and using all the options. And one of it is this guy right here, -A. This is what we use in the real world, guys. We don't go in there and be like Nmap/V. We don't do all that. We just do Nmap -A. -A is going to go ahead and give you the operating system, their versions. You could be able to use the scripting and like everything in between. So this is what I commonly use when I'm using Nmap, right? Okay, so let's dive right in. When you're here, if you want to get out of here, you just need to press Q on your keyboard, like the letter Q on your keyboard, and then you're out of that environment. So we could do Nmap -s capital V for the version, right? I specifically I'm doing this so that you see, because this might pop up on the exam. And I could just say -A again, just for the sake of it. Okay, just 192.168.144.144 was not 144, well, 114.114. 114 being my victim machine. This is the machine I'm scanning to see what's open, right? Hit enter. And this might take a minute. As this is going on, let me open up. Do you guys have any questions for me? No. All right. Well, we could use Nmap for port scan. Specifically, we can scan for UDP or TCP. Right. For example, with the UDP, we just need to include the -U, capital U, and TCP. You've seen some of the flags, lowercase s, and for all that good stuff. I'll come back to these. There's few things you can have to memorize regarding TCP and UDP port. You're gonna have to know the three-way handshake over TCP, the SYN, the SYNAC, and NAC, all that good stuff. I will come back to that. Those things are important. But you could use Nmap to do port scan. You could use Nmap for host discovery as well. All right, let me see the next slide here. There we go. So let's keep talking about this as I'm waiting for that scan to come back. So you could do that for service discovery. So scan custom TCP and UDP port. You can definitely do that. Then you can do nmap-p, and you can specify which port, which range of the port that you want to scan, right? So you could do like a service and version detection. Again, this is that fingerprinting where Nmap is probing and asking, hey, why don't you tell me who you are, which services that you're running, which port that's open, which version, type of operating system, the device that's running, and everything in between, right? So for example, if a system is not running an updated version of something, you could do exactly just this, like Nmap with the target, the thing that you want to scan. You could have, for example, use a -p means port, then specifically say port 80. Like right now, they're just literally just scanning for port 80. And lowercase s with the V, this is the option. This is the version. You're scanning to see the version. You want to see the version that's running it's the most up-to-date version or not.
Do you mind if I interrupt and ask a question about the SV? You said is that for the command for the TCP protocol or the TCP?
So SV, it's for the version.
Okay.
Yeah, the V stands for version. Yeah. Version, you want to know the version that's running for the services that's within your machine? That's what you will use. All right. Oh, which services that runs port 80? I wanted to ask you that. Let me check your networking skills.
That for web, internet?
Internet, like web, right?
Web.
When you're browsing the web, you're using port 80 or port 443, right? And this 80 happens to be HTTP. And the port 443 happens to be HTTPS with the secure at the end, right? So I will point out, CompTIA wants you to memorize a few of these, right? There's over 65,000 of these for UDP and for TCP. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna memorize out. I'm just gonna point out roughly a few that you're gonna have to keep an eye on for that exam. In the real world, right? In the real world, the way we do this, we just Google this stuff. Literally. And nobody walks around remembering all the ports numbers. No one, right? All right, let me just bring it back, talk about this, then move on. There we go. So here we are. This is my scan of that little computer that I'm trying to attack, right? That really, sort of, I want to know more about what's going on with that thing. So it went out, it did the scan, and then come back look at this. Now it's giving me more information. And remember, that's because of the version here. Karen, the -V, capital V, yeah, that's when it's coming back. It's like, hey, look, not only you're running TCP, excuse me, not only you're running 21, which happened to be File Transfer Protocol, FTP, but also here is the program and here is the version. So this is so juicy. If I'm the bad person, I can literally just take this, go to some of the hacking databases, like Google hacking databases, and the search for exploit. Search for exploit that I can use against this now. And you know what? Let me show you one of these. So there's this thing known as Google hacking database. Google hacking database, which literally it was put together by the people who came up with the Kali Linux. Can you imagine? They're doing so much for us. God bless them. All right, so the Google hacking database, this is a database of exploits. So for example, I can go to exploits. I just find out that I am running FTP, the FTPD is open. So I can just simply come here and just search for FTP. So hit enter, and guess what? Check this out. All these things are open. These are exploits. So I can simply download this and then go hack that device with this exploit. Because Nmap just exposed that device. Nmap literally just told me, hey, look, this thing is open, right? If you want to use it, up to you. Right? It gave me the version. So I simply downloaded this, use another tool, and just attacking this little guy right here with my exploit as well. So that was the bad guy, right? That's if you are the ethical hacker. But what if you're the good guy? Well, you're the good guy, you know what to do. This is open, it's probably vulnerable. It's time for you to update to the latest. That's what they're talking about here. This is gonna be on that exam. If a system is not running the up-to-date version, how can you see it? It's by doing exactly what you see here. Nmap with the target. You know, if you want to specify the version, I mean, the port number, that's okay. Or you can scan all of them or the first 1,000, like I mentioned. All right, if we scroll down a little bit, we can start seeing some more information. For example, 22 is open, and you can see it's open, it's SSH, you can see it's running SSH. And then here's the thing, it went and it tells us, oh, it's Debian. It's telling me the operating system that is running. And then it's specifying it's Ubuntu. Here we can see 23 is open. It happened to be Telnet. The ones I'm pointing out, these are the ones you're gonna have to memorize. So I'm doing that early on. And once we get there, you won't be surprised. Telnet is not secure. SSH is super secure. FTP is definitely not secure. And right now it's telling me Telnet is open. If Telnet is open, this is bad news. Bad news. It should not be open. 25, which happened to be running on email, SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, it's open. Bad. 25 is not secure. And I can look at the juicy information here regarding other things that involves with 25. 53, which is DNS, happens to be open as well. And it's telling me it's running the Bean version 9. It's like Apache, it's on Ubuntu. Juicy information. Metasploitable, that's actually the name of that thing. 11, it's open, that's not very common. 80 is open, it's HTTP. 445 is open. This is SMB. This is a server messaging block. I will write it down, you know, server messaging block. Majority of the attack that have happened in the past, they've used this one. If you've heard about the WannaCry attack, the NotPetya attacks, all those things utilized SMB. SMB, it's a way of your system communicating with other things that are connected to it. logically, basically. So for example, imagine if your printer wants to talk to your computer, it's going to use SMB, right? Within the environment itself. So 445 is open, bad news, and I can go on and on and on and on and on and on. The biggest thing I wanted to show you was the version. Where am I? I'm right here. Was the version, and that Nmap is that important tool. You want to familiarize yourself with Nmap. I want to do that. Cool. Any questions before I dive into these other tools? All right, some other tools. NetStat. It's a native operating system tool. Remember that, right? And you can see the running services. Like you're able to see what's running on your machine. So let me bring back my CMD, my command prompt, and show this. So I can say NetStat, for example, just hit enter, and then it's showing me the active connections. It's telling me who is actively communicating with my computer right now, like what is running right now, right? And here is one more thing. I can get a little bit deep with this. There are some options that I can use with the NetStat. For example, I can say NetStat NAOB, for example. Ooh, yeah, I got to become the administrator. Look at this. This is good. This is good, right? Because when hacker hack your environment, they run admin tools, and you want to make sure you're using your computer as the regular guy. So I can right click on the CMD and run as the administrator to show you what I want to show you. And now in the tab here, it says administrator specifically. So this is dangerous. So I can then just say NetStat NIOB. This is just options, flags. I hit enter again. Now, if I go back up, let's go back up. Now it's giving me a little bit more juicy information, right? It's going in, it's telling me, hey, look, these are the active connection, but here's the local address and here's the foreign address, meaning the thing that you're communicating with. They're going to tell me, hey, this thing is listening. It's actively listening right now. It can tell me also it has been established. But here's what's more important than anything else. It's telling me the PID. This is the processor ID. When you want to find out what something is doing in your environment, we use a PID. Because everything that your computer is communicating with, they have to use the PID, the process ID. So we can just grab this number and then start getting a little bit deeper into this. But NetStat itself, it went in and told us, hey, look, this is the executable, right? It's literally giving me a name of the thing that is actually running. This is a VMware, which happened to be on that process ID. It's going is telling me this is the executables, the spool SV. So doing this, we can identify things we don't want and then shut them down. And shut them down by the process ID. We can just kill that process ID. All right, so again, what is NetStat? It's installed into your operating system. It's a native tool. I want you to remember that for that exam. They can ask you which one of the following is a native tool. Nmap is not native, right? You have to install Nmap. This one, it comes with your operating system. It shows you the statistics of the TCP connections, as you've seen a minute ago. There are different filters that we can use. We can see the process ID, the PID, and which executable that is running that process ID. All right. Who here have heard about DNS? Okay, what do we use DNS for?
Finding domain names.
Domain names, good. Look, guys, humans, we are really bad at numbers, but computers are really good at numbers. So computer don't understand names. When you go in there and type in www.google.com, the computer have no clue what you're doing, right? Thanks to DNS. DNS is the translator, is the phone book of the internet, is the one that translates from domain names to IP addresses. So it's very important. DNS is very critical. So let me go here. In your environment, you want to keep an eye on DNS because everything that is happening within your environment, DNS is involved somehow, somewhere. So there are ways we can query DNS. And these are the two tools that you can use. One of it's NSLookup. I want you to write that down. Another one is dig. Dig can be used on Linux. Dig is on Linux and NSLookup is on Windows. So for example, I can go right here and just say, hey, dig google.com, for example. And basically, I'm just asking, hey, dig, hey, using DNS, I want you to go out there, give me the IP address that is associated with google.com. That's simply what I'm asking. And the beauty of dig is going to literally tell you, hey, here is the answers. Here's the answer section. It's going to tell you, hey, look, google.com can be also found right here. All right, on that IP address. And that's the answer. So that's on Linux. On your window, you can go to CMD, Windows machine, then you can use NSLookup, and I can just say google.com. I probably should be doing Google, but Google is, it's easy, right? So google.com, it's going in, it's coming back, it's telling me, hey, yeah, google.com can also be found right here. So check this out. If there wasn't DNS, if DNS was not present, we will all be forced to remember numbers. Literally, like if you want to go to google.com, you have to walk around remembering 142.250. Yeah, right. Not that many people will enjoy using computers. So I can grab this IP address, for example. Let me show you this. I can grab that IP and go here. Let me just open up this in incognito mode. And then I can paste that number here. The same number. I can paste it here, and this should be able to take me to google.com. Right? I just want to show you the power of DNS in real action. So as I hit enter on my keyboard, it should take me to google.com because that's the IP address associated with google.com. That's important when you're hacking, right? You want to know the IP addresses of the thing that you're trying to attack. NSLookup and dig are the two tools you will use. All right, cool. Few other tools. Again, this is a little bit dry, so hopefully it's just a bunch of tools, right? Bunch of tools. And the one that I worry about the most is dig. You know, they might ask you which one of the following tool you will use to query DNS. You have to remember dig and NSLookup. And I will worry about netstat and Nmap. Right? These might pop up on the exam. These are other tools that we can use for reconnaissance purposes. Reconnaissance is research. Like, for example, what I just did with dig, that's recon. I'm literally searching what's the IP address associated with google.com. So one of the tools is the Harvester. This is pre-installed in Kali, I believe. I think they recently removed it. And that's why we're not going to focus on any one of these because these are community tools. They're free. So sometimes they stop supporting these things. But the Harvester, you can use this for OSINT. What is OSINT? Anybody?
Open source intelligence.
Good. What does that mean?
It's just free info. You can Google it.
Google it. Thank you. So the harvester will allow you to use Google, Bing, Yahoo, like every search engine, LinkedIn, social media. Within the command line, you can be able to find all the IP addresses associated with, for example, somebody who works for company A. Imagine I'm trying to hack Neti's company, whatever company he works for. I can go to the harvester and then go to LinkedIn and then ask LinkedIn, hey, give me every email address of the people who works for this company. And then if those email addresses are publicly available, the harvester is going to give me that information. Then I can, from there, I can start doing some phishing attacking, which we're going to talk about in chapter 4. And start attacking everybody who works at Neti's company. Anyway, so DNS enumeration, DNS enum. This one is going to correlate DNS hosting information, name, records, IP schemas, and everything in between. So it's also in the Kali Linux, which is just another tool that does what a dig does, and NS lookup, but better, right? It gives you more information. We haven't talked about DNS records yet. I will talk about these. There are the MX records, the A records, the quadruple A records. We'll talk about all of them. Scanless, correlate results from third-party port scanning. Again, this is just another tool. You could use this tool to be able to scan other people's websites. They usually use this when they want to set up, like, imagine if you wanted to set up a website that looks like a google.com. You can just clone the google.com homepage and just set that up and try to trick people into giving up whatever, into searching and whatever. So this is one of the tools. There's a lot of other tools that could be used for this reason, but this is one of them. Curl. This one is used to craft HTTP packets. Craft HTTP packets. So in your command line, you can literally type in curl and then ask like which website you want to visit. And then curl is going to send it that HTTP packet to whoever you're trying to reach to. Right? I will now worry about this. I will now worry about this. I will worry about this. I will now worry about this. A little bit of worry about this one. This is Nessus. Nessus is for vulnerability scanning. One of those things that you can specialize in. It's not terribly technical. It's not technical. You're scanning systems, you're finding vulnerabilities, weaknesses, then you are reporting those. You're giving them a PDF and be like, hey, this is how vulnerable we are. So Nessus is the tool that allows you to do that. And Nessus have a free version. They have like an open source version, which you can use for your home network, by the way. Go to Nessus. Oh, exploit DB. If you want to play around with exploit DB. We share that here. Nessus. So they have this Nessus Essential, this guy. It will allow you to scan up to 16 IP addresses in your home network free of charge. And then you're able to see what are the vulnerabilities that you have within your environment. We have a section where we're going to talk about vulnerability scanning. I will probably demonstrate that one for you because that's important. It's another skill you want to have. Right. Nessus. Okay. All right, a few other tools. All right, so packet captures and TCP dump. Who's here have heard about TCP dump? No, sort of, some of you. All right, keyword here is packet capture. What if you want to capture the packets? You want to capture the information. Well, there are two tools that you can use. One of it's TCP dump, another one is Wireshark. I think it was Nate who was talking about Wireshark last night. We'll talk about Wireshark. This is another tool you want to remember. You want to put on your toolbox. TCP dump and Wireshark. They are the same. TCP dump just happened to be command line. So just like how we did Nmap, you type in like Nmap with the other commands, that's TCP dump. And then Wireshark, it's a GUI version. Actually, I forgot to mention this, but even Nmap has a GUI version. It's called Nmap. Let me see if I have it. Yeah, here. So if you are one of those people who don't like command line, which you should, get comfortable in cybersecurity, they have a Nmap. Nmap is like a GUI version. All you got to do is just type in the IP address of the thing you want to attack, and then you just start scanning. You don't have to memorize all the other stuff. It will do that for you. As you can see, the commands are right here already. And then you can specify what kind of scan you want to do. An intent scan, just a UDP scan, a ping scan, like everything is here. So that's Nmap. I forgot to mention that one. But here, we want to be able to capture the packets, right? So we can do packet analysis, meaning we can analyze the packets and be able to see what's going on. So these tools, TCP dump and Wireshark, they're known as a sniffer because they sniff the traffic. They capture the traffic. So they can capture the traffic, but before you can start capturing anything, you will have to install these two things, these drivers. You don't need to remember this, but lib pcap and win pcap, right? You want to install these before you can start capturing anything. Basically, I don't know what your network skills, but if you're going to be sniffing anything, you will have to turn your interface into what they normally call a promiscuous mode. Promiscuous mode meaning you're capturing everything. You are mirroring, you're grabbing everything that goes to that interface. And it's going to Wireshark for you to be able to analyze it. We use TCP dump or Wireshark to monitor the traffic. If you want to do this physically, you can tap it. So meaning tapping the device, meaning you basically, if this is a switch, you connect it to one of the port of the switch, and you send it out to a tool that has Wireshark installed in. Then you tell everybody, hey, whatever that comes to this switch, send a copy of that here. Basically, you're mirroring it, you're tapping it, sending the copy here for analysis purposes. So like I said, TCP dump is command line. Here is what you need to remember. TCP dump and Wireshark, they use .pcap. .pcap is their file extension. Remember that. They're going to talk about, somebody just captured traffic and they want to analyze it. What kind of a file do they need to send it to you? They need to send you a pcap file. Right? That's the only file you can open with Wireshark or TCP dump. You can read, you can write pcap files using TCP dump, you can filter to them, and so on and so forth. All right, so here is the Wireshark. Like I said, TCP dump is the command line version. Wireshark is the GUI version. GUI, it means it's a graphical user interface, meaning you can click through it and click through some things. So again, it's used to capture traffic. Once you've captured the traffic, you can analyze, you can review it, right? The things you capture, they're known as a pcap files. Remember that for your exam. Wireshark, it's a little bit neat. It's color coded. You know, you got the packets here, and you got the different sort of like layers. Literally, this is based on the TCP/IP layers, from the physical layer all the way to the application layer. If you know what that is, that's okay. If you know that, that's okay. Then you also have the hex decimal right here as well, right? And so on and so forth. So you can filter the traffic using this right here. This is like a way of searching through some stuff. It's color coded, but you can also follow TCP stream. So let me do a quickly demo on this for you before I move on. Go back to my this guy. By the way, this is why you need to use a secure protocols, right? This is why you need to use secure protocols, because things such as Wireshark. All right, so I can click on the click on the Kali logo, and then I can go to sniffing. I'm sniffing the traffic. Then I can go to Wireshark. Right? Click on Wireshark, and this thing came up. Is the screen too big? I can make it small. Is it too big? Looks good? Yeah, okay. All right, so right now, Wireshark is going to tell me, hey, look, there is some traffic taking place right here on this interface, ETH0. And if you didn't know what your interface was, again, you go back to CMD, you do, I say CMD, but we call that the terminal here. You do the IF config. You go back up, you see so ETH0. So this is your interface. Right here, it's ETH0, same thing. So basically, you want to tell Wireshark, this is the interface I want you to capture stuff from, right? So right here, I can literally just double click on this interface and Wireshark is going to start, capturing stuff. It's capturing. So let me go ahead and just generate some traffic. Let me go to the internet. Go to my Mozilla here. Leave this thing capturing. Come on. There we go. So let me put this right here. All right. I'm going to generate some of unencrypted traffic and encrypted traffic so you see the difference. So I can go to google.com. Ooh, I don't know how to spell Google. Well, they fixed it for me. Google.com, right? I'm right here. Google.com is using HTTPS, as you can see right there. So that's encrypted traffic. It's happening right now. You can see Wireshark is going crazy. I can search stuff, YouTube. Go to YouTube, open up another one, go to google.com again, back here, let me browse to YouTube. It's going to YouTube, there we go. So now let me generate HTTP traffic. So I'm gonna go to Google and just search for HTTP websites. And let me see, let me go to this one. The very first website to ever be created, this one. All right. I can click on this one. I'm browsing HTTP. It's not secure. As you can see in the lock right there, it says there's no security. I'm generating traffic through HTTP. Wireshark is doing what it does. It's capturing everything that I'm doing. It's sniffing all the traffic as I'm doing this, right? So once I finish, I close this. I go back to my Wireshark, make it bigger. And then I can stop it from here by clicking on this red thing here. I stop the capture. And automatically, I can see that this thing have captured over 18,000. 18,000 is just for one machine, just few seconds of doing this. So imagine if you have like 1,000 machine, Wireshark is not going to make it. That's where TCP dump is going to come in. TCP dump, it's better for a lot of amount of data. Okay, so how would you analyze this? So the first thing you would do, you would use the filter here. So for example, let's say that I want to analyze unencrypted traffic. So HTTP, I put in HTTP, if I can be writing. I hit enter, and then it's going in to just give me the HTTP traffic. And it's telling me, hey, look, this traffic came from this location. That's the source. If you remember, this is my computer's IP address, my Kali Linux IP address. All right. If you don't believe me, let's go back to the CMD quickly and verify that. There we go. It's a little bit bigger for you. So I can do IF config again. Actually, let me use different ones. So let me do IPA. I can go back to ETH0 and check this out. 192.168.114.100, my computer. So it's telling me, hey, the traffic went from right here to this destination. I have no clue what this destination is. It's somebody on the internet somewhere. And then it's going to tell me this is the conversation that took place. Here is the thing, and this is what that slides is talking about. I can right click on this traffic. I can go to follow, and I can just say TCP stream. This is how literally, like in the real world, this is how we analyze this. Okay, click on TCP stream. when it's going in, it's telling me some juicy information. So right now I can see, because this is unsecure traffic, I can see it's HTTP. I was running Mozilla Firefox, literally the browser I was running. It's going in, it's telling me the server. This is the server that it's communicating with. So engine X. That's that literally they call this thing engine X. Nobody knows why. But engine X and the host right here, the user agent, was he accepted, right? And then all that good stuff. This is not good. If I'm the bad guy, now I know this. Now I know the server. Now I know the host. Now I know all these things. Now, what we will want to do if we see something like this on our environment is to tell people to stop using unsecure protocols. Or we can implement technical controls, disable unsecure protocols, just disable these things. I tell you, oh, from now on, we're banning HTTP. So if you were to compare this, but by the way, one more thing I want to point out is, if I was on the website that I was on, if I could have typed in my username and password, all that stuff would have been here right now. Yeah, so if I would have authenticated, just like imagine if there was a little page that says username and password, that information would have been captured as well. So if we take that and compare that to a secure traffic, so imagine HTTPS. HTTPS uses a TLS behind the scene. If you don't know what that is, that's okay. I'll teach you that. But imagine if there was like a secure conversation. You can right click on it and then go to follow and then TCP stream again. And take a look at this. This is an encrypted traffic. Nobody knows what's going on. All right, so this is the importance of using secure protocols. This right here. If I would have authenticated, they will still see this. What if I purchase something? Imagine if this was on Amazon and I'm doing a purchase, they will still see this. That's why whenever you're using the web, don't ever put in your username, your password, your credit card information to an unsecure website, ever. Right? Okay, so that's Wireshark. Again, Wireshark is very crucial, very important. If I go here, I start seeing all the other stuff, the ETH, I start seeing the MAC address. For example, if I go to Ethernet, I can start seeing this was the MAC address from my MAC address. And if I can see a couple more right here, that right there, that was my MAC address. I can see the internet. Again, the same stuff that we've seen earlier. I can see my source IP address, my destination IP address. If I go to the transmission, I can see what protocol that was used for the conversation, which port that was involved. In this case is a 443. Again, Wireshark is so robust. They have a certification themselves. I usually tell people, just know the very basic, pretty much what I just taught you right now. And if the company requires you to dig deeper into Wireshark, then you can dig deeper. Right? But just know your way around it so you will include this on your resume. Right? You'll be like, okay, well, I know what the tool does. Now, the specific of how to do it, I'm going to learn that if you want me to do so. Right? Okay, any questions for me before we take a quickly break? All right, guys, I'm talking too much. So let's take a quick break. Once we get back, we'll finish this.
Francois, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
When we went over you mentioned, what was the foreign address?
Foreign address is the address of the thing you're communicating with.
Okay.
Yep.
Want to make sure I had that.
Anything on the web. Yep. Good questions. All right, guys, take about 10. I'll see you in 10. Cool. All right, so we're talking about Wireshark, guys. And one last thing I want to mention, that this is specifically for the exam, is that they're going to talk about giving you a pickup file. You're going to analyze that using Wireshark or TCP dump, one of the two. If they talk about the file is bigger, like gigabytes of gigabytes, then it's going to have to be TCP dump. Wireshark is okay for smaller files, pickup files, but TCP dump is really good for bigger files to analyze them. And Wireshark is that tool you want to put in your toolbox, like I mentioned. Know something about it. All right, so packet injections and replay. So packet injections is when you are crafting a packet. It could be for spoofing purposes, meaning you are lying about this packet, or you are changing the things within the packet. But this is where you basically manually craft the packet and then send it to whatever is supposed to be going. So there are tools such as dsniff, AdaCat, and Scapy. Scapy is very common, right? Scapy is very common. None of this is going to be on that exam. But you see how you use Wireshark to capture packets? Well, the question is, what if you want to add some things to those packets you've captured? You could use a Scapy to do that. Right? Imagine you want to redirect somebody to another website other than where they were trying to go. We could capture the packets using Wireshark and then redirect them to that location through Scapy, like making changes to that packet. HPing is just like ping, but sort of like better. So we can use HPing to be able to send ping messages, like literally ping, meaning detecting if something is up or not. But the thing about ping, like I mentioned earlier, ping uses ICMP. ICMP. The issue with ICMP, it's most of the time blocked because ICMP is used to troubleshoot networks. So most of the time, routers, firewalls, they tend to just block ICMP. They don't like it. Here is how you can get around that. It's by using HPing. So HPing uses ICMP, still uses ICMP, but it can also use a TCP and UDP. Not sure your networking skill knowledge, but TCP and UDP, you cannot block them because everything depends on these two. Right? This is on layer 4 of the OSI model. You cannot block TCP or UDP. Therefore, you are forced to keep these open. Therefore, we can use HPing to taste if a firewall can detect the ping. We can use HPing for trace route. But we can also use HPing to perform a denial of a service, like a slight denial of a service, like sending spoofing MAC addresses, for example, to try to shut down something. I will talk about denial of a service attack and a distributed denial of a service attack, or DDoS, in more depth. But this is when you're trying to shut down something. So you can use HPing to try to shut down something. TCP replay. This is where we capture the packets on the interface. We change some things to the packets, then we try to replay it. Like we try to send it where it was supposed to go. Right? So this is just a tool. This is a tool, not common. This is a tool, sort of common. These two are not, I think dsniff is even removed from Kali. AdaCap, I think they recently stopped supporting AdaCap. But Scapy has a really strong developer community. I will not worry about any of these. Okay. Exploit frameworks. Last night we talked about script kiddies. So if your question was, okay, what are the tools that the script kiddies might use to attack people without knowing what the heck they're doing? Well, this is one of them, Metasploit. Right? Metasploit is a tool that comes within Kali Linux that you can use to simulate the adversary. Basically, you can do the exactly same thing the bad guy will do. Exactly same thing. It's just a tool. You don't need to know all sort of knowledge. Actually, let me demo this quickly. You don't need to know this unless you're gonna be an ethical hacker. You could use this to try to attack systems. But let me go to here. Actually, let me do this. I'm gonna click on the Kali logo. Metasploit also comes installed in your Kali Linux and is loaded with a bunch of modules of exploit. If you remember when I went to Google Hacking Database and showed you those exploits, Metasploit have those things in them already. So I can go to exploit, where are you? Here, exploits, and then grab the exploits Metasploit framework. All right, so that's one. It's the most common, most popular. It's for exploitation. It's used for exploitation, meaning once you're ready to start attacking, once you're ready to attack something. And it looks just like this. So right now, this is telling you like, hey, look, these are how many exploits that's in here. This is the old version. And this is how many payloads. So I can just go here and just type in search. Then I can search for something like FTP. And it's going to go in and give me everything it knows about FTP, all the exploits about FTP. Then I can just literally type in use. Then I can point it to that exploit, to whatever exploit that I want to use. And then I can just set what the normal code R host. And then I can just set R host, S host. Basically, R host is the host I'm trying to attack, the hosts that have that vulnerability. And then I can set up the S host, and then at the end I just type in exploit. That's it. It's as simple as that. You do that, boom, you're attacking something. Snipper, it's another tool. This is, I don't want to say it's better, but it's more like a complete penetration testing tool that you can use for evidence gathering, and it has some automated things within it. It's sort of becoming common because it will allow you basically to do what it's like Nmap and Wireshark. I keep saying Wireshark. Nmap and Metasploit combined. You are able to gather information about certain thing, but you can also use this to test it, to do the penetration testing, to exploit the thing. There are some other frameworks that are Linux-based that might be in the browser, that might be designed for web application. We're not gonna go there. I don't think Metasploit is gonna be on that exam, but if it does, it just know this is a tool that is used by the bad guys to be able to exploit the systems. All right, exploit, taking action. Netcat is another tool. And this one, it's used for a wide, kind of a variety, wide range of things. So you can use this for port scanning, similar to the things you will do with Nmap, but use Netcat for that. You can use this though for creating an arbitrary port, literally like creating an arbitrary port. Arbitrary port meaning a port that doesn't exist. So you can use Netcat to do exactly just that. Once you have that port open, you can use that to transfer files. So you can literally you can use Netcat to exfiltrate files, stealing stuff. All right, topic B, explain security concepts and general vulnerability types. 1.6 from the exam objective, it's what we're talking about, 1.6. So software vulnerabilities. You already know vulnerabilities are weaknesses. And everything have weaknesses, computers, software, and all that good stuff. So patch management is a way of fixing those vulnerabilities. A patch is a fix, like Nate said. So software vulnerability is when we're exploiting the faults in the software code. It could be application-based, meaning applications having having vulnerabilities. Last night, we looked at the Owasp top 10. Owasp top 10, remember that for your exam. These are the application vulnerabilities specifically for applications that can be used to attack client, meaning host computers and servers applications. But we also have vulnerabilities in operating systems themselves. Usually operating system weaknesses can give us higher privileges like administrator privileges and root privileges. You have also vulnerabilities in firmware. If you don't know what a firmware, have you guys heard about the BIOS, BYOS, the BIOS, the UEFI, UFI, UE, that's EFI, right? So this is a software. A lot of people don't know this, but this is a software that runs before your operating system runs. We usually call that a firmware. When you buy a computer, you never see this, but this is the software that talks to your hardware. Close that talks to your hardware. Whenever you push the power button, the BIOS gets that signal. Hey, Karen wants to turn you on. So let's get everybody ready to turn the computer on. So these things might have vulnerabilities and you might not never know. The other reason why patching a firmware is very important is for Internet of Things. Right? How many people you have heard about IoT? Right? Good. Yeah, I have a mentor who said this is an Internet of Crap, which I thought was interesting because, why would you want your refrigerator to be online? Like to tell you if the food have expired? For what reason? Right? They want to make more money from you. Why? Right? They want to marketing the life out of it. Anyway, so they're making everything smart. Whenever something is smart, that means it's vulnerable. It has vulnerabilities. So you got to keep those firmware up to date. And right now, it's really, really bad with the IoT devices. Improper, weak patch management. Well, you got to manage your patches, right? Things will get weak. The software, all these are human made. They got some weaknesses. You got to patch them and then document what you are doing. I had a mentor who said, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. You got to document what you're doing. Okay. If the patch is no good, you got to test it. You got to test a patch first before you can apply the patch. Let me tell you something that's realistic in cybersecurity. The thing that is not patched, for the most part, is the most important thing. Right? Imagine in the doctor's office, whenever they created these software for the doctors, and whenever it's working, they don't want to touch that thing. They just want to leave that thing alone because it's doing what it's designed to do. But whenever that thing has some weaknesses, you do not want to patch it because it might break certain things. So usually, whenever they're not applying patches, it's because this thing is important. So I want you to walk into this industry with that mindset. You're going to have to be creative because whenever that thing is important, it's probably making them money, or it's probably more expensive to replace or to patch or to break it, or it's really just that important. You got to be creative on your solution on how to secure things that they don't want you to patch. There was a mentor. They had him. They wanted him to secure a 2003 server, like a Microsoft 2003. I don't know if you're familiar with Microsoft server product. 2003 is horrible. But this thing was in this critical product, and they asked him to secure it. They said, look, you cannot patch it. You can't just tell us to upgrade it. We already know that. We don't want to upgrade this thing. This thing's still working. It's making us money. So he had to buy a WAF. I'm going to teach you this. This is the web application firewall, because this is like a web server. He hid this thing in front of a WAF, and then they hire a team of a penetration tester to try to attack this thing, which had a lot of vulnerabilities, but they couldn't get in because a WAF was doing what it's designed to do. You got to be creative. Updating stuff, patching stuff is not always the solution. 0 days and legacy platforms. Again, we were just talking about this. Legacy platforms. Right? These are the most important ones. These are the ones that vendors no longer release any security patches, but we still have these things in our environment. But that tells you they are important. 0 days, it's a vulnerability. They say it's unknown to the vendor, but I've mentioned earlier, my definition is even if the vendor knows it, but they don't have a patch for it, it's still a 0 day. Okay? It's a vulnerability that doesn't have any fix. It doesn't have any patch. 0 day. Okay? Usually, if a company or if the bad guys have to develop a 0 day against you, you are a high target, you're a high value. Because it's so much resources for them to come up with something that nobody knows. Okay. Weak computer configuration, weak host configuration. This is a human errors. We got to change the default settings. I can't tell you how many people that they will have a router or anything like that. They keep everything at the default. It's like why? Right? It's so easy, so easy. I went to my friend's house in Texas this one time, and he wasn't at the house. His parents was home, and they don't know anything about IT. I mean, anything about Wi-Fi. I couldn't ask them what's the Wi-Fi password. I couldn't do that. So guess what I did? I really simply, I didn't know if it was going to work, but I went to Google and be like, okay, well, what is the, actually I found out they were using Xfinity. They were using Xfinity, the Wi-Fi Xfinity. And then I went to Google, I was like, okay, well, what is the default Xfinity router login, right? Guess what? Literally, you don't pass the first page of Google. It's admin and password, right? Literally. So a lot of vendors of these products, they don't make the default complicated because they don't want you to keep calling them and be like, hey, what is this? I can't get in. So I was able to sign in with this and then be able to see the password, the actual password of the Wi-Fi. I didn't change the Wi-Fi. I simply just needed to use it within my phone. But you can see how if the bad guy, if you don't change your default, the bad guy can use that against you. So definitely got to change the default, change them. Unsecure root accounts. Hackers they know you have some root account. Root account are the admin account, administrator accounts. We call those roots on Linux computers. You got to secure these things. Usually you got to shut them down and create a completely different account and just give that account administrator privileges. Okay. Because remember, one of the things that they do once they get into your environment is becoming root, becoming the admin. That's what they want because they will have the key to the kingdom. So that's the super user. Open permissions, we got to change those. Configuration errors, allowing an unauthenticated access, allowing write access when only read access is appropriate. Yeah, right. Right, permissions. We got to check them and making sure we're giving people only the rights they need to this computer and no more and no less. Okay. All right, let's go here. Yep. Weak network config. So weak network configuration, open ports and services. Again, when you use Nmap to see open ports and services, if you find anything that's weak, that is open, disable those things, block those things that are weak, those unsecure protocols, you got to block them. We saw that HTTP, how it transfers everything in clear text. We'll talk about clear text in the next chapters. Clear text meaning these are open stuff. It's not secure. You can eavesdrop, you can capture it using Wireshark, for example, then be able to see what's going on. Weak encryption. If they're using encrypted algorithm that's weak, we don't want that. Right? We could have simply cracked that using some other tools. Right? So we don't want that. Errors, error messages that reveal too much information. We don't want that. If you ever try to log in into a program, and then it tells you your username is correct, your password is not correct. That's too much information. All right, you just want to be vague. Be like, and you've seen this within different systems where it says, sorry, your username or password is incorrect. Now we don't know which one. But if they go in and be like, oh, username is correct, password is correct, that's too much information. Okay. And they can use that against you. All right, what could be the impact from vulnerabilities? Well, a lot. One that I'm going to point out is the reputation. There's no money you can put it to reputation. If your company get attacked because you didn't shut down the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses, it could damage your reputation. Imagine the in 2017, was that 17? I think so. When the Equifax got hacked. I don't know if you guys have heard about that. Let me bring that up because this thing literally affected all of us. It got breached again? No. I would just, all right. So they got breached right in 2017. And look at this. This is ridiculous because it's like everybody's information is online now. So hackers were able to steal over 147 American, this is their, like Equifax. You cannot buy a house without them. Like they know everything about you, where you live, social security numbers, everything about you. And all that information was stolen for 147 American citizens. So that's a lot. That's a lot. So if you were to ask me, if I had a choice to not use Equifax, I would not use Equifax. Right? Because that literally have damaged their reputation. And let me just let it there. But impact from vulnerabilities, like I mentioned, there's a lot. Data breach, they can steal stuff, exfiltrate the data. They can steal your identities, right? And what I usually say is, look, keep the system up to date. Once you get hired, guys, keeping the system up to date, patch them if that's doable. Like we said, there's legacy systems, all that stuff, but most environments, you can easily patch them without any issue. So keep them up to date, close these vulnerabilities. Third-party risks. Third-party, it's when you're working with other companies, right? Other companies to do certain things. For example, Walmart. Walmart works with the companies that manufacture stuff and all the other things. These companies are third parties. So we have to do our due diligence as a company, find out who within the supply chain doesn't take security serious. This is why all the SOC 2 stuff we were talking about last night comes in right here. Because remember, security is as strong as the weakest link, right? If we have a weak link in the supply chain and they attack that thing, we all get attacked. This is what happened when they attacked the company SolarWinds. I shared that with you last night. They attacked them. They got access to government agencies and everybody in between. So you got to have someone who can manage the vendors we work with. So maybe have like a process of selecting who we're going to work with, require them to provide us with a SOC 2 assessment, right? That shows that they take security serious. And as we integrate our system with theirs, making sure we keep security in mind, right? If there are some outsourced code that we're outsourcing, we've got to be careful with that. And a lot of companies are outsourcing code in India, right? They have these programmers in India write code for them. That's okay, but that's a third party. We've got to be careful. Where are we storing the data? Got to keep an eye on that. Cloud, a lot of companies are going into the cloud now. That's a third party. Remember, each company we work with, it's gonna become an attack vector. They can get to us through them. So you got to be careful with them. Oh, there's a chat here. They say people don't do it because they're even in scenario. Yeah, definitely. Shayla, you're right. But usually you're supposed to ask the guy that install your Wi-Fi, right? If they don't change the default, like it's like them, they have to help you do that. They don't change that, they're just bad. They're not good. Right? They know better.
I had to figure out how to change mine because I've never changed any of my routers or so I just recently, so I had to be transparent, I just recently started doing that.
Yeah. Well, this is your homework, guys. If you are using defaults, change them. After today's class, go in your router, and it's a lot easier. Actually, let me show you this. So you're gonna go to your CMD, similar stuff that we're learning. Maybe you're putting this into practice. You do IP config. You find out what is your default gateway. Right? You find out what's your router's IP address. Then you're gonna go into your browser right here. You will type that in here. For example, mine's 192.168.114.1. You hit enter, and then voila. You simply go here. This is mine. I'm not gonna go here because this is being recorded. But this is mine. And this is how I will probably change the Wi-Fi name, the password, all that stuff. That's your homework. Tomorrow, make sure you tell me you've changed all that if you haven't already. All right, topic C, vulnerability scanning techniques. Let's take a look at this. 1.7 from the exam objective. So security assessment frameworks. If you're doing some assessment where you are scanning your environment to try to see if you might find any vulnerabilities, there are some frameworks you can follow, including the NIST special publication 800.115. This goes in and talks about specifically how you would do those assessments. Right? This is if you don't know where to begin. It's okay to use this framework, this publication. So for the sake of this exam, though, you have to understand the difference between vulnerability scanning, threat hunting, and penetration testing. And I'm gonna kind of tell you what you need to remember right now. So vulnerability scanning is when you're just scanning to find out your weaknesses. That's all you're doing. You are using a Nessus, the tool we looked at earlier. Nessus, we didn't look at it, but that's the tool you will use. Nessus, it will go there, scan everything. Then you have like a PDF. It's gonna give you a PDF. Let me show you a screenshot of Nessus. So if you go to Nessus and go to images quickly here, show you how this thing looks like. There we go. You guys can see this okay, right? Too small? No, it's good. So this is Nessus. Let me give you a crash course on Nessus. So once you get here, you click on My Scans, and there's gonna be like a little tab there that says New Scan. You click on the New Scan, and then you start doing exactly what you're looking at here. So the thing about Nessus, once you scan, it's going to tell you how many computers have you scanned. In this case, they only did one. You can have a vulnerability tab, which is where they are right now. Vulnerability that tells you, okay, I scanned this computer, and these are your weaknesses. These are your vulnerabilities. The beauty of Nessus, it has this little tab here. Say a tab, but this little circle thing, looking thing here that tells you the criticality, that tells you the score of your vulnerability. This is known as a CVSS. CVSS. I will teach you more about this. You will need to remember this for your exam. This is the common vulnerability scoring system that goes in, tell you, okay, from information to critical, how bad is this vulnerability? Kind of sort of help you prioritize which vulnerability you should fix first. Right. So for this exam, this example here, we can see that they did the scan. It came back, says, okay, this one is critical. This one is high. This one is high. And there was some medium down here. And there was some information at the bottom as well. So this is a vulnerability scanning. So you're scanning your environment, is telling you the vulnerabilities, telling you the criticality of this thing. All you do, you click on export, you export this as a PDF, then you give it to the people who are responsible with fixing this. That's vulnerability scanning. You're scanning, you're finding vulnerabilities, then you're reporting those. It could be your job to fix them, by the way. So it could be like your job to apply those patches, right? Anyway, so that's vulnerability scanning. Now, penetration testing, you are gonna scan for vulnerabilities still, but once you find the vulnerabilities, you are going to exploit them. So you're going to attack, you're going to actually attack that vulnerability. You're going to actually use that vulnerability against that company. So that's the difference between vuln scan and pen testing. Okay, so penetration testing, you will take action after finding the vulnerability. Vulnerability scanning, you will not. Threat hunting, it's becoming hot. Right? It's becoming hot. One of the biggest issues we've had within cyber is we have been always reactive. Reactive meaning they attack us, we try to stop them. That's how the fight have been. They attack you, now you try to react to what they just did. That's how it's been. But threat hunting is coming in and saying, okay, no, we have to be proactive. It's like, let's presume a compromise. Let's assume that they're already here. Let's go hunt for them. So last night we talked about the indicator of account compromise, IOCs, right? Last night we talked about PPPs, right? PTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. Both of these are used when we're doing threat hunting. We have an idea who the bad guys is. Let's go hunt for them, see if they're already in our environment. Vulnerability scanning could be manual, where you use Nessus, manually you do that, or you can automate that stuff. You can have Nessus do the scans automatically and give you the PDF, all that good stuff. All right, here's different types. Vulnerability scanning types. Again, like I said, automated scans, where you can go in and just use that thing to scan for non-vulnerabilities. So you can scan for your computers, for your networks. So you can configure with the test for most types of a network host. You can focus on scanning just the operating systems, the server, the desktop. Again, you're just scanning your environment. Greenbone is free. Unlike Nessus, I probably should say Greenbone, but OpenVAS. OpenVAS is the free version of Greenbone. Free, it's used, it looks like this. I don't like the interface, but yeah, this is what we got, it's free. I like Nessus better than what they have, but it does the same thing. It's a vulnerability scanner application or tool. Right, so we can do the scans for network, do the scans for host, do the scans for applications themselves. Okay. All right, so common vulnerability and exposure. There we go. Some stuff you got to remember for that exam. So there's what we normally call a CVE, also known as a common vulnerability and exposure. CVE is it's a number. It's the number that gets assigned to every vulnerability, right? So it's every vulnerability must have a number when it was discovered, and that number is known as a CVE. For example, if we go back to that Google hacking database, let me show you this quickly. Go to the Google hacking database. You can start seeing CVE here. Let me go here. So if okay, there we go, TCP. Let me just grab this one. I click on this. Here's the CVE number. So CVE number consists of the year when it was discovered and some random number that they assign to it. This is very important when you're hacking or when you want to protect this. If you wanted to protect this thing, directory traversal attack, specifically for FTP, you might want to, use this CVE number. Okay. All right. So another thing, and this came from NIST, is a CVSS. I sort of mentioned this one already. CVSS is the scoring system. It's nice to know that CVE help us identify which vulnerability this is, which exploit this is. But CVSS help us understand the criticality of that thing. It's a scoring system. It goes from 0 all the way to 9. I mean, all the way to 10, really, to be honest. All the way to 10. And 10 being critical, 9 to 10 being critical, 7 to 8 being high, 4 to 6 being medium, and anything under 4, it's low. Right? And information, there's a regular information. That's CVSS, that's the scoring system. On that exam, they're gonna ask you, somebody is trying to secure this thing and they want to know which vulnerability they should fix first. What can they use to do that? The scoring system. Scoring system will help you to know which one is critical, which one you should focus on as far as fixing goes. SCAP, this is the Security Content Automation Protocol. This is what is used when they're sharing a feed, when they're sharing vulnerability information. This is one of the protocol that is used. So it's a mechanism for updating scanner via feed. In another word, your Nessus gets the latest vulnerabilities, signatures and stuff via SCAP, right? Automatically. This is the protocol that update the vulnerability program, the software. All right, intrusive and non-intrusive scanning. So there's two types of scanning that we can do, one being intrusive, another one being non-intrusive. First of all, before we talk about those, let's talk about remote scanning and agent-based scanning. Remote scanning is when you have a server, and that server is sort of is pulling. It's remotely asking these computers, hey, report to me, what is your vulnerability? It's remote scanning. Agent-based scanning is when you install the agent into the host themselves, into the computer. And these agents are the ones that's reporting to you. Okay. Non-intrusive scanning, it's passive, and intrusive scanning, it's active. So it's sort of like similar here. So this is when we're passively testing or we're passively scanning. So passively meaning we're just sort of like looking for the low-hanging fruits. Like we're not causing too much trouble, because when you're scanning stuff, you're generating traffic. So passively scanning is when we're doing the scan, but it's like a high-level type of a scan. Okay. But an active scan, this is when we're actively engaged with that thing that we're scanning. In another word, this is like sort of like using Nmap. For example, like I'm using Nmap, I'm scanning this particular IP address. That's more like an active scan. There's an established session that's being used. Agent-based scanning is also active scanning because you have the agent actually installed into that particular computer. Okay. So again, intrusive, we're like literally going out, we're directly involved, directly connected to that thing we're scanning. Non-intrusive, it's like a high level. Like we're not directly involving with you, but we're able to see what you're sending. Other thing you need to know about scanning is credentialed and non-credentialed. I can just tell you, credentialed scans are better because you get a lot of information because you've signed in. That's what credentialed scan means. You use your credentials to do the scan. You sign in before you do the scan. So this is better. I think non-credential scan is just a waste of time because it doesn't go deep. It doesn't have the credentials to go deep to look at the vulnerabilities and all that stuff. But one, you're using your credentials, another one, you're not. But the bad guys, it might be a good thing to do the non-credential scan to be able to see what the bad guys might see if they're doing a non-credential scan. But if you're doing this for the sake of fixing the vulnerability, I would do credentialed scan. When you're scanning, you will get some false positive and false negatives and everything in between. Not sure if you remember this from some of your studies, but let's take a look at these. So false positive and false negatives, two things that tend to confuse some people. But you're scanning the environment. And a false negative, let me start with the false negatives. False negatives is when the scanner using the scan, it fails to identify the vulnerability. Right? It fails to identify the vulnerability, but the vulnerability is present. That's the important thing. It's like the vulnerability is there, but the scanning thing is not identifying it. Right? So it's telling you, hey, I don't see anything. There's nothing here. But in reality, there is something there. False positive is when the scan tells you, hey, this is here, but in reality, it's not. So I will tell you from a really word experience, this is the worst one, false negatives. Because it's not telling you, hey, this thing is here, but it's actually there. So false positive, it's annoying. It keeps telling you, this is here, this is here, this is here, but it's not there. So false positive is annoying, but it's all right. We just need to tune the device and tell you, hey, don't keep telling me this here. Cut it off. But you got to remember these two for your exam. The worst one, it's false negative. It's not identifying the thing, but the thing is there. False positive is identifying it, but it's actually not there. Configuration review. Once you've configured stuff, you might go back in there and change some things. So you might review if there's lack of controls. If you don't have any security controls in place that you might want to add or remove or make changes to it. Misconfiguration is huge. People make mistakes. So we might want to take it easy on those misconfiguration by having templates, using templates instead of having a human being going in there typing in stuff and all that stuff. So we might have some templates that we've configured that we're going to use as we're configuring this thing. You want to set up a firewall or a router, let's use a template instead of having the human do some mistakes. I will talk about this more in the cloud chapter. So we're going to come back to this and talk about how we are automating configuration nowadays. We're just using code to be able to automate some of this. But there are two things we could use. There's the Open Vulnerability and Assessments language, OVAL. There's the Extensible Configuration Checklist Description Format, XCCDF. I don't think this might pop up. If it does, maybe OVAL might pop up. This guy right here. These two are ways of creating these templates that we're talking about that you can use as you're doing the assessment, right? As you're checking to see if there's any misconfig. Right. Another thing you could do as a part of this, it's checking for compliance purposes. We talked about PCI DSS last night for credit card. You can use Nessus to check if your systems are complying with PCI. By the way, that's a lot of people that do this. That's what they use it for. All right, threat hunting. I've mentioned about threat hunting already. This is when we're hunting for the bad guys. We're assuming they're already in our environment, presume compromise. So we use log information to do the threat hunting. We use indicator of a compromise. We're gonna search for those things. So plan threat hunting project in response to a newly discovered threat, absolutely. Whenever we go online and they're telling you, hey, there's this thing that they just found that they're using to attack, we got to check our environment to see if we might find that thing in our environment. Recently, I think like 2 months ago, there was this attack known as Log4j. Well, this is a very long chapter. Huh, okay. Log4j. Log4j was one of the vulnerability that they recently found in a lot of computer systems. And I'm telling you, this wasn't like Apache vulnerability. Everybody was on top of this thing. They all reported like, okay, here's how you can fix it. Here's how you can do it. So threat hunting, it's going in our environment and check, maneuver around, look at the alerts, look at the indicator of a compromise, check with the CIEM, with the SIEM, to see if there's anything that this thing have found on that Log4j. All right, so let me finalize this before we do the questions and we take another break. All right, so D, penetration testing. 1.8 from that exam objectives. This is what I'm talking about right now. So pen testing, like we said before, penetration testing is ethical hacking. Ethical hacking, you're a hacker, but you decide to do that ethically. Yeah. So your job is to verify threats, so identify vulnerabilities and the vector by which they could be exploited. That's the keyword here, exploited. So you're not only going to identify a vulnerability, but you're going to also exploit them, or you're going to show, you're going to prove that, hey, this is how the attacker can exploit this. We could do pen testing by way of a bypassing product, like security products. So we can identify lack of controls, and again, like we're trying to find loopholes into our security when we're doing pen testing. Actively testing security controls, finding the weaknesses, and then fixing those. And once they identify those, it's known as a pwned. This is like cool, like being cool in cybersecurity. You can say, hey, I pwned you, bro. That means I hacked you successfully. Very annoying. Once you meet people that talks like that, don't party with those people. Right. Rules of engagement. As you're doing your pen testing, you are limited to what you can do. It's not like you can start hacking everything. No, they don't want to do that. So management, it's going to kind of set up a scope. A scope is the rules of engagement, telling you, hey, look, you're only allowed to attack this IP address. That's it. If you do anything outside of this, you know, it's us and you. So this is like what you are sort of authorized to do. Then you have your authorization to proceed from a system owner or management. They usually tell you that. But remember, keep an eye on third parties. When you're attacking, for example, let's say my company is in the cloud, and then I hire you as a penetration tester. Does that mean you should start attacking the cloud provider? No. Nope. Don't want to do that. So that's part of the rules and for engagement, knowing exactly what you should be doing and you should not be doing. Attack profiles. This is the knowledge. So black box. Black box. Remember these three for your exam, by the way, guys. Black box, it's a known environment. We hire you to attack us, but we don't tell you anything about our environment. That's black box. White box, we tell you everything about our environment. We hire you to attack us. We will give you the diagram. We will give you the IP addresses. We will give you everything you should know about our environment. Gray box is in between, right? We give you some information. We don't give you too much, right? We don't give you too much. Do not confuse these with the ones we talked about last night, the black hat, white hat, gray hat. This is knowledge based. This is the attack profile based on what you know. Right. Bug bounty programs. This is when we could hire you. I don't like when I say hire you, but look, a company could put a site or a part of their website online, and then ask you to attack them. If you find any vulnerabilities, they ask you to report this to them and they pay you some money. One of the best places to do this is HackerOne. There's a kid who became a millionaire by doing this, by the way, guys. So if you enjoy doing this, work for yourself. And he did that through HackerOne. Let me try to sign in so I'll show you this. There we go. So these are the bug bounty that we're talking about. So if I go to directory here, they have like hundreds of different companies. So I can search for, let's say, Bitcoin. Not Bitcoin. Let me say the company that sells Bitcoin, Coinbase. Because those things they've been killing these guys. So I go to Coinbase. Coinbase is right here. You can find Bank, Wells Fargo, like a bunch of companies are here. Because they usually expose this, they tell you, okay, if you find anything, let us know. So, for example, with the Coinbase, you can see if I find a critical vulnerability, they're able to go up to $50,000. That's like how much they might pay me. So here they're going to talk about, oh, they've paid over $1 million already in bug bounties. So that's cool. So here they're going to talk about the scope. If I scroll down, they're basically telling you, okay, this is what you're allowed to do. These are the policies and all that good stuff. And this is how you're going to report the things to us. We're going to have our security team verify your findings and all that good stuff. And they tell you, like the vulnerabilities, the kind of, and how much they're going to pay. I'm looking for the scope. There we go. The scope, they're telling you, okay, you can hack anything at Coinbase.com, or you can hack anything right here. That's what this little star means. It means all the assets, anything that's connected here, you can hack. Anything on this IP address, you can hack. You find the vulnerability, you write it, you give us the report, we give you the money. So if you enjoy this kind of stuff, please go for it. You're not going to be reporting to anybody you don't want to report to, right? It could be your own boss. Your own boss. So that's bug bounty programs. So here's the other thing, exercise types. When we're talking about red team, blue teaming, and everything in between, you need to understand these that these are exercise types. Right? A lot of the terminologies that we get in cybersecurity is from the military. Literally, red team, blue team, all this is from the military. Even the word cybersecurity itself came from the military. Penetration testing, all that is from the military. So in military, they do these exercises, engagements, where you have one team that's red team. This one is doing offense, like their offense, they're the one that are attacking. Then you have a blue team. This one is the defense, right? So in the bigger companies, small companies don't do this. In the bigger companies, they will do something like this, where they have a team of people who's going to be finding issues, who's going to be finding vulnerabilities to exploit the vulnerability. And then you have another group of people who's going to find those weaknesses and then fix them. Then they're going to kind of put them in a league and have them start do the exercise, see who's going to win. I tell you, red team always are winning. Ethical hackers, offensive, they always winning. And part of the reason is because it's like it's not fair, right? Because if you're an offense, if you're a red teamer, you only need to find one weakness and you're in. That's all you got to do. Just one weakness, you're in. If you're a defense, you got to find all the weaknesses and close them. So it's like not a fair game, right? Then you have a white team. These are the managers. They set the rules. They set the rules of the engagement. As these two are doing the exercise, they set the rules. Then you have the purple team. These are like referees. So they facilitate. They're the facilitators. They facilitate the engagement. So they understand a little bit of blue, a little bit of red. So they have the knowledge of the both teams. They sort of facilitate the engagement. Like I said, bigger companies do this. Small companies don't it's a lot of money to hire a team of these people. One of these guys costs like a 6-figure, so it's a lot of money to hire. Passive and active recon. So you could do a passive and active reconnaissance, which is sort of similar to what we talked about earlier when we were talking about non-intrusive and intrusive. So OSINT, open source intelligence, is a passive recon. When you're doing OSINT, you're passively gathering information that's available online. Remember, reconnaissance is searching stuff. Active recon, it's like using Nmap and like you're actively engaged with the target. Passive, you're not. It's like social engineering, you're using available information online. Right? And the footprinting, like I mentioned earlier, it's when you're discovering stuff. You're doing recon, but you're discovering things that are connected to that network. So host operating systems, a detailed diagram of the network, the computers, and everything in between. War driving is when you're driving around looking for free Wi-Fi. Again, it's a recon. You are doing reconnaissance. You're just driving around. Or flying, it's when you're using some sort of like a drone or something to scan for free Wi-Fi. Pen testing, the life cycle of somebody doing a pen testing, I will come back to all these once we start talking about the cyber kill chain. I will come back to all these. But here's a little life cycle. If you're going to be doing a penetration testing, meaning hacking someone ethically, you're going to do the initial exploitation, right? Basically, you will do the recon first. You're going to do the reconnaissance search as much as you can about them. Then you're going to figure out what's going to be the exploit that you're going to use, right? Then you will, once you're in, you will persist. Before you kind of persist, you will deliver the exploit, right? You will want to persist, meaning maintain command and control, stay there as long as you want, as long as you can. You want to be able to escalate your privileges. You got in, you want higher privileges, or you want to be the administrator. You want to move laterally from one computer to another machine, right? Since they're all connected on the same network, you want to go from compromising one machine to another machine. You want also to pivot from one host to another. Then you want to take action. Then some hackers who want to be sneaky, they can clean up their tracks. They can clean up the logs. They can destroy them. I don't like this right here. What explains this the right way is the cyber kill chain. And let me just bring it up quickly. We're going to have a section where we'll talk more about this. But cyber kill chain, which was designed by it was designed by Lockheed Martin, the company who designed military tools, war flying. Those who works in the government, you guys know what I'm talking about. So it has 7 steps. Kill chain have 7 steps. One is recon, another one is weaponization. This is what they were talking about. So you search about the target. You weaponize it based on your search. You find the exploit that you can use. You deliver this more likely using a phishing email. You exploit the thing, right? You sort of take action. You install any other tool that you may want to install. You have those computers that you've compromised communicate back to your machine. It's known as a C2 or command and control. You want to be able to communicate back to these things. Then you take action. You exfiltrate the data. You steal the data. I will talk more about this if I haven't already about that thing. All right. Any questions for me? There's a lot of information. All right. Let me check your understanding, and then we're going to go to a break. One of you can read, as always.
Sure. An organization is concerned that its hosted web servers are not running the most updated version of the software. Which of the following would work best to help identify potential vulnerabilities?
I'm going to say the third one.
I'm gonna agree.
Yeah, I'll say Nmap too.
I agree.
Good job. Still recognizing this one. Okay, good job. Next.
Which of the following best describes a security exploit for which a vendor patch is not regularly available?
0 day.
0 day.
Yeah.
Good job. Next question.
A security analyst is using a recently released security advisory to review historical logs looking for the specific activity that was outlined in the advisory. Which of the following is the analyst doing?
Threat hunting.
I agree.
Red hunting.
Agreed.
Good job, you guys. Huh. Well, pretty easy chapter, huh?
I'll do this one. The enterprise has hired an outside security firm to conduct penetration testing on its network and applications. The firm has been given all the developers' documentation about the internal architecture. Which of the following best represents the type of testing that will occur?
White box.
Yeah. What?
White box.
I am liking you guys.
An organization has hired a security analyst to perform a penetration test. The analyst captures 1 gigabyte worth of inbound network traffic to the server and transfer the PCAP back to the machine for analysis. Which of the following tools should the analyst use to further review the PCAP?
All right, talk to me.
All right, you got 1 gig of data, so that's important.
So which tool do we use to capture PCAP?
I'm gonna go with Wireshark on this one.
And that would be correct. That would be correct.
I was muted because I was trying to work it out in my head and not look at it. That's why I didn't answer right away.
Ah, okay. Yeah, what about, because this is a gig worth of inbound traffic. What if TCP dump would have been here? Which one would you pick?
TCP dump.
Good job. All right, that's it. Let's take a break. All right, so identifying social engineering. What is a social engineering? Anybody?
The weakest link in a computer, the human.
The weakest link. The weakest link it is.
Human.
Yeah. There was a guy, I usually call these mentors, but anybody who says something that I found interesting, I just call them mentors. So if you've ever heard me saying my mentor, some of these were just instructors where I learned this stuff from. So this instructor, he was talking about social engineering. Then he said, we can usually patch everything. You know, we just finished talking about patching and finding vulnerabilities. But guess what we cannot patch? The human brain. You can just update or upgrade the human brain. But I started asking him, hey, what about if we do social engineering training, like security awareness training? So we came to an understanding that maybe that's a way of patching the human brain, right? Social engineering training. But so the reason why hackers are so successful, it's because they play with our psychology as humans. And the social engineering, it's all about tricking the human into doing something that they don't have intention on doing. So topic A is going to be like all about the techniques of social engineering. And this is like on that first page of your exam objective, 1.1. 1.1 from the exam objective. Let's get busy. Before we do that, I have a pop quiz.
A user received an SMS on a mobile phone that asked for bank details. Which of the following social engineering techniques was used in this case?
I'm gonna go with SPIM.
Spin.
To vote for spam.
SPIM for me as well.
Karen, Shayla, okay.
Yeah.
Ah, spam is receiving a lot of voting. Okay, well, let me see. Let me disappoint you for a little bit. So it's not spam. And I understand why you say spam. But here they say received an SMS on mobile phone. SMS is a text message, right? So smishing is something you probably don't know yet. Let me talk about this. Smishing, it's when you phishing someone by you sending SMS. It's literally an SMS, right? Instead of sending them a phishing email, you send them a text. Now, spam, it's sort of similar, but it's not just SMS. Spam, it's when you're using like Facebook chat. Right? That's not text messages. That's the instant messages, right? That's what that is. Facebook chatting and Twitter chatting. If somebody is phishing you via those things, that's spam. But if somebody's sending you an SMS, your text messages, it's called smishing. Fair? Yeah. And the phishing is when they give you a phone call. That's phishing over phone call. And the spear phishing, it's when you're going for after the big fish. And the CEO, the people with the C in the name. All right, social engineering. Let's start from the beginning. I'm gonna run a little bit quickly because I know you're hungry. I am hungry too. So it's hacking the human brain, right? Hacking the human. We are playing with the people's psychology. That's why this is so effective. Purpose of a social engineering, it's for reconnaissance. You are researching, you're trying to learn more about the organization. Therefore, you are using social engineering techniques. It could be eliciting information as well, where like you're being nosy, right? Really nosy in a way of you're asking for people to give up more information, right? Imagine if somebody shows up at your work and they start asking, it looks like there was a camera over there. You know, how many cameras do you guys have total here? They're just trying to get you to start talking more and more and more and things that you shouldn't be talking about, right? So being nosy. Again, they do all that for gaining unauthorized access. So there's just so many different scenarios. We're going to be talking about those. People calling you from help desk, people sending you phishing emails. We'll talk about ways of tricking somebody to give you information. Reasons why this is effective, you have to remember this for your exam. You gotta remember, the reason why this is so effective is because liking. As humans, we try to do stuff for the people we like, the people we're familiar with. It's a lot easier because they have established the trust with us. So whatever they ask us to do, we do it because we like them already. That's one of the reasons. Another one is social proof. If you've ever wondered why all these marketing people, they're so successful at selling you stuff, this is one of them. Right? This is exactly one of them. They tell you, do you know Michael and Nate have already bought this thing? Right? You might want to buy the same thing. As humans, we want to be part of the group. So they can exploit that as well with the fake testimonials and all that good stuff. There was a hotel, I'm going to move on. There was a hotel that tried to get people to pull up the towels to recycle the towels in the hotel rooms. Guess what they did? They only put a sign, like close to the door that says 90% of all the people who have slept in this room, they've done this thing, right? And they start seeing people literally doing that just because of that message. Why was this so effective? It's because of that 90% of the other people are doing it. That's the social proof. Authority. It's another reason. If somebody showed up and they acting as if they're coming from the FBI, they're probably from the FBI. Right? They're acting within the authority like they have power. So they can intimidate us, make us sort of be afraid of them. They like, oh, we are from the RIS. If you don't do this and take me to your data center, and everything's gonna shut down, right? Really. Scarcity is just another one. If you don't do this within 2 minutes, everything is shutting down. Urgency, trying to get you to take action as soon as we can. So these are all psychology, and these are the reasons why this is effective. You gotta remember them for your exam. Impersonation. Impersonation is to pretend to be someone that you're not, right? It's be someone else. It doesn't have to be a person. It could be a computer impersonating another machine. It could be a processor impersonating another processor. Just remember, you are pretending to be somebody else that you're not, right? This is usually done if the identity have been spoofed. Spoofed meaning we're lying about the identity. Pretexting, it's using a scenario with convincing additional details. Pretexting is like getting something ready, right? So for example, I want to attack you. I'm coming up with all sorts of scenario that's believable, that you're probably gonna believe based on what happened maybe to your organization. So that's pretexting. Again, trust, it's a weakness in computer systems, right? We could do pretexting to get your trust in order to ask you for you to like, in order to get you to like us. So later on, we can attack you. Dumpster diving. This is the nasty stuff. You're digging into trash cans, looking for documents, right? Tailgating. This is following someone else to the door, right? Tailgating. Piggybacking. This is when you get someone to hold the door for you. Some people confuse these two, tailgating and piggybacking. Piggybacking is someone tailgating someone, swipe the badge, you follow them through the door, right? And the piggybacking, it's when they try to be nice. They swap the badge, they open the door, they hold the door, you get in. Both of them are not good. They're not good. It might be rude to shut the door behind somebody, but you got to do it. There was a lady, she was pretty looking. Then, actually, there was this company who wanted to hack, this group that wanted to hack this company. So they used like a female, like that was attractive. So the lady showed up at the building when these guys had just come from smoking outside. And then she had books in her hands. So as soon as the guys swapped their badge, she came running with the books as if she got her hands full. They hold on the door for her. The next, like literally 3 weeks later, they got attacked. Come to find out that holding on to that door to open for that lady to get in was the reason. So not good at all. Identity fraud and invoice scams. That's what it sounds like. Identity fraud. This is designed for a specific individual that it targets. Again, they have stolen your identity and they're impersonating you, right? They're impersonating you. They like, imagine the Equifax attack. How many people have lost their identity there? People can grab that, open fake bank accounts on you, using your social security number to do all kinds of stuff. It's all part of the identity fraud. Okay. Invoice scams, these are common. you buy something using PayPal, and then you receive an email that says, hey, you know, your cash didn't go through. Click here to finalize the payment. Yeah, right. You're giving out your money away for free. Credential theft, it's part of the credential harvesting. Credential harvesting, again, you're harvesting for credentials. This is like the harvester, the tool we were talking about a minute ago, where you're asking LinkedIn to give you all the credentials of the people. That works for a specific company. Shoulder surfing, you're looking at the password when somebody, you know, you're looking over the shoulder on someone as they're typing in their password or PIN. Lines time attack, you know, you work with somebody, they go to lunch, you start using their computer if they didn't sign out. That's really what lines time attack is. Right? Sometimes you might want to do, if you are an insider threat. I am the insider, I don't want to be detected. You go to lunch, I use your account. Evil. Phishing, whaling, and vishing. This will be on that exam. So phishing, it's when it's mass emails, right? We're sending in the emails to a lot of people, hoping some folks are going to click on the links that we have in the emails. So you can an email that has some links that says, hey, you've won a lot, or click here to claim your thing, your prizes. Yeah. What you want to do is hover over the link so that you can see where the link is actually taking you. If it looks like it's not a secure site, most of them are not. If it looks like it's just a bunch of numbers, not an actual domain name, yeah, don't click on that. Then don't click on the link. Spear phishing. Spear phishing is a targeted attack. Some people confuse this with the whaling, right? So spear phishing is highly targeted. We're not just sending emails to anybody. We've specifically decided or picked one person or a group of people to send the email to. That's spear phishing. It could be the CEO. It doesn't matter. Right? We're still targeting somebody. It could be the little guy or the big guy. Spear phishing. Whaling, on the other hand, it's when we're going for after the big fish. This is just going for the CEO, CFO, and so on and so forth. Phishing, we're using a VoIP, voice over IP. This is when we call somebody while we're phishing them. You know, they call you, hey, this is from help desk. I forgot my password. Please reset my password. Yeah. It's phishing. Smishing, it's what you saw a minute ago. They're doing phishing using text messages. SMS. Right there. Both of these will be on that exam. Remember them. And guys, if I'm going a little bit fast, let me know so I can slow down. If there's one of these you don't understand fully, let me know. I'll take my time on that. Spam, hoaxes, and the pre-pending. So spam, these are the email you don't want, right? These are the emails that you don't want in your inbox. So we have systems now that are able to identify spam. You know, we don't really get a lot of these. If you use Gmail, Outlook, these things have gotten better. Spam, on the other hand, is a spam over the IM. This is what you guys were talking about. It's still something you don't want. It's still like a sort of like a phishing. It's an email you don't want. It's a message you don't want, but it gets sent to you via internet messaging. Internet messaging are your Facebook chat, your Slack chat, it's not SMS. It's not a text message system, right? Hoaxes is something that's not real. It's fake. If you've ever used a computer, then all of a sudden there is a little pop-up that says, you know, I just scanned your computers and it looks like you got 50 viruses. Like, when did you scan my computer exactly? Right? It's not real. It's fake. It's a hoax. Pre-pending, something that a lot of people might not know. This was new to the 601 exam. This is when they put a tag in the subject line of the email. So hackers can use a pre-pending by putting in a tag that says urgent, all caps, like in the subject line of the email. Urgent. Please open this now. That's pre-pending. When I was working for Trenton Health Team, I used these as well to sort of help people identify if an email came from the outside that they know is external, so they should be careful. So there was like an external into the email that says this is external. It didn't come from us, so be careful. Right? But yeah, so it's literally what they put in the tag subject line, if you will, to try to get you into clicking on that email and doing what they want you to do. Pre-pending. Few more things. Farming and credential harvesting. Farming, it's what they normally call, it's redirect, the keyword. Farming, it's redirect. Redirect meaning you could receive an email that says, hey, you did this, you click right here, and then it redirects you to the attack site. That's farming. Right? They could also do farming by spoofing DNS, by messing around with the DNS. They could also farming by messing around with the host files. Host file. How many people have heard about host files from Windows computers? Some of you have? Host file, it's a file that's within your Windows that your computer look to first before going to DNS. And literally the file looks like this. So what farming is, you could literally come here, put the IP address here, and then put whatever domain name here. And what's going to happen, whenever somebody tries to go to google.com, it's going to redirect them to this IP address. Tell you, it's fun. It's hilarious. When I was in college, I used to do this just for fun. The classmates didn't like it, but it's sort of fun, right? They try to go to google.com or facebook.com and they redirected them to a completely different thing. Yeah, when you're young, you think that's funny. And it was. All right, so that's farming, redirecting somebody to a completely different website, like an attack site. Typo squatting, it's like a cousin of redirection. We are assuming that the attacker is going to make a typo. How many people have typed in Google with the 3 O's instead of 2? Yeah, right. So what the attacker do, they're going to buy this domain, Google with the 3 O's, hoping somebody's going to make a typo. Right? And then you make the typo, they take you to the thing. It's going to imitate the look and the feel of the legitimate website. And then that's how they get you. Right? Watering hole attack. You got to remember this one for exam. Actually, farming and typo squatting, all these might pop up on that exam, so I'll remember them. Watering hole attack is when we're targeting a third party site. For example, when I said targeting a third party site, what I'm talking about is, imagine you're the CEO, we want to get to you, but we cannot get into your company, maybe because you're too secure. What we can do, we can find your hobbies, the forum that you usually visit, then we can attack those, hoping to get to you. That's what our watering hole attack is. So imagine if you enjoy sports. A lot of people do. Instead of attacking your business, we attack the sporting forum, for example, the sporting website, hoping you're going to visit it, and then we get you that way. So for the hacker to be able to do watering hole attack, they must know who they're targeting. They must know exactly your interests. They must know exactly your hobbies, all kinds of stuff. So for example, it could be installing malware on a website that is known to be visited by the target victim. Absolutely. I know Karen always does this, goes to this yoga website, to this yoga forum. But yeah, let me attack that thing. Okay, that's watering hole attack. Credential harvesting, like I said, this is like stealing credentials. So again, it's very specific to the individual that we're targeting. We are trying to obtain the credentials either for sale in the dark web or for other reasons. Maybe I want to open a bank account under your name. Well, let me grab your credentials. Influence campaign. These are becoming common, especially since the 2016, the thing that happened in 2016, where attackers could attack things or maybe advertise things really, just so they can influence opinion of people. In 2016, that is exactly what Russia did. This is exactly what they did. They even buy some Facebook ads to try to sort of spread some of this information so they can influence people. They can change people's opinion about voting and all that stuff. So it's known as a soft power hybrid warfare. It's coming. It's like using espionage, disinformation. All that stuff is part of it. Again, social media is literally fueling a lot of these influence campaigns. They're trying to influence people. Speaking of an influence campaign, whenever you're not free, if you have Netflix, here's what I want you to watch. You should watch The Great Hack on Netflix. It's a documentary sort of based on what happened in 2016 with Cambridge Analytica. I loved it, right? So you will learn some things. It's not wasting of your time. You will learn some things, but also you'll see how, like, where we're going as far as cybersecurity goes. Now we get to the level of where a country can influence another country's election. It's getting dangerous.
I saw it. It's definitely worth watching.
Yeah. So I'll put the link in the, right here. Yeah, put the link there. If you got Netflix, watch it. All right, topic B. Analyze indicators of a malware based on attack. So this is just a bunch of a malware. Malware, it's malicious software. It's a code that you don't want in your environment. Bad code. We're going to talk about a bunch of these. 1.2 from that exam objective. And we're going to talk about Cuckoo from 1.4. Cuckoo, it's a sandbox. If you have a malware and you want to be able to analyze the malware, you would do it from Cuckoo. It's a sandbox. It's a place where you put a malware there and then you can analyze it, what the malware does. And I should bring up Cuckoo before I forgot. You don't have to like sort of use it. Okay, what did I use the wrong one? But I didn't clean my cookies. Okay, well, if Cuckoo is not coming, there is this from nuts malware analysis. There we go. This guy. So Cuckoo is not working. I will drop this in the chat. Guys, look, malware analysis can be a career in itself. So don't go crazy with this. Just sharing the tools of the trade. So this is like a distribution. See how like we have Kali Linux for penetration testing. If you do malware analysis, this is the distribution for you. Okay, just want to share that. It looks like Cuckoo wasn't coming up. So let's talk about this. So malware classification. So a malware gets classified based on what it does, the vector. So based on what the malware is designed to do, that's how we're going to classify this. But here's what you need to understand for your exam. You're going to need to understand the difference between a virus and a worm. Right? A virus and a worm. You got to understand the difference between the two. A virus, it's a bad code. It's a malware, just like a worm. How they're both malwares, right? But a virus needs a user to do something. You got to click on the executable, the .exe. The user have to do something. You have to take action, right? And a worm, on the other hand, it's going to self-propagate. It doesn't need you to do anything. As long as you enter the USB, it's going to start doing what it does. As long as you visit this website, and then you're just gonna start doing what it does. So the user doesn't need the user to do anything. It does not need to attach itself to a program or a file for the worm to start self-propagating. That's what I've seen CompTIA asks. They usually tend to ask, oh, which one is which? And you just need to know self-propagate, literally this keyword, self-propagate. You see that? They're talking about a worm. A Trojan. It's a malicious program that's going to conceal itself, basically hide itself with a legitimate program. You guys remember the story of the city of Troy? I think that's like in the Bible or something, sort of. Yeah. So they couldn't get into the city, all that good stuff. They brought them a horse as a gift, but inside of the horse there were soldiers, right? They wait at nighttime. They got out. How they took over the city. Same thing with the Trojan. Literally, it's named Trojan horse. You are downloading a program thinking you're getting the legitimate program, but behind the scene, there's another thing that is attached to it, known as a Trojan. You remember Trojan, remember worms and viruses, for example. PAPS, this is a potentially unwanted program. We usually call this grayware. I would not remember these. This is just really nothing, but these are just annoying programs that you don't want, in your computer. Right? Very annoying. If you remember in the good old days of Internet Explorer, i.e., how you will install something and it will come with ask.com, yahoo.com. When you try to Google something, it goes to ask.com, you're like, Jesus Christ, like, why? Right? That's grayware, right? It's not there to harm you. It's not doing anything. It's just very annoying. All right, again, we can classify this based on what they do, right? What they're designed to actually accomplish. So let's take a look at more of these. So computer viruses, again, remember, it relies on some sort of a host file or a media for this to happen. One of the most common, you might want to remember, it's called micros. Micros, it's a virus that's going to attach itself to Microsoft, literally Microsoft Office product, like your Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, more likely Excel. Because micro, it's like a script. Micro, it's like something you can automate. So bad guys can do that as well, where you double click on this Microsoft file, and then all of a sudden the micro is executing. Remember, the user have to do something. You double click on the file thinking you're opening Microsoft Word, but there is a script that is running behind the scene. This was very annoying, very, very annoying a few years ago. Microsoft had to turn these off. So now you basically have to go there and turn them on manually if you want to use them at your own risk. Because hackers were using these a lot, Imagine somebody sending you like a Word document. A lot of us really don't think twice. We just double click on that thing to open it up. All right, so that's a virus. Remember that I will remember this for the exam. And just remember this has something to do with the Microsoft product, Microsoft Excel. Right? And micros are script. They're designed in a VBI, Microsoft Virtual Basics. And there are, for the most part, there are designed for good things. It's like you're scripting something for a good thing, but all of a sudden, hackers also can script the same thing for bad thing. We got viruses that can inject a boot. Boot is like the startup process of your machine. We'll talk about rootkit, for example. A rootkit is one of the viruses that does that, and so on and so forth. So then you have so multi-protect, sort of like a virus is again infects the boot sector. Again, like I said, rootkit is one of the viruses that does this, where it's designed to do multiple things. Right? Kind of remove your operating system files and just inject itself into locations where it should be injecting. It does all of this to evade detection. It doesn't want your AV, your antivirus program, to detect it. That's why it does all that. I'll talk more about it once we get there. Polymorphic. Polymorphic is a virus that can create or modify versions of itself. It does that as well to evade detection. A rootkit doesn't always, it's not really like a polymorphic. Polymorphic is literally like a virus that's going to keep replicate itself, that can change things on the fly. And remember, when antivirus programs are detecting viruses, they do that based on the signatures, correct? Based on the signatures. Signatures are what? Signatures are hashes. So if you remember last night when we were talking about hashes, if you change anything, the whole hash is different. So polymorphic viruses are really hard to detect because they keep changing themselves. Vector for delivery, it's how that gets delivered via email, USB, you name it, computer viruses. Computer worms, like I said, they're going to self-propagate. For the most part, some of them might not be for malicious reasons. It might be there to consume bandwidth or to deliver a virus. Right? Literally, we could use a worm just to deliver a virus, because a worm is going to go into from a computer to another machine to another machine. Every machine that has that vulnerability, it's going to get infected with a worm. Fireless virus or malware, it's a homeless malware. It's a malware that doesn't have a home. It's a fireless, right? And it's extremely dangerous. These are used when the bad guys want to leave off of the land, meaning they don't want to be detected. They want to persist in your environment for a very long time. So it doesn't attach itself to a file, right? It's just, it's like a script. As you use your computer, this thing is going to be in the RAM, right? It's literally going to be in the RAM, random access memory. Once you shut down the computer, it's going to go into the registry. Just stay into the registry. A lot of your antivirus programs, they don't scan the registry. The registry is like the heart of your operating system. They don't really bother that place. So not good at all. Hackers use fireless for persistence purposes if they don't want to be detected. Spyware, adware, keylogger. The thing you got to remember for that exam is probably the keylogger. So spyware, it's a program that's going to be spying on you. Again, it's going to log all the activities, kind of knows what you're doing, everything you're doing. It's spying on you. Sometimes this could be for advertisement purposes, literally. Like they just want to advertise stuff to you. So they keep spying on everything that you're doing. So they do that by tracking the cookies, right? Tracking everything you're doing online so they can, advertise some things on you. Adware, again, part of the spying, they're spying on you so they can use an adware to advertise things on you. This is a POP, potentially an unwanted program. It could be just for changing your browser settings, not really malicious per se. You just want to sell stuff to you. Oh, Shayla, you had a question. Go ahead.
Yes, something you just mentioned, tracking cookies. So we know that this is dangerous and that malicious people use it. So why is it that every site, I don't care if it's Google, company, you name it, go out there now and it automatically pops up on your machine? You cannot go forward or anything unless you accept these, that we are tracking your cookies. So if you know that that's dangerous, then why has all of a sudden, because this just happened, last couple of years, that everything pops up on your machine, you have to accept that these cookies in order to, go on this site or use this site?
Yeah, I have a fantastic question. So why are there popping up those things? GDPR. Literally, GDPR. They're doing that so they can comply with the laws, not just GDPR. There's so many laws, right? They're required by the law to let you know this is what we are collecting about you, right? We're tracking what you're doing when you're visiting our websites. We know your
So-
IP address.
Yeah, so in essence,
Mhm.
and I don't been on the inside of quite a few things. So in essence, the government is sending out to track you freely because they're forcing companies to comply with this.
Well, in the one can argue that this is going to give more freedom to people because nobody reads that cookie notification. But what that cookie says is, okay, this is what we're tracking. And then if you don't like it, you could ask them to not do that. You could literally, GDPR says you can ask Google, forget everything you know about me. I want you to delete it.
Yeah, you and I both know nobody forgets anything. 'Cause once it's out there, it's out there.
Yeah, but so usually they do that, Sheila. Companies do that because they're in business of your data. Right? Google, Facebook, they cannot survive without tracking your movement. They want to know what you're searching so that they can sell that to me as I try to sell you something.
Yeah, it's kind of a paradox, but at the end, it's all about money.
Definitely all about money. Yeah. And they get greedy. I don't like it. And what's funny is if you install programs that stop this from happening, they literally are going to give you a hard time to use their websites.
So again, that's not allowing me freedom. You're forcing me to do that.
Oh, yeah. It's like you pick. Either you accept that we're doing this or you're not using our website. All right. Then you have a keylogger. Keylogger, these are extremely dangerous. Oh, my God. I used to have one of these from this location. Actually, let me go there. And you see all the security stuff we have talked about, and guys, we're almost done. Yeah, we're almost done. Let me go lunch. All the security stuff that we're talking about goes out of the door once it gets to a keylogger. Especially if that keylogger is attached to your mouse, what you use to type. You see these little suckers, these little guys here, they have Wi-Fi capability. So if somebody can physically get access to your environment where they get the USB, they plug in right here, like your USB of your mouse, your keyboard, you are done. What this means is that everything you type gets recorded and gets sent to them. So see, like you can go to Bank of America, bankofamerica.com and try to sign in. Well, you could be, look at me showing you all my business. All right. So you could be going to Bank of America. And right now you could be typing your username. Bank of America, it's secure. They're using HTTPS. They're fine. But your information is getting captured before it gets encrypted. So if they manage to install any keylogger, it could be a software or it could be a hardware, something like this, what you're looking at here. If anybody installs a keylogger in your machine, you are in a lot of trouble. Because all the other security stuff we talk about, it's all done. It's all gone. It's useless. So very dangerous. It could be a software based or it could be a hardware based. Keep that in mind. Sheila, do you have another question? I see you raised your hand. Okay. All right, backdoor and remote access Trojans. Backdoor. Usually when hackers get you into your environment, they want that backdoor. They want to be able to come back in and get back out and come back in and get back out. So they can do that by having a ROT. This is a remote access Trojan, right? Remote access Trojan. This is a malicious software that is designed to allow the attacker to remotely control a computer that has been affected with their virus. right? So it's a RAT, it's a remote access Trojan. It allows us to open a backdoor so we can communicate with the computer that we have infected. So this is done when we have a C2, a command and control, where the machine that we've attacked is communicating with our machine. That's what command and control means, is receiving commands from us. Are we telling it what to do? As the bad guys, we're telling this machine what to do. Right, so backdoors can come from misconfigurations or from unauthorized access to certain things. For example, there's this PE32 file system that is used within the Microsoft executable family that is highly used with backdoors. Or you need to remember for that exam is this right here, the botnets and bots. A bot is a computer that is acting as a zombie. It's a computer that is acting as a robot. It receives instructions from the bad guys. And then a botnet is an army of those bots. It's a bunches and millions of these machines. And these are used to send multiple packets to one machine most of the time. And they usually do that to try to cause the DOS attack, the denial of a service, or the distributed denial of a service, DDoS, in the case of that guy, the botnets. Because these are like millions of computers that have backdoors in them that are listening to the command and control. And this command and control is telling them, hey, let's ping this guy. Let's send out these millions of requests to this guy. So those millions of requests could be like a SYN packets. Before you be like, okay, does this stuff happens in a real life? Let me show you something quickly. And guys, we're almost done. There was this thing that was created by these two that were college, university students. They created this thing known as Mirai botnet. Mirai botnet. This happened in 2015, 16. And when this thing happened, it literally, everybody thought the internet was down. Because what happened is all the websites you know and love, they were all down. The Twitter, the Amazon, the Google, like all of them were down because of this botnet. And what happened, this thing was using the IoT, the Internet of Things. Remember, guys, when we're talking about Internet of Things, how they're connecting your microwave, refrigerator, your sofa, everything is going to have an IP address? Well, these things can be used as a part of the botnet. And Mirai did exactly just that. So they attack a, let me put this right here. You can read up on it. If you want to like curious a little bit more about this Mirai botnet, you can read up a little bit on that from Cloudflare. It's fascinating. You'll see how they used the Internet of Things, IoT devices, to attack that. And what they used was Shodan. Shodan is a search engine for Internet of Things. I'll put this in here as well. So if you have like a smart camera at home, some people have a security cameras at home, I want you to scan yourself from Shodan, see how secure you are. So right here, we can scan for security camera with Shodan. Look, there's over 1 million of these things, and this is just the beginning, right? And in the US, we can see that there's over 200,000 of these. And guess what? Some of these things are not secure. So if I were to literally go to this IP address, you can see this is using HTTP. Sometimes they give you like a little more information. I'm not gonna click on the end of this because this is being recorded, but you can see any unsecure camera. This one time I was looking at people in Hawaii doing what they're doing in Hawaii, sitting here. because the cameras was right here, wasn't protected from over there. So this is the Internet of Things. If you are going into cybersecurity, you should think of the Internet of Things, because that means we're going to be hired for a very long time. Right? So I brought those up to talk about botnet, because IoT can be used for botnets. All these smart cameras can be used as part of the army. Rootkit. Rootkit is the program that need your local administrator. You want to become root. Rootkit, once it gets into your system, you want to replace your key operating system files. Right? You want to go like at the bottom of everything. So it's one of the most dangerous, virus, malicious software there is. It's a rootkit. If your computer gets infected with the rootkit, you just need to reformat your everything, like clean install everything. It's extremely difficult to spot because your antivirus programs are not going to be able to detect a rootkit. And here is a better way of understanding this. So usually the way your computer works is like this. You have your BIOS. We talked about this, the firmware, the BIOS. And the firmware communicated with MBR, master boot record, MBR, master boot records. And the MBR is going to communicate with your bootloader. Bootloader is like your operating system files. This is literally the whole price of a machine. And then your bootloader is going to bring up your Windows, your operating system, OS. And then your antivirus program is installed on top of the OS. Right? That's how it works. Usually these are just programs installed on top of the OS. A rootkit is going to go right here, to like at the bottom. So your AV, it's just scanning anything that runs on top of the operating system. It's not looking at anything that's underneath. So that's why we say this is extremely difficult to spot and very difficult to remove. If your computer gets infected with a rootkit, remove everything, start from scratch as well. And if the attacker had to go to the trouble of developing a rootkit for you, yeah, you're a high target. Like a high target. Let me show you one of the attack. Another thing that you're probably gonna have to watch over the weekend, over the week, is what happened in 2011. And this was with Iran, sort of like a nuclear facility, how they shut it down. So they have a program that can go under the hood and look at it's one of those amazing programs. It's called Stuxnet, right? And if some of you have heard about this one. Yeah. In 2011, Stuxnet happened, and the rest is history. They were able to shut down, the nuclear facility of Iran and all that good stuff. The United States and Israeli have been accused of this one, right? But obviously they said no. So there's a documentary about this. It's called 0 Days. The thing is free on YouTube, I believe. Let me see if I found this. I will highly recommend that you watch this. You're going to learn so much by just watching this. There we go. It's free on YouTube. Yeah, it is. I'll put the link in the Discord. So this is a documentary that talks about Stuxnet, how they developed it, who are the people that detected it, right? And everything that went down behind the scenes. This was the first time, guys, a cyber tool was used in a physical setting to destroy physical stuff. After Stuxnet, that's when you start seeing the Ukraine power grid get shut down, right? New York power grid to get infected. All started with the Stuxnet. Sort of interesting stuff, also scary stuff. So for Stuxnet to do what it does, it must have had a root privileges. It must have been admin to do what Stuxnet did. Last, ransom, crypto malware, logic bombs. Got to remember this for exam. Ransomware, they lock out your computer until you pay them a ransom. Crypto malware. This is like whenever they encrypt your computer, they want some cryptocurrencies. We're going to talk about Bitcoin and blockchain and all that stuff later on, but that's part of this. Crypto mining is also common, right? Cryptojacking, where they're using your computer resources to mine cryptocurrencies. Yeah, right. And then you have your logic bomb. Logic bomb is a scheduled malware that does what it does based on some kind of an event or some kind of a timing. And that's what a logic bomb do. I want you to remember that for that exam. Right? This is used a lot by disgruntled employees. See, IT people, we have too much power. If we're gonna fire you, we need to remove everything about you now. Because you could schedule a logic bomb that's gonna explode after a month once you're gone. Right? So logic bomb is just a scheduled virus. Oh, and this is an example of a WannaCry. This happened in 2017. This thing, WannaCry, this thing that you're looking at, it cost hospitals over $10+ billion to recover from this malware. That's with the B, $10 billion. It was huge. It happened a lot in the UK. So if you didn't hear that in the US, it's because this was like a lot of UK thing. And they went on encrypt hospitals and hospitals' computers and asking for $300 on that Bitcoin. Right? It was huge. So that's ransom. All right, malware indicators. How would you know that there's a malicious software? If your browser changes, yeah. If your antivirus programs notifying you, yeah. Right? Or if you find this is a virus, or if you find a code that you want to verify if it's a malware or not, you can put that in a sandbox. A sandbox is an isolated environment where you are able to analyze malware. Cuckoo, it's one of the programs that does that. You could open up Task Manager or use TAP on Linux. TAP on Linux shows you like what is running. So for example, if I bring up Task Manager right now, like it's telling me everything. It's telling me the CPU. Let me go to the performance section here. Right? It's telling me the CPU, the memory, the disk, how they're all being used, all that good stuff, right? So if I see this thing goes up, like through the roof when I'm not doing anything, that's not normal. It could be a malware in the computer. If you see any changes on the registry, temporary files, yes, not good. Process analysis. We want to kind of verify the process of stuff. So signature-based detection is failing to identify modern APT style tools. Yeah. So I will talk more about signature-based, why we probably don't like these anymore. But that's conversation of later on. So what we usually want is to detect these viruses based on how they behave, not the signature of them. So we'll talk about behavior or anomaly based detection. And we can see this anomaly by running a tool such as this one right here. This is a Process Explorer from a Microsoft, this tool. But we have a better looking tools than this. This is just nasty, right? We got better tools than this. That does exactly the same thing. But again, we want to see how things behave, how processes of the systems behave, so we can determine if this is a malicious or not. We can look at the logs as well, and then see how network function, how the activity on the network are functioning can help us identify a virus. So you will be able to do this within one of the lab. It's nothing complicated really, but you'll be able to do it. All right, any questions before we look at this and then go to lunch? Ooh. Any questions? All right, let me check your understanding before I let you go to lunch.
Company engineers regularly participate in a public internet forum with other engineers throughout the industry. Which of the following tactics would an attacker most likely use in this scenario? Public internet. I would say watering hole.
I was just gonna go with watering hole.
Yeah, I agree with that.
3, 4. Okay. Good job. Good job, you guys. Next question.
I'll
An
go.
attack. Oh, you
Go
got
ahead.
it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
An attacker is attempting to exploit users by creating a fake website with the URL validwebsite.com. The attacker's intent is to imitate the look and feel of a legitimate website to obtain personal info from unsuspecting users. Which of the following social engineering attacks does this describe?
Typo.
Typo. Got B. Good job. Next question.
The chief financial officer of an insurance company received an email from Ann, the company's CEO, requesting a transfer of $10,000 to an account. The email states Ann is on vacation and has lost her purse containing cash and credit cards. Which of the following social engineering techniques is the attacker using? Whaling,
Whaling.
Really?
Well, good job. Are you start seeing these as C in there? Yeah. Next question.
I'll go this time. A user received an SMS mobile phone that asked for bank details of the following social engineering. Which of the following technical or social engineering techniques was used in this case? Trick question. Smishing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Not that bad. So you guys are familiar with a lot of these already. All right, lesson 5. It's all about cryptography or cryptographic. This is a summary. Guys, look, you can become one of these geniuses, these scientific folks who come up with the cryptographic algorithm. That's not what this class is all about, right? I will share some things with you that I just want you to just grab it and then know how to use it. And that's it. You know, don't try to go underneath it like, oh, so how does that exactly does what it does? We don't go that deep, right? It's a summary, just how these things are used, not how they are made. So topic A, we're going to talk about different ciphers. Different ciphers, these are like what we normally call an algorithm. Algorithms are mathematical formula of encrypting stuff. That's what this whole cryptographic is all about. So talk about that. I have a pop quiz before we do.
a database administrator needs to ensure all passwords are stored in a secure manner. So the administrator adds randomly generated data to each password before storing. Which of the following techniques best explains this action?
I'm going to go with salting.
Salting. Everybody agrees?
I agree.
Gotcha. Michael will be correct. Good job. Michael, why salt? Why salting? Why did you run with this one first?
You know, that was, to be honest, that was an answer on one of the Sec Plus exams. And I researched it, and it was randomly adding the information to a password So like what you would have is, it's not the length of it, it's where you would have hashes and you would have numbers randomly in there.
Definitely. Good job. And that would be correct. Let me show it to you in Kali. So in Kali here, I can become sudo su. Sudo su dash, that means sudo, I want to switch user. And I want to become root. That's basically what this means. I want to become root. Now you want to switch user to root. And now I'm root. You can see it turns red because it's very dangerous. So one of the things that I could do is cat, etc. files and go to the shadow, for example. Shadow is a location in Linux where you will see the hash of every user that's created. Example, root right here. This is root is hash right here, right? And then if I scroll down a little bit here, there's a few other user, for example, Kali, and this is the Kali hash, the whole thing. So the salt that you are talking about, Michael, is this right here, from this $ all the way to the other $ right there. That's random, it gets generated, it gets applied right here. What this literally says is, if somebody were to steal this file, this shadow file, it's useless. Because if they try to sign in with the root with this hash, it's not gonna work. All right, that's the beauty of these. That's the beauty of salting. Usually, I don't know if you guys have seen that guy. His name is, I think, Salted Bay, something like that. He puts salt on every meat. I mean, every thing he does, and he do his hand like this and just put a salt on. Okay. Anyway, salting it is. We're going to talk about predictability, key stretching, and hashing. We've mentioned hashing. We'll come back to it a little bit more, and hopefully you'll find this really interesting as I do. 2.8 is what is on that exam objective. 2.8. So cryptography. So cryptography came from a term known as cryptology, right? Cryptology was the original, terminology of this. So cryptography is, cryptology is cryptography plus cryptanalyst or cryptanalysis. And I'm going to be throwing a lot of different concepts your way. I will tell you which one you need to remember. Okay, what does all this actually mean? Well, cryptology comes from a geek word known as cryptos and a graphia, which basically means hidden write. In other words, cryptology simply means hidden writing. There's one thing you need to write it down. That's really what that is. Cryptography, it's hidden writing. So this cryptography is the science and art of hiding stuff. There's different ways we accomplish that, but that's really what cryptography actually means. It's the practice, the science, the art of hiding stuff. Cryptanalysts, these are the people that find weaknesses into cryptographic systems or algorithms. So these are the people that does the analysis. They test this so-called algorithm and then see if it's going to crack, right? See if they can find any vulnerability, any issues with it. So cryptanalysts or cryptanalysis could be scientific people, literally, or it could be a regular hacker that trying to break a cryptographic algorithm, right? Now, keep this in mind, hidden writing. That's all that I want you to remember out of this. So when you're hiding stuff, you can encrypt it, right? Encrypting something, you are taking something that you would normally understand, right? You're taking what we normally call a plain text. Plain text is a message that is not coded. It's a message that you can read and understand. These are key terminologies. You got to remember some of these for your exam. So plain text, message that you can read and understand. If I say hello to you, you can read this and be like, okay, that's hello. That's a plain text. Encryption, it's taking a plain text and then change that into ciphertext. Once you encrypt something, you're basically coding it. You're not really coding in a way like coding a program. It's a coded message. In another word, you're taking something a human can understand and change it into something a computer can understand, right? So that's why we call it a ciphertext. In another way, it's literally just saying an encrypted message. It's a message that has been encrypted. Now, a cipher is what we will use when we are doing these plain text and ciphertext, where we are converting from plain text to ciphertext. So cipher, it's a means of change, or what I've been saying, an algorithm. And that's really what a cipher is. It's what we will use as we're encrypting stuff, right? So as you're doing this encryption, if you want to decrypt whatever you just encrypted, you will have to reverse that process. You're gonna have the key, because once you encrypt something, you will be given a key. And that key, it could be the same key you will use for encrypting something and then decrypting it and bring it back to life. I'm going to talk more about that. Or you could have two different keys where it's like a key pair, where you use one to encrypt, you use another one to decrypt. Okay. And then this is it's the same thing along the lines of encoding and decoding. When you encoding, there are some things we use when we're encoding and decoding stuff. One of being base 64. Base 64. If you've heard about tools such as a cyber chef, literally help us encoding and decoding stuff. It's sort of important. We're not gonna go there. It gets a little bit deeper. I'm gonna just pause right here on this one. Crypto analyst, I've told you this is the art of cracking cryptographic systems, right? These are the scientists or the hackers, like a hacker that want to crack a cryptographic algorithm. So I'll give you an example of one of these guys. His name is Blue Schneider. This guy. The CIA and then the NSA, they don't like this guy. I tell you that for free. I've watched a lot of his talks. He's an interesting fellow. He also have a couple of books. This one, Click Here to Kill Everybody. It's a fantastic read. I recommend this one. I grabbed me a copy years ago and I loved it. So I'm gonna put this in the chat. There we go. Click Here to Kill Everyone. It's not terribly technical. It just talks about how Big Brother might be watching, and you should keep yourself secure. So Bruce Schneider came up with his own algorithm. It's called 2-cipher. Let me go to his website and put this here. There we go. So he came up with his own algorithm. You should follow him. Him and Kevin Mitnick, they're just fascinating. And let me see if I find it somewhere. So he created his own algorithm that it's the most secure algorithm there is around the world. And they didn't like him for that. They didn't like that he have created something that they themselves cannot even, all right, I'm gonna pause there. So anyway, throughout this class, really, I'm gonna come back to Alice and Bob. Yeah. I'm gonna talk about these two fellows as we try to make sense of this whole cryptographic stuff. We will come back to hashing algorithms. I've mentioned this last night. I told you we have SHA. And the beauty of SHA, it has different variation of SHA. There's SHA 128, There is a SHA-256. There is a SHA-512. And I don't know if you've seen the pattern, like it doubles every time. That's really what this is, right? But that's one of the algorithm, and this is the most secure one. Right? We love this one. If you care about Bitcoin, this is what is used in Bitcoin to prove the integrity of the transaction in Bitcoin, specifically SHA-256. So this is like a real deal stuff. But there's also MD5, Message Digest 5. The reason why this is called MD5 is because they used to have MD4 and the other, earlier versions. The issue with MD5 have collusion issues. I want you to write that down. Collusion issues. So we really don't trust MD5 anymore, but it's the most common one. But a lot of systems, they're pushing towards SHA. And the SHA, it's accepted by the, the NSA and everybody. So good deal stuff already. So that's hashing. We will come back to it. Then you have encryption ciphers. So it could be symmetrical encryption or asymmetrical encryption. When you're encrypting stuff, like I mentioned earlier, you will need to use a key. So you'll be able to open it and to lock it and unlock it, right? Encrypt and decrypt it. So symmetrical encryption, you need to remember these two. I'll come back to them. Symmetrical encryption is when you're using one key. I just want to remember one key for encryption and decryption. Like the same key you use to lock it, to encrypt something is the same key you use to open it up, to decrypt it. In the asymmetrical encryption, if you add an A to it, I want you to add another key. So this one, you needed two keys. So you will have what we normally call a key pair. Like a key pair. So you have what we normally call a public key. And then you have what we normally call a private key. And both of these have to be present within asymmetrical encryption. So whatever that's encrypted with this, we can open with this. Whatever that's encrypted with this, we can open with this. That's with asymmetrical encryption. You put an A to it, you add another key. You needed two keys. All right. I'm gonna get going. Hopefully I haven't confused anybody yet. All right, so hashing algorithms. So remember, hashes are fixed in length. So they don't care if you're hashing 10 gigabyte. If it's like a 64-bit in length, it's just gonna stay like that. It doesn't go over because you're hashing like a bigger file. It doesn't do that. So it's a one-way string. We've talked about this last night. It cannot be recovered for the digest, meaning you cannot reverse the hash. Okay. Remember, a hash is designed to provide integrity. So if you change anything, it should be completely different. So there is no two plain text that are going to produce the same checksum, right? The same hashed string. It should never happen. If it does happen, and then you have the collusion issues that I talked about with MD5. This is when you have two things that are completely different, but they're producing the same hash. It shouldn't be like that, right? If these things are different, we should be getting a different hash. So hashes are used when you store passwords. Similar to what you saw in the question there, whenever a computer stores passwords, they store your passwords they have to hash your passwords. They store a hash instead of your actual password. And this became very famous back in 2009. There was this company known as RockU, 2009-ish. This company known as RockU, which was, it was like a dating company where like you are a professional, but you want to hook up with somebody else. So RockU was the company, right? You don't want to give up your relationship, but you want to, screw around. So RockU was the company. Some people got pissed off with what they were doing, so they hacked them. When they hacked them, they found out that the password, RockU stored their passwords in clear text. It wasn't hashed. It was all right there naked looking at you, right? So literally that became a word list. So when they got hacked, the company shut down long ago. They shut down long ago. But now there's this thing known as a RockU word list that have thousands, probably millions, millions of known hackable passwords. So this thing is not coming up. It's a bigger file. I would have shown you this. Oh, there we go. See if this will come. So these are actual password from actual attacks that have happened in the past. So whenever the hacker are hacking you, and I'm going to teach you this in more depth, they already have a database of known passwords that people have been using. So we could use something like RockU to attack you, which is interesting. This thing will come. Like I say, it's just millions of these, so it takes time to load up. Okay, well, I'm gonna get going. So that was right here, right? When passwords are stored, they have to be stored in the hash. MD5 is one, the hash, the hashing algorithm, SHA-1, SHA-255, 256, SHA whatever. It's the current, it's the new one. We should be using this one instead of MD5. On that exam, if they ask you which one of the following hashing algorithm have collusion issues, it's going to be MD5. Message digest 5. All right, encryption ciphers and keys. So like I said, if you're encrypting stuff, you need keys. It's like if you're locking your door, right? You're gonna need a key to open and lock and unlock it. Same thing here. So hashing is not encryption. I don't know if I can emphasize that enough. The process of a hash is not reversible. Encryption uses a reversible process, right? Based on the secret, the key, right? Based on the secret. So the process should be too complex to unravel without the secret. Let me talk about this from regular terminologies. When you're encrypting something, you are using what they normally call substitution and transposition. Substitution meaning you're taking stuff, you're substituting with another thing, like straightforward stuff. And this had started with, back in the old days with Julius Caesar. He's credited as the grandfather of this because of the substitution thing. So what he did when he was communicating with his generals, he will take the letters from A all the way to Z, then he will substitute them. So he will do like, we usually call that ROT. So like ROT 3, I will show you this in a minute. But ROT 3, where instead of using A, he will skip 3 letters, and then he will write to the other letter. That was the substitution. So as you can imagine, let me go there quickly. It gets confusing quickly. So ROT 13, this is how the encryption works, guys. Like I said, we try not to get too technical in it, but let's see what we got here. So ROT 13 is one of the sites you can use to basically see how the whole encryption works. So imagine we're doing ROT 1, right? Let's say that I say A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If I'm doing ROT 1, you can see instead of A, they're doing B. Instead of B, they're doing C, because I'm just substituting 1. So if I were to say, hello world, check this out. That's how it's going to look with substituting 1. So if I were to substitute this by 13, for example, that's how that's going to look, right? That means I'm skipping, 13 letters. So I can send you a message, hello world. Today's the day of learning stuff. All right, learning. If you see this, you're gonna be like, what's that? Is this a German? What sort of language is this, right? But so this is the substitution. Earlier we were talking about plain text. This is the plain text, a message you can understand. This right here is the ciphertext, a message that have been encrypted already. And this is the algorithm. This is the means of change. In this case, I'm using the substitution. So modern algorithms, they do the substitution, but they also do the composition. Composition meaning transposition. Transposition meaning they substituting stuff and then they go around and mix them up where it looks completely random. Like it's completely random. It's so complex for you to bring it back to life unless you have the actual key that was used during the whole process. All right. Few more things. So we cannot keep the cipher itself secret. Really, we don't care if you know the algorithm that we used. What we do care about, however, is keeping the key secret, right? So if we go to google.com right now, so let me go to Bank of America, click on this little lock, go to the secure connection again, go to certificate valid. If I go to details, let me see if I'll be able to see it from here now. All right, if I go to details right now, I can see the algorithm that they use. If I go to public key cryptography, I can see they're using the RSA. I don't know if you can see this. Let me make it bigger for you. Magnifier. There we go. So if I go to, this is the Bank of America. This is, their certificate, which I'm going to talk about this in chapter 6. So chapter 6 is all about this. How do they make all this stuff secure? So you go to Bank of America, I go to public key cryptography or algorithm. I see they're using the RSA. We will talk about RSA. This is what they're using to encrypt and decrypting stuff. They don't care if we know this. It doesn't matter. What matters, do we have the key to encrypt anything that gets sent to Bank of America? That's what matters. They themselves are the ones that's supposed to have that key. And the key I'm talking about is the private key. It's the private key. The public key, they don't care. We can have that. In fact, that's what we use when we're sending them secure messages, secure conversations. Like this right here, this is their public key. This right here, this whole nonsense you're looking at right now, which is happen to be 2048 bits. It's not very big. It's the most secure. It's not the best because RSA was developed in the 70s. Literally, RSA was developed in the 70s. And if you have heard about things such as quantum computing, it's going to be able to crack this one, according to the research. So again, it's not the fastest because this is too big to keep encrypting and decrypting. But anyway, this is the public key. Every browser that's communicating with the Bank of America has to ask for this. Like, hey, I want to communicate with the Bank of America securely. Can I please get Bank of America's public key so I can send encrypted message to Bank of America? And Bank of America is the one with the private key to be able to decrypt every conversation that was encrypted with this. If everything I said makes sense, great. If it doesn't, hold on to chapter 6, okay? All right, let's get going. So now let's talk about each one of these in more depth. You gotta remember symmetrical for your exam. So symmetrical encryption, like I said, the same key is used for encryption and decryption. Remember that for your exam. Is faster because you are using the same key. Remember that for your exam. and is used for a large amount of data. Again, remember that for your exam. So symmetrical encryption is faster. It's used for when we're sending a large amount of data, but it uses the same key. So the same key that you will use to lock something is the same key that you will use to unlock it. Right? So let me ask you guys this. So what is the problem of using a single key for encryption and decryption? What could be the problem?
Wouldn't it be easier to crack?
Not really. It's still secure.
Once someone has it, then you know it never changes.
It never changes.
I
mean, we can change it, right? We can change if we wanted to. That wasn't exactly what I'm looking for. So what I was looking for is using a single key for encryption and decryption. What happens is we have to share this key. If you want people to be able to open this thing, we have to share that same key with them. It's like, if I want you to come into my house right now and I'm not home, what do I have to do? I have to tell you where the key is. So I could give you a call, be like, hey, Aaron, look under the mat. That's where I always, leave the keys. But guess what? What if Michael was eavesdropping? What if Michael heard us during the conversation? Now he knows where the keys are. So next time that I'm not at home, he can come and grab the keys and do whatever he wanted to do. So the problem with the symmetrical encryption is great, it's faster, it's used for a large amount of data, is the distribution of that key, that single key that we use. That becomes the problem, the distribution of the same key.
It could actually be the same as if you have a keypad on that lock. You're passing around that key, that code to that lock.
Yeah, that's actually interesting because that's what I have, and my kid's been, what's the key? I'm like, nope, not yet. You're right. Yeah, so the distribution and the storing of that key becomes the problem because look, if I encrypt something with this key and then send it to you, you're not gonna be able to decrypt it unless I give you that key. Then once I give you that key, now we both have it. If one of us loses, or if it gets stolen, then whoever that stole that key will be able to open anything we encrypt using that same key. So that's one of the issue with this. I want you to hold that thought because it will help once we talk about asymmetrical encryption with why we use both of them at the same time. Not that this is better than this. No, they're both better to what they do. It doesn't mean symmetrical is useless because of the key. Actually, we use this everywhere. Like it's used everywhere. It's just the distribution of that key is the issue. For that example, just remember, faster, large amount of data. Okay. And then a single key, by the way. Oh, I forgot that one. And then a single key. Asymmetrical, like I said, you added the A, you add the key. You have public and private key pair. Anything that is encrypted with the public can be decrypted with the private. That's how it works, and vice versa. That's what all this is all about. If the public key encrypts, only the private key can decrypt. If the private key encrypts, only the public key can decrypt. Yeah. So the thing I want you to remember for that exam is that asymmetrical, it's used for small. It's used for small amount of data in comparison to symmetrical. And is not as fast. So the algorithm you were looking at a minute ago, the RSA that Bank of America is using, That's an asymmetrical algorithm that is using the 2048. That's very slow. If we were to use this for every encryption decryption, it won't be good because it's a little bit slow. Encrypting and decrypting stuff takes a lot of processing power, computing power. Okay. So your question might be, okay, well, this is good for a small amount of data. I got that. We have 2 keys. I got that. Then what? Well, first of all, you got the public key. You can make that public to anybody. You can give that to anybody. That's okay. Right? That's fine. But what you want to keep private is the private key. You don't want to share this with anybody. Keep it private. If you lose the private key, you should void that key. You should just generate like a completely new key. Okay. So what happens with the Alice and Bob is this. What happens, Bob publishes the public key, and then Alice kind of keeps a copy of it. Alice has a copy of Bob's public key. Then Bob generates an asymmetrical key pair and it keeps the private key. That's actually the sort of like step 1. You generate a key pair. Actually, I will show you that in a minute how you would do this. You will generate a key pair. You will keep the private key with you. Then you will share the public key online to anybody who wants to send you encrypted messages. Step 3, Alice will encrypt the message using Bob's public key. And then Bob is the only one who's going to be able to decrypt anything that gets into this, because he's the only one who have the private key, the key pair that can open this up. So even if somebody will intercept the conversation, intercept meaning if they will sniff the traffic, if they will sniff Alice's traffic, they won't be able to open it up because they don't have the private key, which only Bob has. If you remember when we were using Wireshark, we were able to capture traffic, right? And when we were looking at the traffic, it was the encrypted traffic. We couldn't understand what was going on. That's because we don't have the key. If we had the private key, we could open that up and be able to see what was going on between the 2 machines. But anyway, so that's what happens whenever the message goes from Alice to Bob. Bob is going to open it up because he has the private key. Okay. And let me show this to you quickly. This in action. So Kali comes pre-installed with SSH. SSH is the protocol. The secure shell, this is port 22, which you can use to create keys. A key pair. So I can do SSH keygen -t, just the option here. Then I can just say RSA as the algorithm, the RSA algorithm. I can even specify the 4028 if that's what I want, or the 2048, I should say. Let me just keep it like that. I hit enter. Now I'm generating that key pair. It's literally as simple as this. There's a public and private key pair that I'm generating. They're going to ask me, hey, like enter the file in which to save the key. What's going to be the file name? Let's just call this sample, right? I hit enter. They're like, enter the passphrase. You don't have to enter the passphrase. This really simply means before you can access this, you're going to need to type in like a password or something. I want to do that. Hit enter again. Let's say if I was again, I don't want to do that. Then I hit enter one more time. And then voila. What happened is this. Your public key has been saved as sample.pub. This is my public key. I can share this with anybody and they will be able to send me encrypted messages. And then there is also a private key that was generated. So if I go to LS, the LS means list, like list stuff. If I go to LS this, here is what I just did right here. So I just generated a sample. This is the private, and the sample.pub, this is the public. And I can cat this. Cat means you want to see what's inside of this thing. So I can cat sample, for example. And the cat, like I said, cat is okay, hey, look, I want to see what's inside of sample. And here it is. Begin SSH private key. This is the private. Like, oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Absolutely doesn't. But this is the private key. I should keep this private. Now imagine if I want Nate to start sending me encrypted messages, I will share the public with him. So let's cut the public to cat sample the pub. So this is the public right here. So I can grab this, share this with Nate, and then he's gonna be able to send me in public any encrypted messages, and I will be the only one that's gonna be able to open this because I have the private key that can open this. Right? If you know the story of Edward Snowden, another thing, God, I enjoy hacking movies and stuff. So if you want more thing to watch, I promise you this is the last thing I'm going to give you. So Edward Snowden, there's a documentary. They made a documentary about him. It's called. So Edward Snowden was working on the NSA. He was one of the contractor. He's a whistleblower now. Yeah. So he did exactly what I just showed you. When he steal those documents and he wanted to send them to the news, people, that's how he communicated with them. That's how they know what was going on. Okay, he actually used what we normally call the PGP. That's the pretty good privacy. PGP, which allows you to send, like, let me show it to you. It's through MIT. Then I'll show you that movie. PGP, GNU MIT. So you see this as a PGP key server. So I can literally, that public key that I just generated, I can bring that key right here, right? Paste it right here. And then anybody around the world, they're going to be able to encrypt the message and send it to me, like, securely. And nobody's going to know the kind of conversation we're having. And this is free. It's from the MIT website. Anyway, so good thing to watch. It's going to be Citizen 4 or Snowden. The Snowden is the actual movie. Citizen 4 is the documentary. I like the documentary, but the movie, it's also nice. So I'm going to share this with you. And I don't know if they have any free of these somewhere. So, you hit up Netflix or. And you will get to learn so much about how he did what he did. There's some technical stuff in there. But the one that you probably want to watch the most is 0 Days. Like I said, what happened in 2011, it's going to shock you. So watch 0 Day first. If time allows to watch the other stuff, that's great. But 0 Day will be what I will watch first. Cool. Where are we? We are right here. So for that exam, what do you need to remember? Asymmetrical, small amount of files. And here's one thing that I want to mention, and this is going to come back, once we talk about chapter 6, is that we use asymmetrical encryption to deliver symmetrical keys, right? So we use asymmetrical to deliver symmetrical. In another word, if I go right here and try to talk to Wells Fargo, if I go to wellsfargo.com, like literally right now, this happens so fast, you don't know. But literally right now, what happened is my browser, the Google Chrome that I'm sitting on right now, it went to what we normally call a certification authority, a CA. It went to a certification authority. Let me magnifier. There we go. So my browser went to these guys right here, these guys, DigiCert, who happen to have offered this certification to Wells Fargo. My browser went to DigiCert and be like, hey, I want to talk to Wells Fargo securely. Can I please get Wells Fargo's public key? And then DigiCert was like, sure, yeah, here it is. And then as soon as my browser got that, it generated an symmetrical key, right? As soon as my browser received the public key from DigiCert, it generated the private key that we're talking about, the symmetrical key, right? And then it encrypted the symmetrical key with Wells Fargo's public key. Then it shipped it out over to Wells Fargo. As soon as Wells Fargo opened the conversation from my browser, what Wells Fargo found inside was the symmetrical key, which my browser generated. So as soon as Wells Fargo opens that up, now both Wells Fargo and my browser have the same key, have that symmetrical key that we keep talking about. Now, because they both have the symmetrical key, now they can start communicating just using that key, because now they both have the key. I don't know if that makes sense. If that makes sense, that's great. If it does not, that's the easiest way we can put this. And the reason that they do that is because my browser doesn't want to keep going to DigiCert every time. Hey, can I get the public key? Hey, can I get the public? No, that's going to slow things down. Besides, we learned that symmetrical encryption is faster. It's used for a large amount of data. Right? So that issue of how we are issuing, how do we deliver symmetrical to the other party? That's done by using asymmetrical. That's making sense. So my browser using symmetrical delivers using asymmetrical, delivers a symmetrical to Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Now that they both have that, they can start communicating just using this guy, then just be done with this. Remember, this one is slow. This one is for small files. And this one must have like some third party in between for this to work. All right. Let me finalize this. So there are some algorithm we use with asymmetrical, the one with A. One of it being RSA. I've mentioned this one a couple of times already. RSA is named after these three gentlemen. This is their last names. I'm gonna try not to say their names, but it's RSA. Everybody call this RSA. It was developed back in the 70s. Trapdoor function, it's how random this thing is. Again, this is still used pretty much everywhere. The issue with RSA is that the keys, it's very huge. As you've seen it, it's like 2048 bits. This is like a very big number. If for every session, if they have to decrypt, encrypt this amount of, it's too much of encryption, decrypting and decrypting. But again, it was developed in the 70s. So That's what there we go. Google and some handful companies, they are running away from RSA to ECC. ECC is the elliptic curve cryptography. This one is better than RSA. This one used a different type of a trapdoor function. Meaning the way the algorithm does the math and all the other stuff to make it things random is different than what RSA is used to. Another beauty of this uses a smaller, the key size is small. Let me show you the comparison so you can see why Google is moving to ECC. ECC is better than RSA. The security is the same, right? The security is the same, but ECC is faster because it uses a smaller keys. So it's pretty good for security reasons. I'll go here and show you RSA versus ECC. And guys, this is the last chapter of today. So once we finish this, I will let you go. Guys, it's late and we're talking about a big technical stuff. But so this right here, like it's the key size. So RSA of 1024, it's ECC 160. And then the one that Wells Fargo and the Bank of America was using was 2048. That's just 224. The key size is so small, it makes ECC very faster, efficient, better, all that good stuff. But again, these are the algorithms. Once quantum computer becomes a reality, ECC is going to be fine, according to the researchers. But RSA is going to be crackable. Because quantum computers are going to be faster. Whew. Anyway, any questions so far before I finalize this? Okay, well, gotta pick up the pace. Any questions? All right, let's go. All right, so summarize cryptographic modes of operation. 2.8 from that exam objectives is what we're talking about. So we mentioned about digital signatures last time. This is using public key cryptography, meaning asymmetrical encryption with hashing to provide digital signatures. Digital signatures provides integrity, provides authentication, and non-repudiation. If you remember non-repudiation, you cannot deny taking action. Once you have digitally signed something, you can repudiate that. So asymmetrical encryption, such as this guy, RSA, is used for digital signature purposes. Okay, we use it for digital signature purposes. And then we can also use a DSA with ECC, digital signature algorithm, which is used with elliptic curve cryptography for digital signature purposes. What you need to remember for the exam is this, the non-repudiation part, literally. Okay. Once you digitally sign something, your fingerprint is all over it. Therefore, you can't say that's not me. All right, digital envelopes and key exchange. So this is pretty much everything that I've summarized, how they exchange the keys from symmetrical to asymmetrical and everything in between. This is it here. It's called digital envelopes and key exchange. Your browser will generate these symmetrical keys and ship that to Wells Fargo to the server. And then once they both have that, they can start communicating. If you got that, great. If not, next topic of PKI, it's gonna wrap that up for you. Digital certificates. Digital certificates is a wrapper. So this is like a digital drive license. It's like a drive license for websites and the things that want to be trusted online. Let me ask you guys this. On your drive license, what kind of information do we find on your drive license?
Your date of birth,
Date of birth,
height and weight,
weight, yeah, and height,
Address.
Address. There we go. What else? Guys are forgetting something. What about the driver license number?
Yeah, that too.
Right. So digital certificates, it's like your driver license. It's like a driver license for websites, because before you can get a digital certificate as a website, they have to do all this. Everything you guys just mentioned. They have to verify what kind of website are you, who owns you, right? And then this is your number. So identity assertion is validated by a certification authority. Now look, before you get that digital certificate, there's a certification authority known as a CA. I will talk about this next chapter. The CA have to validate everything you're providing. Then they're gonna sign it and tell everybody, hey, look, you can trust this guy or this website. I've verified everything. So back to the analogy of digital, drive license. What happens before they give you a drive license? What do you have to do?
Take a test. Driving test.
A driving test. From where?
The DMV.
Perfect, from the DMV. And let me ask you this. Whenever the police pull you over and then they ask you to give them your driver license, do they trust you or do they trust the DMV? How do they trust the information that's on your driver license?
Compare visually your face to what's on the license.
That's a good one, right? It's like you give them that thing, like, okay, well, all right. The picture looked the same. But it's not because they trust you, it's because they trust the entity who took your picture. So they trust the the DMV that gave you that driver license. They believe they did everything they could before giving you that driver license. So that's the trust that we're talking about. And everything I just mentioned, guys, it's literally what's in PKI. I'm gonna come, like the whole chapter 6 is about PKI. So hold everything I just said right now, hold that fact. We'll come back to all these. But I just want to tell you, whenever you visit a website and then it says HTTPS in the browser, well, that's because there's a lot of trust that's taking place. Right? Your browser doesn't trust that website, but your browser do trust the certification authority that have signed the certificate for the site. And because of that, it should trust you as well, right? So I'll come back to all of that. But hold the fact of a digital certificates, these are your drive license. Something you have to remember for the exam is a PFS, perfect forward secrecy. Okay. So perfect forward secrecy, RSA key exchange decrypts the session using the session key using the server private key. The private key stored on the server may be compromised in the future. So if the key is compromised, the previously captured transmission could be deciphered. It could be decrypted. Let me summarize all this for you. Basically what this says, guys, what PFS does, it's gonna keep changing. Gonna keep changing what we normally call the session key. So imagine if you're at the bank, you are doing your online transaction. Well, you have a session with the bank. If you've ever did it like online banking, you know how if you don't do anything for about 30 minutes, they're gonna log you off? Like they kick you out? That's because the session has expired. So if you stay there, you do your transaction on the bank, you will be logged in, right? You will keep logged in. So what PFS is, guys, as you are using the bank website, it's gonna keep changing the session key. So keep changing the session key such that even if somebody have managed to capture your key at the beginning, they cannot use it. It's useless because you have changed. Okay, they cannot decipher, right, the previous captured transmission. So PFS mitigates these issues by frequently changing and automatically changing the session key that the browser and, in this case, the bank they're using. Even if the most recent key is hacked, a minimum amount of sensitive data is being exposed. On that exam, remember, whenever they're talking about PFS, perfect forward secrecy, they're talking about a key that keeps changing. Okay. So it uses what we normally call a Diffie-Hellman to agree to how to change the key between the browser and the server. I will now remember that. That's fine. Okay. All right, cipher suites and modes of operation. So cipher suites. Cipher suites is basically the algorithms and the key signatures and the hashing and everything in between. So it's just like the entire suite of, I'm going to encrypt this. I need the public key. I need the hashing algorithm. I need the digital signatures. I need all of it. So that's the whole suite that we're talking about here. Okay. So the key, they're gonna agree to the keys. They're gonna use all that stuff. This is done by the browser, guys. We don't really do this, but this is all done by the browser. And modes of operation. So we use symmetric block cipher with arbitrary length network data. Really what this means is that we only have a few modes of operation. Do not try to remember this for your exam, right? This is just here. You got counter mode and cipher block chaining, right? Cipher block chaining, what this does, it's gonna add IEV, something that I'm gonna talk about in later sections. IEV is the initialization vector, which is gonna be using XOR operation to do the whole encryption and sort of like decryption. IEV, it's a random number that gets generated. Remember how we talked about salt? Like the salt is a random number that gets generated. Initialization vector, it's also a random number that gets generated. It gets added when the algorithm is doing the encryption process to make it random, basically. And the XOR operation, it looks like this literally. Computer understands ones and zeros. So 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. XOR, it's when you XOR between this. So if you XOR this, the way it's gonna look, it's like this. If they're the same, that's a 0. If they're different, that's a 1. If they're different, that's a 1. If they're different, that's a 1. If they're the same, that's a 0. If they're the same, that's a 0. So this right here, it will look like that. All right, that's the XOR. Don't try to remember that for your exam. Counter mode, generate a key stream with IEV and counter. IEV, same thing, initialization vector. Basically, guys, the whole encryption, decryption stuff really works because of the randomness. They have to do everything they can to randomize this, to make sure that nobody can guess what's going on. And that's really what this is sort of all about. All right. Any questions? All right, let me see what I have left. Yeah, quite a few. All right, so let's take a quickly break. Once we get back, we'll finish this and I'll let you guys go. All right, I'll see you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes. Here we go. All right, so let's summarize, finish up C and D. All right, so cryptographic use cases and weaknesses. 1.2 and 2.8 from that exam objective. Okay. All right, so cryptography for authentication and non-repudiation. Again, whenever you encrypt something, for example, let's say you encrypt an email, you send it to somebody, automatically that's going to authenticate you because only you can be able to do that. Like we said, this is a part of that non-repudiation, the digital signature. Right? Once you digitally sign something, you cannot repudiate that, but also it will authenticate you because it tells everybody, it's me. I'm the one who did this. Cryptography supporting confidentiality. Well, remember, confidentiality, it's secrets remain secrets. You know, only authorized people are the ones that are accessing that thing. So hybrid encryption is when we're using both, meaning symmetrical and asymmetrical encryption. Guys, also when they're talking about public key cryptography, they're talking about the same thing, asymmetrical encryption. I want you to remember that. I just don't get that confusing you. Here they're saying PKC or public key cryptography is only efficient for a small amount of data. That's asymmetrical encryption. Hybrid is when we're using asymmetrical and symmetrical encryption. We're using both. Okay. File encryption, and we do this quite a lot to encrypt stuff in your hard drive, right? And then you keep the key to yourself and use the same key to open and non-open that stuff. So that gives us the confidentiality that we're talking about here. Transport encryption. This is good for exchanging keys. Like I said, when you're using these to get this, again, confidentiality, right? Cryptography, it's synonymous with confidentiality, right? That's why we use it for the most part. How does cryptography support integrity? Well, this is through hashes. So integrity, using hashes functions and message authentication code to validate the message. Basically what this is, whenever we hash something, we're doing cryptography because we can prove nobody have tampered with this thing. It's original. Okay. All right, then you have resiliency. We'll talk more about this, about resiliency using cryptography to ensure authentication and integrity of a control message. Guys, all we're talking about here is making sure something have not been tampered with. This cryptography do support that because hashing, it's a function of cryptography which do provides integrity. Obfuscation is making something hard to understand. We don't do this in cyber. Programmer people do this. They can code a program where they will be hiding stuff within the program itself, making it more complicated for anybody who will be reading the code to understand the code, to understand what the code is designed to do. It's like we are obfuscating this, meaning we're making it harder for you to understand it. Right? So programming code is often obfuscated to protect intellectual properties. Yes. Right? They're making it harder for the bad guys to understand it. What are some of the limitations of cryptography? Well, there's a couple, and one of it's like speed. Like the biggest, it's a lot like speed, really. Speed, the bigger the bits, the bigger the key, the more time it's going to take to encrypting and decrypting. So the key size actually matter when it comes to cryptography. There's really not much to talk about. There's really no weaknesses of cryptography if you implement it the right way. Right? But another one, it's resource constraints, which really goes back to the speed. So you have a low power devices, such as your IoT devices. Part of the reason why IoT don't have security, it's because of exactly this. The cryptographic algorithm we use now requires a lot of computing power, a lot of memory, CPUs, and all that stuff. So these low power devices like smart cards and all these other things, the majority of them really don't have security because of resource constraints. They don't have the computing power, the CPU, the memory to be able to hold it. So that's another kind of a limitation of this. But again, guys, they're working on this. So there is this thing known as lightweight cryptography. Lightweight cryptography is literally designed to be able to secure low power devices, but they're working on it. You are not going to see that on the exam. It's one of those emerging stuff. Other limitation, it's based on the entropy. Entropy, just think about this as the randomness, how random something is. Okay, so data with a full entropy is completely random. So there's no meaningful patterns that can be found in that particular data. All the algorithms, cryptographic algorithms, must have a high entropy. Otherwise, they become weak. So entropy. How do we increase entropy is through this right here. What you're looking at now. These will be on that exam, right? These will be on that exam. One of it, it's nonce. Nonce, literally, it's like nuance. It's like used once, right? So this is the arbitrary number that can be used just one time. It's just a number that gets developed out of a thin air, gets generated out of a thin air, can only be used once. This salt is a form of a nonce. The IV is a form of a nonce. Right? They both can only be used one. And they get generated automatically. And they both are designed to increase the entropy so people cannot guess what something is, making something more random. Okay. Longevity and cryptographic attacks. So how secure are current algorithms? Again, this will be determined based on the computing power. Before RSA was the king, we used to have DES. For those who might have learned about this, you probably have come across this. DES and the triple DES. Nobody talks about these anymore. Why? Because the computing power we have now can crack these. It can crack them. So you shouldn't use these as a way of securing your stuff. So how long must a ciphertext be resistant to attacks? Again, it really depends on the cryptographic that was used to encrypt it, the algorithm. Okay. As computer power gets stronger and stronger, these things becomes weaker. It's simple. Man in the middle. Every time I get here, I tend to laugh because they're changing this terminology. So this is probably the last time you will see this in the new updates. You're not going to see man in the middle because there are some females that complained. That say, why does it have to be a man? Can be anybody. Yeah. So now they call this thing on the path attack, on the path, which I think is the proper name, by the way, because that's what you're doing, right? On the path attack. What that means is that you're between a conversation. When you're using Wireshark, the stuff we were doing this morning, you were intercepting traffic, you're capturing stuff, you can analyze it later, all that stuff. You are in the middle of the conversation. Why will you do this? Well, maybe you want to do a downgrade attack, right? One of the things that we use the web for example, is HTTPS. HTTPS. This is port 443. 443. But what if we downgraded this to a weaker version of HTTPS? What if we downgrade that to HTTP? If you capture stuff, you can force the server to do this. And it's deeper, this conversation is deeper than this, but I'm gonna leave it there. I'll come back to it. Okay. Key stretching and salting. Well, salting, we talked about this, you adding a random value of data to your passwords and everything in between. Key stretching is when you're using additional rounds to make like something more secure. I don't know how secure that it is, because a minute ago when I was talking about DES, then I told you they also had another thing they called 3 DES. That's what they did. They stretched the key. That's what that means, is that you encrypt something, then you encrypt it again, then you encrypted the already encrypted thing, then you encrypted the already encrypted thing. That's what key stretching is all about. It makes the attacker to do more work, so it slows them down, but obviously it's not like the best way of doing this stuff. No. You want completely randomness, not something that somebody can guess. Collusion and birthday attacks. Collusion, like we said earlier with MD5, it's when 2 inputs produce the same hash value. 2 different, they should say different. 2 different things produce the same hash value. Not good. That's what we call collusion. A birthday attack is the idea. This is just a theory. I haven't really seen anybody putting this, explaining this where it's more like doable. No. The theory behind a birthday attack is that in a room of a dozen people, 2 of them are going to share the same birthday, like the same day, same month, same everything, which really ties back to that collusion thing, right? Okay, any questions with that before I summarize this? Yeah. All right, D, summarizing other cryptographic techniques. So let's see, this is the new stuff. If you like me, you probably enjoy new technologies. This is not going to be on that exam, right? So I'm going to just shoot through it. Quantum computers. If you've heard about quantum computing, they say this is the next generation of computers. Yes. They said that probably in about 10 years, we might start seeing some quantum computers in production, in regular folks' house. Right now, only Google, probably should say only Google, but let me see, quantum computers from Google. Let me show you how this thing looks like right now. It's ridiculous. There you go, this thing. So this is the quantum computer right now. So if you remember back in the 70s, 60s, when IBM had the mainframe, yeah, that's where they are with the quantum computers right now. Right? But anyway, this is supposed to be extremely fast, insanely fast. And part of the reason is because computers understands 1s and 0s. That's what they understand. Quantum computers are using different ones. So they're using the quantum bit, also known as a qubit. They're not using binary anymore. And I'm excited about that. So there's a superpositions, entanglement, and sort of collapse. This is all part of the quantum. And the beauty of this, it's going to keep track of the state of the data, meaning integrity, it's built in. Because if somebody made any changes, it's not going to be able to deliver that. Don't ask me how. That's what these papers says. Communication. There's that temporal evidence key distribution. Again, the integrity, temporal evidence, making sure that nobody can change the qubits as it's going from point A to point B. But there's also the QD, the QKD, right? The quantum key distribution protocol, which is like tamper proof. Again, making sure that nobody can tamper with anything. So all this is great. All this is like the speed of quantum computers. But what they said actually is, for security reasons, well, why should we care about this? Well, we should care because the current algorithm that we use might become obsolete once quantum computers become a reality. So they are working on what they normally call a post-quantum, and they have a quantum-based cryptographic sort of algorithms that's known as a PQC, or post-quantum cryptography. It said that this is going to be replacing the current algorithms, specifically RSA, literally. Right? And then another one, it's lightweight cryptography. I sort of mentioned this. This is being designed for IoT, Internet of Things. So what to remember, quantum computers are fast. There are danger to the current algorithms, but they are working on a post-quantum cryptography that we might use. Okay. Homomorphic encryption, and this will be on that exam. Homomorphic. So homomorphic encryption. So the problem with encrypted data is that you must decrypt it in order to be able to work with it. So in order to use it, that's like how encryption works. So homomorphic encryption is this new idea. I've seen some questions popping up on the exam about this. It's sort of a new idea of allowing you to use encrypted information without decrypting it. That's what homomorphic encryption is going to do. To support data, you can be able to do some analysis to the data while the data is still sort of like encrypted. So this is actually pretty good. I'm excited about this one as well, because imagine if you go to the doctor's office, then you're going to get your teeth done. Well, you don't need that guy to know everything about everything else, right? You might want to just him to know about the teeth, not anything else, right? So that's what this is going to help. It's like you're trying to Google my nearest restaurant, then Google needs to know everything about you. No, you just want Google to send you to your nearest restaurant, not everything else. That's the problem homomorphic is coming to solve. Google doesn't like it. Google doesn't like homomorphic, but yeah, we'll see. Last but not least is blockchain. Who's here have heard about blockchain? Everybody, right? Yeah, right. If you've heard about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and Ethereum and all that stuff, yeah, so that's blockchain. So this might pop up on the exam. It's been around for a minute. So blockchain is the technology that kind of really interesting. So there is like a block of data, and that block of data gets expanded upon and is linked to each other through hashes. So basically, to make it easier, blockchains are used within transactions as of right now, but they say they're going to use blockchain in voting, which is another good thing to use blockchain for. And part of the reason is because blockchain have hashing built in, because every block of a data gets hashed, and then you can look at this and be like, okay, this is original. That's why cryptocurrency are working really, really well on top of the blockchain, because it's like a chain of different blocks. Those blocks are blocks of data. And then you can verify, okay, somebody sent me this money. I can verify that they did do that. So there's the public ledger that keeps track of all the transaction. And it's heavily used with the peer-to-peer in, again, Bitcoin, where I can send the money to you, peer-to-peer, without anybody in between and no bank in between and nobody facilitating anything. And for us to be able to trust each other, even though we don't know each other, is through that, the chain, the integrity that's built within the chain of making sure nobody tampered with anything, nobody changes everything. Like I said earlier, cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin uses a SHA-256 that's literally built in. Okay. If you see this on this exam, it's probably going to be talking about, oh, what is the other thing we could use blockchain for other than cryptocurrency or transaction? It's going to be through voting systems. Imagine if somebody votes and then that's it. We're able to verify that they did vote, and then we can trust that information, like nobody have tampered with that. That's pretty good, right? And that's really another kind of a usability of this thing. Last but not least, steganography, stegno, right? Steganography, it's all about hiding stuff in plain sight, literally. So concealing a message within cover text. It's like sort of like obfuscation. We're making something harder to understand. But what we do with the steganography, We're hiding things in files and images and audios and stuff. I will leave you this. I will leave you with this. There was a guy who was working on the behalf of the Chinese government, but he was working in the US government. He was here for about 20 years. He was sending secrets to the Chinese government, and the people didn't know that. Guess how he did it? He will take the confidential information, he'll put that in an image, and then he will send them the image. Right? Whenever you see the image, it looks the same. There's really nothing different. Right? It looks absolutely the same. But you look inside, there's some data inside. So that's stenography. It will definitely pop up on the exam. But whenever this pops up, they're going to talk about images, audio, like hiding stuff through images, how audios and videos and that stuff. All right, any questions for me? All right, let me check your understanding. And I'll take like a few minutes to tell you what needs to be done, and then I'll let you guys go.
A symmetric encryption algorithm is best suited for number 2, protecting large amounts of data.
Protecting large amount of data. Good job. All right, next question.
A website developer is working on a new e-commerce website and has asked an information security expert for the most appropriate way to store credit card numbers to create an easy reordering process. Which of the following methods would best accomplish this goal?
Interesting one.
Tokenizing credit cards in the database.
Tokenizing in a database. Okay. What about everybody else? What do you guys think? The store credit card numbers.
Actually, the credit card numbers upon entry.
So, okay. See? Making it easy to reorder.
I'll say in transit.
In transit. Encrypted information in transit. Okay. Best accomplish this. All right, let's see. There we go. See, yeah, you guys have a diverse answers on this one. Yeah, no. So right now, as you can see, ask the expert the most appropriate way to store credit card number. Right. Once you don't want to store stuff in plain text. You want to store stuff just like how we do with the password. You want to hash it up before you can store it. Now here's the beauty. Once they're ready to do reordering, you can just ship the hash instead of them retyping in the stuff. There's an attack known as a pass the hash that we're going to talk about. That's sort of going to clear this out for you. Next question.
If a current private key is compromised, which of the following would ensure it cannot be used to decrypt all historical data?
What do you think? We sort of talked about all this.
Key stretching.
Key stretching. Private key compromised. Cannot be used to decrypt the old stuff. Everybody agrees? Key stretching.
I'll say perfect forward secrecy.
Say A.
I'll do key stretching.
Key stretching.
Key stretching.
Key stretching have gotten a lot of votes. Okay. Yeah, no, guys, this is definitely A. PFS. And yeah, so perfect forward secrecy. This is when the key keeps changing. Remember that. The key keeps changing. So if they compromise the current key right now, they can only use that key to open the old stuff. Anything else after now, they're not going to be able to open it because the key have been changed. Okay. And the key stretching is this. Let me show it to you. We're done. Let me go to bicrypt. So key stretching is when you encrypt something, then you encrypt it again and again and again. And one of the algorithms that does that is known as bicrypt. I just can't find anything right now. Bicrypt online. There we go, here. So for example, I can, let me say I want to encrypt the hello world. Then I want to do that like 3 times. Right? If I encrypt that, this is it. So this is sort of like the hash, but that have been rounded 3 times. It's not as if I just did that 1 time. I do that 1 time, that's how it looks like. So key stretching is when you encrypt something, then you encrypted the encrypted thing, then again and again and again and again. All right, last question.
A database administrator needs to ensure all passwords are stored in a secure manner, so the administrator adds randomly generated data to each password before storing. Which of the following techniques best explains this action? Salting.
I see some smiles. Like, yeah, we did that one earlier.
Oh,
Salting, good job. So chapter 6, it's all about PKI, public key infrastructure. Is the infrastructure that is around the cryptography. This is what made security possible for the internet, PKI. Without this, you couldn't shop online. Without this, you couldn't do all the stuff that people do online, you know, securely. So very important topic, a very important thing to talk about. So topic A, we'll talk about certificates and certificate authorities. You have probably gotten an introduction to this from last time we were here, that a certificate, it's like your driver license. The certificate authority, it's like your DMV, right? That give you the certificate. So hold those in mind as we go over the 6A. Before we dive in, pop quiz.
A security engineer at an offline government facility is concerned about the validity of an SSL certificate. The engineer wants to perform the fastest check with the least delay to determine if the certificate has been revoked. Which of the following would best meet these requirements?
to the RA.
You said what is the RA, or you just
Yeah, yeah, it's a RA.
okay. This is the registration authority. Guys, it's a pop quiz. You ain't got to get it right. Just pick one.
I'm gonna go with CRL.
CRL, certification revocation list.
I'm gonna go with the second one, OCSP.
OCSP. All right, we'll talk about that one today. Karen, you want to give me one too? Looks like you want to give me.
I'm gonna go with RA.
All right, okay. All right, I thought you picked D, so we have all the answers. Okay. So the one who picked B, that will be correct. All right, so this is the online certificate. Oh God, I can't remember what it stands for. Somebody can, put in the chat if they Google it quickly for us. But this is a way of providing the fastest check. That's where the keyword was. If a certification have been revoked, which is what is happening here. So certification is not valid anymore. We have concern about the validity of the certification. Well, we want to be able to check to see if it has been revoked or not, if it's not good anymore. Well, one way of doing that is through C. So whoever that picked C, you were in the right place. This is the certification revocation list. Is a list of a not good certification, right? Certification that you shouldn't be trusting. They're not good. They have been revoked. Maybe they have been hacked. Maybe something happened and they revoked the certification. But the thing about CRL, though, it's centralized. So in another word, you have like a server with a bunch of these certifications that have been revoked. So this is not the fastest way of checking because it will slow things down. This, however, is just a protocol. And one of you can put that in the chat. I can't remember what it stands for. I think it's an online certification checking, something like that. OCSP, it's a hands-on penetration testing certification requiring. Okay, I'm looking for what it stands for. Oh yeah, you took this OSCP. That's the certification. That's the offensive security certification, the most hands-on certification in the industry right now. OSCP. This is the OCSP, not the OSCP. Anyway, so this is what we're used to sort of do the fastest check. It's a protocol. It's like a proxy where, it's really fast. I just want you to remember that. And this right here is the certification signing request, right? This right here. We will use this if we want to set up like a certificate. That's when we use this. Certification signing request. If you want the certification authority, the CA, to tell everybody, hey, look, you should be trusting this certification that belongs to Nate. Well, we're gonna have to give them this guy right here, CSR. I will talk about all of these in a minute. There we go. The online certificate status protocol. That's it. Thank you. All right, status protocol. That's the fastest. So hold that in mind. That will be on that exam. Let's dive right in. So from the exam objective, it's 3.9. We're still talking about the PKI. All right, so public and private key usage. So public key cryptography, or PKC, it's when you want others to send you confidential messages, meaning you want other people to communicate with you securely. So what you're gonna do is share the public key with them. That's what you're gonna do. And then you're gonna keep the private key. so that when they're communicating with you securely, when they're sending you private messages, confidential messages securely, you will be able to decrypt it using the private key, which you should keep private. Right? So that's one way. Another one is when you want to authenticate yourself to others. Because if there's a public key that belongs to you, everybody knows that's yours. So it's easy to tell, oh, okay, well, this belongs to Shayla. If you want to communicate securely with Shayla, I can always send her a secure message using her public key. And then she's the only one who's going to be able to open it because she has the private key to open anything that we send it to this public key. Right? I want you to hold on to that as we go on here. Right? All that will come back, and we sort of talked about a lot of that last week. But the question is, this is great, right? You should just grab the public key and just share that online somewhere. But how does someone trust that public key? How do I know it's not Karen who's trying to impersonate Shayla by just publishing, Shayla's public key? So that's where PKI comes in, the public key infrastructure. It's literally designed to help us identify or trust the public key that we're receiving, right? The public key that we should be communicating with. So PKI validates the identity of the owner. That's it. It validates the identity of the owner of that public key. In another word, if Michael wants us to send him some confidential messages, he's going to have to share his public key. But how do we trust his public key, especially if we have never met Michael? That's where PKI comes in, right? So the way this happens online is you are using your browser, maybe Google Chrome, you go into Bank of America. Well, how do you know the public key of a Bank of America is legit? Well, you're going to have to find someone that Bank of America and you trust to ask. Like, hey, the public key, is it trustworthy? Right? So that's where the CA comes in. CA is a certification authority. This is the entity. This is the entity that Bank of America trusts and that I trust with my browser, that my browser trusts. And CA is part of the PKI. So CA, it's a part of a PKI. Actually, one can argue that PKI is just a bunch of a certification authority. Right? PKI is just a bunch of a certification authority that help us trust each other online. So because Bank of America trusts this, whoever this CA is, and because I trust them, I can always just ask the CA, hey, is this valid? I can also ask, oh, has this been revoked, right? But we both must be able to trust that certification authority. If I can demonstrate this quickly for you, let me go here. And let me go to Bank of America. All right, so I did show you this last week. So if we go to the little log here and go to certification secure and go to the certificate quickly here. Not sure if you can see this, but let me magnify it. Make a little bit bigger for you. There we go, that's it. So my browser going to Bank of America, it doesn't trust Bank of America by default. Because it could be anybody could spin up a bankofamerica.com. Like anybody can set that up. But the way my browser trusts Bank of America, it's gonna go to this guy, right? This Entrust Certification Authority, this guy, which Bank of America has given them their public key. So Bank of America have given Entrust their public key. I'm like, hey, Entrust, hold on to my public key. So anybody who wants to communicate with me securely, you can give them this public key. I have the private key. I'll be able to decrypt anything that gets sent to this public key. I'm hoping that's making sense. So My browser goes to Entrust and be like, hey, Entrust, I want to communicate with the Bank of America securely. Would you please provide me with his public key? And that's how the trust gets created. So Entrust and a bunch of other certification authority are part of that PKI, the public key infrastructure. Anybody around the world can trust anything that Entrust said it's trustworthy. So basically, they can trust any certification that Entrust says, okay, this thing is valid. I want you to think about the DMV system as we're doing this. When the police pull you over as you're driving, maybe you were speeding, right? When the police pull you over, whenever they ask you for that drive license, they don't trust you. You give them the drive license, they go double check what's on it. It's not because they trust you, but they trust the entity that gave you the drive license. They trust the DMV. You also trust the DMV because you went over there, they ask you, who are you? What's your name? Where you live? They ask you all that stuff before they give you what's called the drive license. It's the same thing here. And the beauty of the entire system is it doesn't matter if they stop you in South Dakota, in Atlanta, it doesn't matter. They don't care where you got the drive license from because they trust the entire DMV system, right? That's how this thing works. The PKI, it's just a bunch of a DMV. Think of that. It's just a bunch of a DMV together. They're all giving out certification and the browsers are trusting all of them because they're part of the same thing, right? Same DMV environment, if that makes any sense. All right. I'm gonna get going. So let's talk about each one of these in more depth. So certification authority. This is that DMV, right? Certification authority is that DMV that's gonna sign their certification on your behalf. So anything the certification authority says you should trust this, we're gonna trust it because we believe the certification authority have done its due diligence. They authenticate you, they ask you who you are, they did all that good stuff, right? So there are two types of a CA, two types of a certification authority. There are some private CAs. Private CAs are CAs that are used privately at the company. So guys, look, if you ever went to work, then you have your ID badge, then you scan that thing, and then it lets you into the door, they're using a private CA, right? Your ID, inside of your ID badge, there is the private key inside of the ID badge. There's a private key, and then the private CA that they have has your public key. So as soon as you swap the badge, it matches those two things, then the door opens up. All right, so that's a private CA. This is good. Bigger companies implement this. What we're talking about, however, it's a third-party CAs. Right? This is the online stuff. You go to the internet, you want to go to GoDaddy.com. Well, how are you going to trust GoDaddy? It's easy with the private CA because we set this up ourselves. Then we told this thing, you should trust this and this and this and this. With third-party CAs, this is just a bunch of CAs online that are part of the PKI. And anything that says, hey, you should trust this, we trust that. All right, cool. So what are the job of this CA? Well, it's going to kind of define the services that are being offered. There are some CAs they do AR, so they do registration authority. They act as a registration authority. You can go to them to register your certificate. You can go to them and do so much. They also ensure the validity of their certificate. Basically, they're going to tell you, okay, this certification is going to expire in a year. Most of the certification, by the way, they expire every year. So every year you have to renew them, right? All right, establish trustworthy. That's the key word. That's like the biggest thing that they actually do. Anything that they trust, we trust, just like the DMV, right? Anything the DMV says, okay, this is the driver license, every police in the country is going to have to trust that, right? And obviously they manage the keys that we give it to them, right? They manage the public key, the public certificate that we sort of give it to them. All right, so CA might pop up on the exam. Just every time you see this, just think of this as the entity that help us trust each other online, help websites and a bunch of other stuff trust each other online. So PKI, it's built on these trust models, right? And this is part of what the nomenclature certification chaining. It's like, okay, well, if my driver license was assigned with the DMV in Atlanta, Georgia, well, should the police in Sioux Falls, South Dakota trust the thing? That's the certificate, that's the chaining, right? That's the chaining that that they got going here. So there are a few of these. There's the single CA, right? This is the private certification authority that we were talking about. This is an organization that can have its own root CA, right? Private PKI, right? They have this little thing within their own organization. Maybe they're using this to authenticate people as they go to work, as they get into the door, as they open computers. So it's like, if you have like a smart card or an ID badge, this is what they're using behind the scene. Right? So the one thing that you need to remember regarding single CA or regarding private CA is that it's self-assigned. This is very important for your exam. It's self-assigned because the organization will assign this themselves. And it can be used on multiple servers. If you're taking notes, please write this down. This might pop up on that exam. This is like one of those most important things that they tend to focus on, to sort of like differentiate this with the other, CAs. All right, so that was a single CA. Another one is it's a hierarchical or chain of trust, and this is the one that we're talking about. This is the third party. So there's a hierarchy with this. There is like a top known as root, and there is some sort of like intermediates. So it starts with a root CA. A root CA, it's like it knows everybody, right? And then it knows there's some sort of like an intermediate CA, and there is some sort of like a leaf CA. So actually, leaf CA are under the intermediate. That's the chain of trust that we're talking about. This guy, this right here. That's the hierarchy. So what this basically says is, okay, well, anything that the leaf certification sort of like authority says I should trust, I would trust. And anything that this guy says, I would. Let me show you how companies actually implement this. If we go back to Bank of America quickly, let me pull their cert up again. And there we go, here we are. So if I go to details, you see how they have this like hierarchy right here of the certification. I can see you guys right now, so I don't know if you're nodding or not. But there is this Entrust root CA, right? And then there's this leaf intermediate sort of like CA, right? And Bank of America, it's actually the entity that that is being trusted in this case, right? But what this actually means is anything that is assigned with this, we can trust. And anything that is assigned with the root CA, it will be trusted with pretty much everyone that the root CA signs, right? So many times, what organizations do, guys, they turn off, I probably should say turn off, but they usually keep this offline, the root CA. Because the thing about root CA is if the root CA gets compromised, then we're in big trouble. Because all the other intermediate certification authorities and everything under them will also be exposed. So that's another kind of important thing to keep in mind. Root CA are often offline. We only bring them online if we want to just verify something. Okay. And if I go to, let's say I go to Microsoft.com. Let me see their CA. Chain of trust. So here we go. So they have this DigiCert and there has this root DigiCert, root CA. So this is the hierarchy that we're talking about. And if we go back to my slides here quickly, you can see that I say it could be online, it could be offline. What I'm saying is going to be offline is the root CA. Because look, if this thing gets compromised, everything under this and under this is gone. It's also revoked. It's also not good. But if they just compromise the leaf, then we're okay. I mean, anything, not really okay, but anything that has been assigned with intermediate, it's still okay. But anything under the leaf, it's not good. Right. I'm hoping that makes sense. That's why they keep this offline. They sort of like keep the leaf certification authority online. Oh, so that's the trust model. That's the hierarchy. You're going to go from the root all the way to the bottom. So how would you go register for this thing? Well, there's this thing known as a CSR, right? CSR is the certificate signing request. I want you to remember this for your exam, right? Certificate signing request. You, the client, are going to generate like a key pair. I showed you how to do this in Kali last week. You're going to generate a key pair. That's going to give you a public and a private key, right? And then once you have that, you will sort of like request this. So this is the very first step. On that exam, if they ask you, oh, you are in the process of trying to get trusted online, what is the first thing you need to do? It's this guy right here. It's literally getting the signing request. It's you asking the certification, hey, I've generated my key pair. I want you to tell everybody online they should be trusting me. Right. All right, and you do this on RA, registration authority. This is usually the entity. It could be like a separate company, but this is the entity that's gonna go in and do the whole registration process. This is the one you might send the CSR to, this guy right here. This is the one that could do the identity checks, that could verify the certification, all that good stuff. That could verify everything you're sending to them. By the way, keep in mind, they're just literally trying to confuse you. A registration authority, what they do can also be done by certification authority, CA. Because all they do is just registering, the new certificate. That's all they do. So certification authority do that as well. Right? But what we ask first, if somebody want to be trusted online, what we ask first, they're going to give us the key that we're going to sign it. So they're going to have to fill out this certificate signing request. We're going to sign it as a CA or as RA. The thing about RA, guys, even if they finish registering, they're going to send everything to the CA still. Even if they finish with the registration, they can still send everything here so that the CA can sign it, sign it and they tell everybody, hey, from now on, you should trust this thing. Okay. All right, so now let's dive into the digital certificates, right? So how does this thing actually looks like? I've shown you this a couple of times already. I hate the new update of a Google Chrome. It doesn't show you really good. It used to look nice before. It used to look like this. I used to enjoy showing that to students. But so this is the digital certificate that we're talking about. So on the digital certificate, it's just like your drive license, like we said before. So on your drive license, you have your picture, your name, when it's going to expire, the number of the driver license, all that good stuff. That's what you see here. So as you go to register for your certificate, that's the sort of information you have to provide. So it contains the subject public key. You definitely got to include the public key. Remember, you want people to trust you. You want people to send you encrypted messages. The public key has to be included. And then there's the information identity, information identifying the subject plus usage and availability. Yeah. Just like your driver license is going to say, okay, it's valid from this date and it's going to expire on this date. Right? Valid from and expire to. Basically just 1 year. Most of these, they just last for 1 year. So there is a standard I don't know if the DMV have a standard for your driver's license. I think they do, because if you're underage, they give you like a sort of like a permit that's different than somebody who's like 21 or older. So there is a standard that they follow, and it's known as X.509. I want you to remember this for your exam. All right, X.509. So this one is used both for PKI, the public key infrastructure, the root of trust, the third party stuff, but also this is used for self-assigned certificate. Okay. Again, back to the point, self-assigned certificate can be used to multiple, can be used to install the same X.509 certificate on multiple servers. Sort of remember that for exam, and your practicing questions as well. Okay, so self-assigned can be used on multiple servers because we're self-assigning these things. But X.509 is the standard. Standard meaning it lay out basically how we're gonna go by registering for this certification. So it has a bunch of questions. Like there's a bunch of a field on this thing that says, who are you? When this is gonna expire? What version of this certification are you getting? Right? What is the public key? What is like a bunch of things that we will follow as we're trying to get the certificate. Right, X.509 is very common. This is what we use, but there's also the PKCS. I don't think you have to remember this one for your exam, but this is the public key cryptography standard. It was developed to enable secure information exchange. That's the keyword, information exchange, via the public key infrastructure. And there are different variations of this. There is PKCS 1 all the way to 15. Right? There's this thing here. I'm gonna share this in the chat if you just want to read up a little bit on this. But I will not stress that out. It's in the chat. It's not really like that important per se. It was developed by the RSA. Let me go to the resources. I'm gonna drop that here. Did anybody watch the movies? I forgot to ask that before we get started. No, too busy with work. Shayla, you did? Okay. All right. So yeah, there we go. So PKCS, it's another one. So let me show you this quickly, the X.509. So actually they have it here, but let me show you what I mean about that. X.509 standard. If I go to images here and bring up this thing, for example, it's a pretty good one, but let me grab this one. Yeah, this is perfect. So whenever they're talking about, X.509, 509 is the standard that we will use as we're trying to register a self-assigned certificate or like a PKI sort of a certificate. Anyway, so this thing is going to ask, okay, what type of version do you want? Similar to how driver license works, right? What's going to be the serial number? Usually it's a version 3. That's like the latest version of this guy. The signing algorithm, the username, right? What is it coming from? When is it valid from and to when? There is the who are we giving this to? Bank of America. The subject public key, what is Bank of America public key, and so on and so forth. And then there is the hashing and stuff that gets involved as well, sort of to verify the integrity of that certificate or the integrity of everything that was sent to that thing. So this is it right here. They have this thing right here. I'm just showing you this. I don't think these things will be on that exam, but this is what we have been talking about. We will come back to things such as FQDN in a minute, but these are the attributes of the X.509. 509. Serial number, right? The uniquely identify the certification. Think of this as the driver licenses number, the algorithm, right? That's being used. It could be the RSA. I don't know if we talked about RSA or the ECC, the elliptic curve cryptography. right? Either one of these two. Who issued this thing, right? Is a GoDaddy. GoDaddy, if those who knows what GoDaddy is, it's a really good one. A lot of people use it. When it's valid from, and two, the subject, right? It's a common name, or it's a SAN. We're going to talk about SAN in a minute, but it's a FQDNs, right? The public key, the extensions, and the SAN. There we go. The subject alternative name, right? Additional stuff that we wanted to include in the certification, like additional IP addresses or additional domain names and stuff along those lines. All that are part of the X.509. It's basically things that you should have on your certificate. All right, here. So here's the SAN, the subject name attributes. I don't think this might pop up on the exam, but pay attention. So there is what the normally called a common name, and this was the very first version. So this is also known as the FQDN. For those who've heard about this, fully qualified domain name. It's just a server name, right? It's just a server name that is being protected by what we're talking about right now, by the certificate. We're going to talk about SSL and TLS and all that good stuff later in later chapters. But for now, just know FQDN is just a server name. It's just the name that's being protected. The issue with this, though, is that it can only contain one entry. One entry meaning if we want to protect the google.com, it's just going to be google.com. Right? We can't go in and just add another domain name, for example, right? Google.com and Microsoft.com, where we can't do that. Right? So that's the issue with the CN or FQDN. But we could also use a wired card, something that you have to remember for that exam. A wired card, it's like a certificate that is used to sign everything. When I say everything, I'm talking about domain names and subdomain names and everything, in between. And a wire card is just this thing that you're looking at here, this little star. So if we will be creating this, if we put like a star behind the domain name, well, it's going to protect everything. The store.comptia.com, sales.comptia. It's not just going to be comptia.com or .org. Just going to protect anything else that's pointed to CompTIA.com. And I don't know if I'm speaking way over there. Are you guys familiar with the DNS? What do we use DNS for?
It's for the domain name servers.
Domain name, right? So basically, this is the translator for the internet. If it wasn't because of DNS, we will all be forced to remember numbers, IP addresses, and nobody wants that. So DNS help us in that regard. So everything we're talking about right now really goes back to DNS, right? Sort of stuff we do within DNS. So FQDN, just the name that needs to be protected. It can only be that name, or it can be a wired card. A wired card meaning that little star that protects its subdomains for that particular name. It's still that same name, right? SAN, on the other hand, it specifies additional host names, right? Additional names that need to be protected. It could be websites, it could be IP addresses, it could be common names. In other words, it could be FQDNs that needs to be protected by a single certificate. In other words, if you have multiple websites, and you want those to be protected by the same certificate, well, then you need to use a SAN, right? There's options within the SAN that you have to put it there. All right, we could include a wired card. Right? Remember, wired card, I'm pointing this out over and over again. It's because it's going to be on that exam. A wired card, it's us securing not just the name, but securing everything that's pointed to that name. Subdomains, all that good stuff. Okay. So there are different types of a certificate that you can get. I don't know if there's different type of a driver license that you can get. Yeah, you can, right? The truck driving driver license, the regular car driving driver license, right? There are different driver licenses you can get. So these are different types of certification we can get. So for example, we can get certification, they haven't listed them here. We can get certification for computers. So let me talk about that first. Let me see if I found the next slide. Right here, yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute, but here. So other sort of certification types. So there are certificates for machines, computers. There are some for your emails. This is where you want people to send your secure email. We can set up a certification for that. What if somebody develop a code and they want the code to be trusted? We can have them sign the code, right? What about if we're doing self-assigned certificate? Well, we can set up like a root certificate and sign that thing. But the thing about self-assigned certification, though, it must be manually trusted. That's basically, you have to go into the browser and tell Google Chrome it's valid, because there's no way of Google Chrome knowing if this is legit or not. Right. All right, so if I go back to this quickly, these are sort of like types of a certification that we can include. It's not going to be on that exam, but there are some certification policies, for example, templates within the Microsoft environment, right? They have some templates on different certifications, similar to what you see here: class for mail users, basic this, basic that, so on and so forth. The key usage, like what sort of a key that we're using, extended key, enhanced key usage, which basically define the purpose of the actual key, stuff really don't want to get into. And then the criticality of this thing and so on and so forth. So what they're talking about here, guys, is this, right? Extended keys and validation. So if you want people to trust you online, there's two things you can do. You can get the certifications that will give you the HTTPS, something like this, HTTPS, or you can get what they normally call a extended validation certificate. Or you can get what they normally call an extended validation certificate, which basically not only shows that you are being secure, not only shows that you're using HTTPS, but it goes in also verify your actual name, like your company's name. So this is really good for banks and money sort of company like PayPal. Like PayPal doing this is good. It's gonna give them customers the calm, the sort of the assurance that, okay, this thing is being sort of like secure. It's really secure because it's gonna say in the name, there's gonna be the lock. It's gonna show them like, hey, look, we did extra steps so that we can be truly, truly trusted. So that's what we're talking about, that right there. So that's what this whole kind of like validation really it's all about. So you can go online and be like, hey, I just need a HTTPS. I just need people to communicate with me securely. Great. That's really, they don't do much of a checking. It's just they check to see if you actually own the website. That's all. Or you can do like extended validation, which you literally, it's more sort of like tedious. They're going to ask you, are you a legit business? Where are you located? Where you rate like your business information? And that's what I was just showing you a minute ago, where even if Microsoft have done this, they would have the Microsoft right there in the browser tab, right, as the name. So that I've had students in the past who were like, okay, so which one is, does that mean the second one is more secure than the first one? Absolutely not. Right, they're both secure, same security. In fact, they just do this just so they can give some sort of assurance to customers, like, hey, we mean business when we say security, All right, I've mentioned these, really not that important. So any questions for me so far? All right, so let's go ahead and finish up B, and then we're going to take a break. So implement PKI management. So how would you go in and implement this? 3.9 from that exam objectives is what we're talking about, but also 4.1, we're going to talk about OpenSSL, right? Okay, so before you can implement this, you have to know the life cycle of these things. So certification and the key management, remember guys what we said before. Really, we don't care if the algorithm is known, right? We don't care if you know we're using RSA or ECC, we don't care, but we do care that we keep the key private. The key we usually use to open stuff and encrypt stuff and decrypt stuff, that gotta be secure. So there's a little life cycle of this. First of all, you generate the key. This is where you were trying to get the CSR, the certification signing request. Right, that's the first step. Remember that. So then after that, you go to the CA and be like, hey, look, I'm trying to get the certificate. All right, can you help out? And they're gonna be like, sure, pay us this money, then we'll get you, going with this. Then if we decide, okay, well, who's gonna save the key? Who's gonna hold on to the private keys? Sometimes it's okay to just give your private keys to the certification authority, right? So you don't have to deal with you managing it, right? And if the keys is not good, it has to be revoked. Revoked meaning it's not good, right? We don't need it anymore. Last but not least, if the key has expired or the certification have expired, we have to renew this thing. Most of the vulnerabilities, most of the weaknesses of this comes from improper management. It's not that the technology doesn't work, not the math, it's good. The algorithm, they're good. It's just human people making mistakes. So if you were to get started with this, you could go to places such as GoDaddy, something that I've done many, many times. GoDaddy certificates. So let's say that you want to set up a website, and then you want everybody to trust the website online. So you could go to GoDaddy, for example. That's where I am. And scroll down a little bit, and then you could buy one of these. Here, things that we just finished talking about. So you could buy either the regular certificate where you get the HTTPS, and GoDaddy is really, really great. They give you the 2048, the same encryption that Bank of America uses. It's what you're gonna get, right? Or you can have them manage this thing for you, or the extended validation. This is where, like in the browser says, hey, you are, this is your name and all that good stuff. So you buy this, and then you let GoDaddy basically manage the private key, because every browser that goes to your website, it's gonna go to GoDaddy and be like, hey, GoDaddy, do you happen to have the private key, the public key of this website? GoDaddy is gonna give that out. And then GoDaddy is gonna also be the one that's gonna, decrypt and those things on your behalf as well. Okay. That's how you do it. That's how you sort of like secure your your site. Cool. All right. What about if the key? What if you don't want to hold on to the keys, right? What if you don't trust yourself, for example, and you don't want people to steal your keys, or you don't trust your security? There's what we normally call a key escrow, something you have to remember for your exam. So key escrow is sort of like a key backup. So instead of you keeping a copy, you give it to them and they keep it for you. Okay, this is different than your CA. It's not the same as your CA, right? This is different. It's like a separate company where you said, hey, look, here, we're doing this. This is our private key. Keep it. If we lose it, we can recover it from you. We can always come back to you and ask you, hey, can you please give us another copy of our keys? I doubt if companies do that though, because if you lose your keys, you should revoke that key. You shouldn't be trusting that key in the first place. Because anybody who has that private key, they can open anything that they send it to you. Another thing that we could do is M of N, right? And this is like some sort of a control. It's like an idea. excuse me. So, and this is done for those critical keys. So like root servers, sort of like keys. And what happens with M of N control is that, imagine it's 10 of people working in the department. We're gonna have 3 of them know the key, basically like have access to the keys. That way, if one of them quits or one of them dies, and we still have like another person, who to recover the keys from. That's what this M of N sort of control really is. So keys can backed up to protect against data loss. Absolutely. Anyone with access to the backup keys could impersonate the true key holders. Absolutely. That's why we don't, if we have 10 people working, we don't want to expose the keys to all of them. Just in case, it's a lot easier if just few people know, because you know who to hold accountable, right? Instead of just all of them. That's what this control is. But really, key escrow here, it's also accomplishing this right here. That right there. Okay. The only thing you'll probably remember for that exam is key escrow as the backup of your private keys. Backing up your private keys. Your certification will expire eventually. If I haven't mentioned already, they are usually valid for just 1 year. They don't go over 1 year, just 1 year, then you have to renew it. So certification renew it, you can use existing key pair to do that. You can generate like a completely new key. If you wanted to, like, start from scratch, it's really up to you. And if the certification has been expired, it's not going to be trusted by anybody. So your browser, if you've ever visited a website and then your browser is yelling at you, like Google Chrome is like, hey, I don't know if I recognize this, it maybe has been revoked or has been expired. Okay. So once something has been expired, certification has been expired, we can archive it or we can destroy it. It's really up to us. Or we can securely erase that thing. Up to us. Just certification, if it's expired, it's not going to be trusted by anybody. In fact, it's going to be added to what is known as a CRL. This is the certification revocation list. Something you have to remember for that exam. Certification revocation list. So revocation is a certification that is no longer no good. It cannot be trusted. It has been expired or have been compromised. Right? We can also suspend a certification, depends on whatever reason. There are different codes. There's a bunch of them. We're not going to talk about any, but there's a bunch of them that give you an idea, hey, this thing have been revoked. You can't trust this. These codes are known by the browser. Your browser, whenever it gets that code, it knows, okay, well, I shouldn't trust this certification no longer. It has been revoked. So a certification that has been expired could be added to the revocation list. Like I said, this is just a list of a revoked certification or suspended certification that are not good. So usually the browser, every time you visit a website, you go to www.google.com, the browser is going to check the CRL. It's going to check to see if the certification have not been revoked or have not been expired, right? And whenever it receives a response, it says, okay, thank you very much. Now you can proceed. But keep in mind, a certification revocation list, it's a centralized entity. It's like a database of a bunch of certifications that are no good, that we can't trust anymore. So as you can see, if all the browser keep checking that thing, it's going to slow things down because it's a centralized. That's where the OCSP comes in. It's just the OCSP, yeah, there we go. That's where the online certificate status protocol comes in. Okay, this thing right here provides the real-time status that tells you, okay, well, this thing have been revoked, this thing is not good. OCSP, the beauty of OCSP, it has what is normally known as a responder. Also, there's another kind of a feature of OCSP known as a stapling. It's like putting like a stamp on something. So what happens is this OCSP is going to query. Imagine you go to google.com, right? You go to google.com. Well, that first transaction this OCSP is going to ask the CSR. It's going to ask the revocation list. Hey, is this still valid? And then once it receives a response, it's going to stamp that to itself, right? It's like a proxy. If you remember when we're talking about like proxy, I don't know if we have talked about proxy yet, but proxy is something that stands between a conversation. It does some things on the behalf of another thing. So OCSP is like a proxy where for the first transaction, it's going to check and be like, okay, hey, has this been revoked or not? Is it good? Good. All right. It's going to grab that, stamp that to itself so that every other thing I do, every other transaction I ask online and related to Google, it's not going to bother the revocation list anymore. They're like, hey, I know what the answer is. They told me this is good. You're good to go. That's why when in that question, they were asking you which one is the fastest way of checking this, this is it. Okay, because it's sort of like hashed. Like there's like a cache. I shouldn't say hashed, but there's like a cache of that answer in OCSP. So it performs the fastest check with the least delay to determine if the certificate has been revoked or not. Yep. Remember that for your exam. Okay. Certification pinning. Certification pinning, it's sort of important and not important, sort of important, not important. Stay with me. So this one specifically is designed to prevent things such as man-in-the-middle attacks. Who is here? I've heard about man-in-the-middle. Okay, what is a man-in-the-middle? One of you, tell me. Anyone? You want to come on mute, unmute yourself and tell me what's man in the middle is?
I'm going to take a guess and go with between the end user and the website.
So in the middle between the end user and the website. I like that. I'll take that, Michael. I'll take that. So men in the middle, like I mentioned before, they're changing this term now because you had female that complained about it. I always say that, by the way. I said, why does it have to be a man, right? But they're calling this on the path attack now. On the path, which is, I believe, it's like a cool name, right? The right name, I should say. But yeah, so it's between two conversations, right? You are the browser, you're trying to go to this server, you're trying to visit this website, and somebody can be between that conversation. But here's the kicker. For them to be between that conversation, it's okay for them to be between that conversation, but for them to make sense of what we're talking about, we have to be using unsecure protocols. So in the case of a browser, we have to be using something like HTTP. If you remember when we capture the traffic with Wireshark, right? Wireshark, it's a man-in-the-middle tool. Like, see, we used it for a good reason, but Wireshark, it's like a sniffer. We can use that to be like a man, to be like in the middle of a conversation. So with the point I'm trying to make here, guys, with the certification pinning is that whenever you visit a website, whenever you visit like a web site, technically, you go to HTTP, technically. So, and allow me to explain. Does anybody, whenever you go to a website, does anybody that types in everything, like you go HTTPS, colons, // Google, like nobody types the whole thing. Guess what we do? We just type in google.com, right? Google.com, you hit enter. So when you type in google.com, you hit enter, by default, that's going to be directed to HTTP, to HTTP, the unsecure protocol version. And that's not good, because if somebody is in the middle of that conversation, they can capture that conversation and then be able to see what we're doing. So what happened, what they did, they had another kind of like a tag. It's in the tag within HTTP header. It's known as HPKP. HTTP public key pinning. So what this is, it's like a redirect. It's inside of a HTTP header. It's like a tag that is just designed for redirection. That's what this whole pinning is all about, redirection. So as soon as you type in google.com, well, it's going to redirect that to the HTTPS. Instead of just using HTTP, it's going to go to HTTPS. All right, let me ask you guys this, because what is the protocol associated with HTTP? What is the port number? Excuse me.
Is it 443?
That would be HTTPS. That's the secure version.
Sorry.
No, good, good. I like that.
80?
You say 80? Yep, it'll be 80. Good job. I'm asking this because this might pop up on that exam. These common, port and protocols and stuff. I would tell you the ones you need to memorize. We have a chapter where we're going to go over that, but I like just to ask. Anyway, so if you're using 80 or HTTP for this conversation, then you're in big trouble. Yeah, good. Let me get going. OpenSSL. This is a tool. So Windows Certificate Services and the cert CompTIA, or on PowerShell. Basically what this says, you can use PowerShell to use OpenSSL, right? So OpenSSL is a tool that we usually use when we are doing this whole certification stuff. We can use this to generate a key pair. I showed you this last time. We use SSH, not SSL. Right? Have you guys heard about SSL before? Sort of, no. Okay, so there are two protocols, right? Two protocols. I want to introduce them now. There's SSL and there's TLS. This is the secure socket layer, and this is the transport layer security. Both of these are used to secure everything you can imagine. So these are the protocols that we use to secure other protocols, right? You see how HTTP is not secure? Well, how do we secure it? It's using this. How do we change that to HTTPS? It's by using this. FTP, File Transfer Protocol, it's not secure. How do we secure that, guys? By using this, right? And change that to FTP secure, FTPS. So the reason I brought this up is because SSL was the original version. And when they got to SSL version 3, Google in 2014, actually, Google find out this thing was vulnerable. They find out there was a vulnerability with this thing. It's called a hard bleed vulnerability. Hard bleed. So basically, hacker could downgrade your conversation. They could have basically capture your stuff and be able to downgrade it to the unsecure version and sort of like be able to see what you're communicating with. Everybody thought the internet was going to go down, right? Because this is what we used to secure everything. Now it went down. It was vulnerable at version 3.0. So what they did, they basically rebranded this to TLS version 1, version 1.0. They rebranded. Basically, it's the same thing. That's why you will see SSL/TLS everywhere. It's because they developed the TLS on SSL, right? Without the vulnerabilities, without the weaknesses of SSL. So TLS is just like SSL, but better. We use both of these to secure other protocols. And let me show you what Google find out, and we're gonna just move on. Heart bleed SSL. They literally, this was so bad that they have like their own, not hate bleed. Jesus, can't spell anything. they basically have like it basically has its own website. There's like very few weaknesses that get their own website, and this was one of them. There we go. Come on. The hard bleed bug. There we go. This guy right here. There we go. The biggest thing I want you to get out of this is that we use both of these. We use SSL/TLS to secure other protocols. And I want you to hold that thought as we start talking about different protocols and stuff. Because whenever you see, oh, there's this, it's unsecure. There is another secure version, but that is using this behind the scene. Right? Every time I say this is not secure, there's another secure version. So OpenSSL, which is what we're talking about, it is the most popular, was the tool that they use to do this. And then they found the vulnerability with SSL. And that vulnerability, there's a CVE number for it. I don't know if we talked about CVE yet, but there's a CVE number for it. And they said, okay, we're dead, right? There's a lot of issues with this thing. So they basically patched this thing, they fixed it, and then they rebranded this thing to the TLS, Transport Layer Security, TLS. And now there is a TLS version 1.3. They literally released this about 2 years ago. And this thing is amazing. It's amazing. We're going to talk about it in more depth. Cool. Anyway, so this is the tool. You can use it for key pair generation. You can view, certifications. You can request certifications with this thing. You can convert certification formats. Because whenever you generate a certification, you have to use some sort of like a format for it. There's like how you have like a picture, have a JPEG, PNG, same thing. Some of the issues with this, usually certification issues are mostly man-made, right? Man-made meaning humans' errors. Because if you do it you do it the right way, you're not going to have any issues. You're really not going to have any issues. So some of the few issues, it could be like an existing certification has been expired. That's a human errors. It could be like a newer certification that has not been trusted by anybody yet. That could be an issue, but that usually gets solved fairly quickly. So again, we could audit the certification sort of to see what's going on, but really not so much to do there. Cool. Any questions for me? Nope. All right, let me check your understanding before we go to the first break. And you guys can read and rotate, and you know how we do it.
A security analyst needs to generate a server certificate to be used for 802.1x and secure RDP connections. The analyst is unsure what is required to perform the task and solicits help from a senior colleague. Which of the following is the first step the senior colleague will most likely tell the analyst to perform to accomplish this task?
I'm going to go with generate CSR.
Okay. Agreed. Hey, good job. Guys were paying attention, huh? Yeah, we haven't talked about 802.1x, RDP, all that good stuff. We will. Next question.
A system administrator needs to install the same X.509 certificate on multiple servers. Which of the following should the administrator use?
Shayla, you're saying something, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm talking out loud. I'm trying to eliminate one.
All right, talk to me.
I'm gonna go with a self-signed certificate.
Yeah, I will too.
Bees, okay. And that would be correct. Good job. Karen, why did you went with B first? Start asking those weird questions.
Oh, you're good. I'll be due to the multiple servers.
Multiple servers. Yep. So it's self-assigned, and we're trying to do this to multiple servers. It's self-assigned. Because if you have the CA do that, they're not going to do that to multiple. You can't tell them what to do, basically. That's all. That's what that means. Next question.
A company wants to deploy PKI on its internet-facing website. The applications that are currently deployed are company.com, contact us company.com, quotes company.com, and the company wants to purchase one SSL certificate that will work for all the existing applications and any future applications that follow the same naming conventions, such as storecompany.com. Which of the following certificate types would best meet the requirements?
How about wildcard?
Wildcard.
Wirecard. Got 2 votes for Wirecard. All right. Good job, you guys. Michael, why Wirecard?
Because, you know, when you spoke about it earlier, where it's used to sign everything. And that stuck out to me. And this is used to sign everything.
Definitely. So they want to sign company.com, but also the subdomains. Contact us and, quotes and in the future store. Yeah. These are subdomains. How you do that? You put the Wirecard is the little star. That's the Wirecard.
Okay.
Good job. Next question.
A security engineer at an offline government facility is concerned about the validity of an SSL certificate. The engineer wants to perform the fastest check with the least delay to determine if the certificate has been revoked. Which of the following would best meet these requirements?
OCSP.
Mhm.
Good stuff. Good job. Good job. Any questions with this? Looks like it's not that bad. You guys did good.